Welcome to the Dan Norton Show, on which I promote Ayn Rand's philosophy of Objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. It is Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026. This is the show in which you can participate. I invite you to call in using the number on my background, 657-233-0878. If you would like to debate or discuss any of my views, some of which I have listed on my background. I'm an Ayn Rand fan, so that's a theme among all of my views. But whether you're completely new to Ayn Rand or you've been studying her for decades, I invite you to join me. You can also participate in the chat on YouTube. I see there are already some people in the chat. Thanks for being here. We've got some new names. Pot Limit Omaha Learning and CC Canadian, and Greg Lewis is here. Hi Greg, you're the one name there that I have seen before. And thanks for becoming a channel member. I see you've got a star by your name. Last show I announced that I now have channel memberships, and Greg has become a channel member, so thank you, Greg. I appreciate that. There was one other person. Oh yes, Gene Walters. He also became a channel member after my last stream. So if you want to help support my work of promoting Ayn Rand's ideas, or just having interesting, enjoyable philosophical conversations, whether you agree with Ayn Rand or not, you can help support the stream by becoming a channel member. All you need to do is click on the join button on my channel. Should be under any of my videos. And you can become a member at different levels, starting at 99 cents per month. Greg says he is a star now. Yeah, and I'll give your chats some priority if you have a star badge by your name there, showing that you're a channel member. That's one way I can incentivize becoming a channel member. I'll give your chats some priority. Also, you can do super chats, super stickers. Just click the $sign down in the chat box, and you can do a super chat or a super sticker for varying amounts, and I'll give you if you do a super chat, I'll give you priority. Let me start a goal here in the super chat goal. I'm going to start a goal of 5 super chats of any amount, and I'll put 3 hours as the time limit on that. Okay, I've just started the goal, so you now see 0 out of 5 in the upper left there of the chat box. So if you want to help me get to the goal of 5 super chats, you can just click on that $sign and do a super chat. All right, let me check out the channels of some of these new people here. I often like to take a quick look if you're new. I don't know if you've been here before. I think this is the first time I've seen you. Pot Limit Omaha Learning. And CC Canadian. The Concerned Canadian Citizen. That's what it says on your channel. Okay. Oh, you just created your channel a few weeks ago. I didn't check out the date on the other one. I like to look at the dates. Oh, wow. That one's only 4 days old. See, sometimes when people have very new channels... Oh, no, that's a year and 4 days old. Okay. Sometimes when people have very new channels, it's an alt account, but this one is over a year old. Pot limit. Okay, now we got another person in the chat, SVO. Let me take a look at that channel. Well, I'm glad there are some new people coming by. That means the thumbnail and title is having some reach. I like attracting new people to the channel. So welcome to everyone. Thanks for any likes on the stream. So what do you all want to talk about today? Is there something on your mind you would like to discuss or debate? I've got some notes I could talk from, but I want to give priority to people who are here live. So now's a good time to raise a topic since you don't have much competition. You could be the first one to raise a topic for the show. Sometimes my shows go on for many, many hours. 7 hours has been my average lately, a little bit over 7 hours. Maybe we'll do that again today. So we have a lot of time here. I like being able to go in depth into various issues. We had a couple callers last show. Well, more than a couple, but some of them were trolls. But a couple real callers. At least 2 that I remember. So that was good. Mellow Mao called in. And Illuminati something, forget his full name, but he called in to talk about how to define the left. Let me share this chat. I got to refresh it. So these are the first chatters of the day. Oh snap, Dan Norton's show about to go down. It's going down now. If what you mean by it's going down is that it's happening. There, that is better. What is better? 5 minutes, folks. I'm excited. All right. Glad you're excited. Have you heard about my show before? Is that why you're excited? Or is it just the thumbnail looked interesting to you? Greg's singing a song there. He says, I want my Dan Norton show. Riffing off the Dire Straits song, right? I want my MTV. And then we have a period from SVO KXZ 6435. Maybe he was just testing the chat feature. Yeah, Greg says Illuminati brain control / burger control. His name on YouTube was Illuminati brain control. And then when he called in to Zoom, his name there was burger control. Lots of controls going on in his names there. I think he said the first name was a meme. Or maybe the second one was. At least one of them. Money for nothing, says Greg. Yeah. Okay, so I have my Google Voice line open as well as a Zoom line. So the number on my background, that's my Google Voice number. And if you call that number, I should hear it ring, but I don't think you will hear a ring. That's how it's supposed to work. And then I screen the call, and then if I decide to put it through to YouTube, then you'll hear it. But at first, only I should hear the ring or the person speaking. Let me just double check that I have it set up like that. I understand my audio controls a little better now than I did last time. Still not perfectly, but better. And you can also let me know in the YouTube chat. Actually, it'd be good if you did that. If you want to call in, because I can get a better idea of who it is if you let me know who you are in the YouTube chat. And also you can let me know the topic there. Maybe I can screen it just in the YouTube chat a little bit at least. And also, I'm not always looking at my Google Voice screen, so I might not see a call when it comes. I should hear it. So, yeah, I guess even if I'm not looking there, I should hear it, even if you don't. But Zoom, I will not hear. There might be a little notification that pops up on my background here that both of us can see. But sometimes I don't always see that right when it comes in. So if you call in through Zoom, in the link to the Zoom, the Zoom link is in the description. It's not in the chat. There's also a phone number you can dial to get in through Zoom, which is different than the Google Voice number on my background. So there's two ways to dial in through Zoom. You can either click on the link in the description or dial the phone number in the description. And yeah, if you dial in on Zoom, I don't think I'll hear any notification, but I'll see a notification at some point, but maybe not immediately. So if you also let me know in the YouTube chat that you've called in, then I might be able to get to your call sooner. All right, so oh, here we have another chatter, a new chatter. Simon McLinn. YouTube suggested it. I think I have only seen one of your videos. Okay. Well, welcome. All right, well, I guess I can talk from my notes because no one here has raised a topic yet in the chat or called in. So last time, and feel free to, you can raise a topic, ask a question at any time, even if I'm in the middle of talking about something else. And then once I see your chat, maybe I'll switch back over to talking about that. But in the meantime, I can talk about some other things. So last time I was talking about deriving a government from scratch. How do you do that? What gives rise to the need for a government? And we talked about an island scenario. And I think we got close to maybe we got close to the end of that, where we were just starting to get a government into the picture. And then somebody called in who I think turned out to be a troll. So that was unfortunate. But I could pick up where I left off last time, or maybe a little before where I left off, to set up the context for people who are new here. But that's one thing I could talk about. Also, I can give you a reading update. I've continued to read about Iran, a lot about Iran in the 20th century. Not the current war that's going on, but a few decades ago. Okay, I see a couple chats coming in now. One from Simon. He says, topic idea, military service as an objectivist in the U.S. And then Greg says, inducing the concept of government sounds more philosophic. In his humble opinion. You mean it sounds more philosophic than deriving the concept? Is that what you mean? Because I said deriving the concept of government. And when I retitled the show last time, I always retitle the show after it happens, once I know the topics that came up. And my first stab at a title about that part of the show was building a government from scratch. But then I thought, well, maybe deriving is a better term to use than building, because it sounds a bit more intellectual, like we're trying to understand how this works, not actually create it in reality. I mean, they're related, the intellectual and the implementation in reality, but maybe because we're focused more on understanding how this works, I thought deriving sounded a little better. But looks like Greg is suggesting yet a different term, inducing the concept of government. Well, I don't know if he's suggesting it as a replacement title, but just he's noting that it sounds more philosophic. Maybe he means as compared to deriving. But yeah, I guess I do think inducing has a bit more of a philosophic flavor, more epistemological, more tied to a specific view of knowledge. Knowledge comes from concretes, starts with concretes. That's how induction works. But I thought it might be that might have crossed my mind as a term to use in the description or the title of my last show. But I think it might be a little unfamiliar for some people. A little more less relatable, a bit more difficult to understand. So I went with the term deriving, which I think is pretty familiar to people in general. Oh, Greg says it was in regard to how you framed generating it from an island scenario. Yeah, so there are three different terms you could use. I could say building a government from scratch, deriving a government from scratch, inducing a government from scratch. And for the purpose of the title, I went with the term deriving, but it's basically the same idea. Yeah, inducing might be a little more specific about the way in which it's being derived. It's not being deductively derived, it's being inductively derived. Okay, we got a few more chats coming in. I appreciate that. Let me read some of those. And some new chatters as well. Chichi Re Nanny. Looks like he or she is using some rude language there, if I understand what that person is saying. So you might get blocked here if you're rude. All right. So on the topic of military service, so Simon asked about that. Simon's Ims McGlynn. Let's see. I didn't go to your channel yet. Let me take a quick look at your channel. Okay. I think there should not be conscription or a military draft. I think that's a violation of rights. People have a right to their own life, and no one has a right to force you to fight for some cause that you don't believe in, or force you to do anything. And fighting in the military is just one example of what people in some countries are forced to do. Sometimes in the past in America there has been a draft, and that's bad. It's a violation of rights. So I oppose the military draft, but if it's voluntary, then okay. Then I think each person should just decide for him or herself, does it make sense? Is it in their own self-interest to join the military? And different people are going to have different answers to that question. But it should be up to individuals to freely decide whether to join the military, and whether they do so should be guided by their own self-interest. That's what I think, because I think everyone should live for his or her own sake. I think that's the purpose of life, to make the most out of one's own life, pursue one's own happiness. Ah, Simon Grassi is also here, so we got 2 Simons now. Hello. So there's a few thoughts on the military. If you'd like to follow up on that, or if you want me to expand on any of that, let me know, and I can say more. Some people think being in the military is selfless, a sacrifice. They commit the ultimate sacrifice, it's often said, if someone dies in war. But I don't think that's the right way to think of it. I think it's self-interested. I mean, at least potentially it can be self-interested if you're fighting for freedom, because freedom is crucial to your own life and the lives of people you value. You don't want to live as slaves. Patrick Henry, American founding father, famously said, "Give me liberty or give me death." So some lives are not worth living. Life as a slave. So it's in your interest, it could be in your interest, to join the military and fight for your freedom, fight for your liberty. It's not a sacrifice if that means giving up some value for a lesser value, so that you end up worse off. That would be a sacrifice. Ayn Rand defined a sacrifice as giving up a value for something of lesser or no value. But you're not doing that. If you're fighting for freedom, you could be, at least potentially, it's to preserve something of higher value, a life of freedom, rather than having to live as a slave. All right. Voluntarily or subscriptions? Okay. We talked about that some. Volunteer. Yeah, so it could be in your rational self-interest to volunteer. At least if you're fighting for freedom. I think if you live in an authoritarian regime like North Korea or Iran, where if you fight for the country, that means you're defending authoritarianism, then I don't think it's rational to volunteer for that kind of army. It would probably make more sense for military service to be voluntary, says SVO. I think it only makes sense if it's voluntary, because otherwise people's rights are being violated. People's rights are violated when they are coerced, when their voluntary decisions are not respected. That's anti-freedom. And it never makes sense to have a policy that's opposed to freedom. I mean, doing it personally, says Simon. Draft clearly goes against objectivism. Okay. So we've talked about that. Yeah, so this was the comment that sounded rude, but I haven't seen anything else from that person. I could just delete that comment. I don't know if he's still here, but maybe I'll just skip it for now. Okay, then we have Dr. Havoc, whose avatar... Oh, actually... Yeah, his avatar has Ayn Rand with sunglasses. Let me take a quick look at your channel. Oh, I'm not showing the... Oh, yeah, I am showing the chat. Oh, she has sunglasses and a cigarette in her mouth. I didn't see that at first. So when I went to your channel, I saw a bigger version of the avatar, so I was able to see the cigarette. You say, question regarding egoism. Can sacrificing yourself for your family, let's say your children, still be egoist or legitimate? If so, how? I don't think sacrificing is ever legitimate. But you could risk your life for your children, for example. Let's say you have a child who is drowning in a pond or an ocean, and you risk your own life to jump out into the water and save your child. But I wouldn't call that a sacrifice, assuming you love your child and you want your child to live and have a happy life. You might be worse off, miserable, going through life without that child and knowing that you didn't even try to save the child. You might rather be dead than live that kind of miserable life. So in that sort of case, I would say it's not a sacrifice to risk your life, maybe even lose your life for the sake of your child, because it's overall in your best interest to do that, because you'd be miserable without that child. Potentially, at least. I mean, there might be other scenarios where it would be a sacrifice. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Maybe I could come up with an example, but sacrifice means giving up a value for a non-value or a lesser value, and it's never rational to do that. Why would it ever be rational to do that? So I don't get to the how part. You say, if so, how? Well, I don't think it ever is so. It's good to sacrifice. Oh, Bobby Williams came in with a super chat. That's interesting, because Bobby, I actually blocked your other account, your Charles Sorum account, because of what I told you last time. I appreciate the super chat, but I don't appreciate what you said that caused me to block you. So I'm not sure what to do here. Normally, I would give super chats priority, and I was thinking, should I? I was a little rushed today. I was thinking maybe I should block Bobby Williams as well, because it's the same person as the other account that I blocked. But I didn't have time to do that. And here you are. Well, maybe I should, I don't know, maybe I should cut you some slack today again. See, last time I let you be in the chat, but I didn't engage with you. Now you're in my chat. And you're not only in my chat, you're doing a super chat. So I've never been in this scenario before. Well, let me at least read your super chat. See what you're asking about. Do you think it's possible to be an objectivist and police officer in 2026 without experiencing cognitive dissonance? I feel it is likely easier to do in military. All right. Well, I have to think about what I want to do here. I don't know if you tried to come here on your other account and then you figured out that you were blocked, and so you came back here on your old account. But I didn't hear from you on Discord. So I thought maybe that would be the next step. If you wanted to still be in my chat, we could discuss the issue on Discord. So it's for other people who are here and they don't know what's going on. Bobby Williams here, who just did this super chat. I also have interacted with him some on Discord, another social media platform. And he said something disrespectful about someone who I value. And I didn't want to sanction that. So I decided to block him. But he has more than one account, so I only blocked one of his accounts. Not the one that he just did a super chat on, but his other account. His other YouTube account. So now I'm a little conflicted, and I don't know whether I should answer this super chat. Simon McGlynn says, give him another chance. He seems nice. And then he says, I have no context. Bobby says, I didn't know you blocked CS. I thought I was good last time. Well, what I said last time was you can be in the chat, but I'm just not going to interact with you. You can interact with other people in the chat, but I didn't engage with your chats. And I said, I'm not sure what I was going to do later. Like maybe I'll block you later. But at least for now, meaning during the last show, I'll let you be there in the chat and at least interact with other people. And I'll think more about it. And so I thought more about it, and I said, yeah, I think I'll block them. And so I did that. I blocked you, your other account, your Charles Sorum account, CS, just like half an hour ago, or whatever, hour ago, shortly before I went live. And I would have blocked your Bobby Williams account, but I didn't have time. I was a little late. So here's an idea I just had. Thank you, Robert. I see Robert also did a super chat. And we're now at 2 out of 5 towards the goal. See in the upper right there, or the upper left, it says we're 2 out of 5 towards the super chat goal. Let me see if I can reply to Robert's. Thank you, Robert. Okay. So the idea I just had was we could talk about this in Discord if you want between now and my next stream, and maybe I could just postpone answering your super chat until we discuss it in Discord, if you want to discuss it in Discord. But I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do. But I think for right now, I'm just going to skip over that and address Robert's super chat. Okay, so Robert says, retired prosecutor James Valliant is a most notable example of an objectivist working through the challenges of enforcing sometimes irrational laws. Okay. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate that. So that's not a question, it's a comment. But let's see. Can I say anything about that? I heard him say that he doesn't call himself an objectivist anymore. At least a few weeks or so ago. He and Michael Leibowitz, another objectivist podcaster. Well, I guess I shouldn't say objectivist podcaster if they've both now decided not to use the term objectivist for themselves. And I think the reason for that was at least partly because Ayn Rand didn't want people to use the term objectivist for themselves. She preferred the term student of objectivism. I don't know if that's true of every single person in the universe, but at least many of her followers, so that they weren't that. So I guess if they didn't represent the philosophy correctly, it wouldn't rub off on her, so to speak. Like, she wouldn't get a bad reputation due to other people going around calling themselves objectivists who distorted her ideas. But I've and I talked about this at least briefly in another stream. Harry Binswanger, an objectivist philosopher, I think he was the one who's, I recall saying that after Ayn Rand's life, it's okay, at least then, to call yourself an objectivist, because then she's not going to suffer any damage. I mean, maybe her reputation could still suffer damage by being associated with people who call themselves objectivists, who say things she would disagree with or disapprove of, but she wouldn't be around to experience any damage herself. So I don't know if Harry Binswanger thought that everyone, like no one should call themselves an objectivist while Ayn Rand was alive, but after she lived, it's okay to do that. But I do think Leonard Peikoff, who was Ayn Rand's top student for many years, I think he is comfortable calling people objectivists other who are not Ayn Rand. So this is just a little point since Robert used the term objectivist, but that wasn't his main point, but just something I thought of in reading his chat. But let me see if I have anything else to say about his chat. You say he's a most notable example of, maybe I should say someone rather than an objectivist, if he doesn't want to self-identify as an objectivist. Most notable example of someone working through the challenges of enforcing sometimes irrational laws. I haven't followed his work, so I can't really comment on that. I've seen like he wrote an article recently, a article that was part one of a two-part article, part two being written by Leonard Peikoff about ICE. And I didn't read his part. I did read the part by Leonard Peikoff, which, I only read it once, but my initial reaction to that was not positive. I think I disagreed with much of that, but maybe it was more of a feeling of disagreement than a rational conclusion, because I didn't really slow down to process it much, but just my emotion was unfavorable. But maybe I need to look at it more to give it a fair shake, if that's something. I mean, not that I'm necessarily going to revisit it, but like if someone asked me my opinion of it, I think I would have to look at it again to give it a fair shake. But I didn't read James's at all. I just saw that it existed, his part one. And I know he's done some YouTube videos related to ICE, but I haven't seen them. I've just seen that they exist. Like, I've seen the title, but I haven't listened to them. So I can't comment on whether I agree. But if you or someone else wants to present his views on his behalf, and I could at least react to your presentation of his views. But some of those issues can be challenging, tricky to work through. Some legal issues have come up for me on my stream at various times. Like, what kind of contracts are legitimate to enforce? I think that can be tricky. Okay. So that's what I'll say now on Robert's super chat. And you can follow up if you'd like, and maybe I can say some more. Thanks again for that. Oh, Robert is also a channel member. See, he's got a star by his name. Thanks, Robert. Thanks again for that. I got 4 channel members now. He says, I'm curious, and feel free to skip the question if it's inappropriate. But would it matter if the person you're addressing had acknowledged the rudeness and apologized for the offending remark with all the requirements / prerequisites of a proper apology? Yeah, it would matter. Yeah, but Bobby / Charles has not apologized or acknowledged the rudeness. So maybe he stands by his comment and he doesn't want to retract it, doesn't want to take it back. But yeah, if he said, yeah, that was not appropriate, and I apologize for saying that. I mean, I guess primarily he shouldn't apologize to me, but to the person who I think he was rude towards, if he thinks it was rude. But I haven't seen anything from him, even though I said in the last stream I thought it was disrespectful, but he's never said, yeah, I agree it was disrespectful and I apologize. No, so maybe he thinks the disrespect was warranted and he stands by that. But yeah, to answer your question, it would matter to me. And if he did apologize and it seemed sincere and he changed his view, then I could be on good terms with him again, and I could unblock the account that I blocked, and I could go right to answering his super chat right now. Braingy, hello. He says, did you manage to fix the issue you had with Bobby? No. No, I haven't heard anything from Bobby. I thought if you were interested in addressing the issue. I thought he might have contacted me through Discord between the last stream and this stream, but I didn't hear anything from him. Maybe because he thought I didn't have any issue with him because I allowed him to be in my chat. But as I explained a little bit ago, I wasn't engaging with him in my chat last time. So he wasn't here on the same terms as any other chatter. And I haven't seen any more chats from him today, so I don't know if he's just listening now or decided to leave or what. All right, Greg and Dr. Havoc are talking some about anarchism. Robert says, if objectivist means anything, it means what James is. And this is all true regardless of whether I agree with his particulars. And I do, in fact, disagree with James on occasion. I remember seeing some people say that James should not say he's not an objectivist. They think he is an objectivist, even though he decided not to use the term for himself. I don't know if he's still doing that, or if he's reverted to using objectivist. But last I saw, as of several weeks ago, I just saw that he wasn't using the term for himself. And you certainly don't have to agree with someone on everything for you both to be objectivist. I agree with you on that. Oh, Bobby Williams, he did say something. I see it just now. He says, I am sorry for disrespecting your Ron Brook, Mr. Norton. I am a longtime fan and supporter of program and books since 2019. He even did me a major personal favor. All right. Well, thank you for that. So I guess that will suffice. All right, so we can interact now, and I can answer your super chat. I appreciate it. You say, I was responding to non-objectivists criticizing him and was gatekeeping objectivism. I was absolutely uncharitable, though, in my rhetoric. All right. Okay, so now that Bobby has said that, I will answer his super chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, Robert just did another super chat. All right, well, let me just give that a heart and a like and a reply while I can, because I have to reply fast in order to get the tag to show up. So let me just reply to it. And then I'll go to Bobby's. Thanks again for a super chat. Robert. Good Indian, says Bobby Williams. All right. Good. Good. All right, so let me go back to Bobby's now. And I guess I can also unblock your other account, but I can do that later. If I forget, you can remind me. But I might do that after the show. And now I will give your super chat a heart as well. And a like. Okay. So Bobby asked, do you think it's possible to be an objectivist and police officer in 2026 without experiencing cognitive dissonance? I feel it is likely easier to do in military. That's an interesting question. Because there are laws that, as an objectivist, you would disagree with. Like in police. Oh, wow, Jason just came in with 200 check, whatever their currency is. Excellent. Thank you, Jason. Okay, let me just give that a heart and a like. And a reply while I can quickly. All right, this is great. Thank you all for these super chats. See, I'm giving priority to the super chatters. So if you want me to give your chat priority, you can put some dollars on it or whatever your currency is. Thanks. Thanks, Jason. All right, so I also have one from Robert before that, but let me... And we're at 4 out of 5 on the goal. Thank you all. With some time to spare. Okay, so there are laws which, as an objectivist, you would not want to enforce, like drug laws, for instance. So drugs should be legal because they don't violate rights. Using them does not violate rights. You're not harming anybody else. You might harm yourself, but you should be free to do that. As long as you're not initiating force against other people, you should be free to do that. But if the drug laws require you to arrest people for producing or selling or consuming, possessing drugs, whether it's marijuana or heroin or alcohol or, well, that's different, alcohol, but cocaine, and it might be different in different jurisdictions. Like in some jurisdictions, marijuana is legal, and others it's not. But it should be legal everywhere, at least for adults. But it's not. So you have to enforce laws like that as a police officer. And could that create cognitive dissonance, some kind of internal conflict? Yeah, I think it could. And maybe that's why I'm not sure why you think it's easier to do in the military, to serve without experiencing cognitive dissonance. But in the military, you might have to fight wars with rules of engagement that you would disagree with. Like, you're not allowed to fire at the enemy unless they fire first. Or you can't fire at a human shield behind which is hiding a terrorist, right? You might think you should be able to fire at a human shield, and that if that human shield is injured or dies, the responsibility is not on you, but on the person who's using the human shield as a shield. So there are certain rules of engagement, and also entire wars you might just not agree with, like the Iraq War. You might think we didn't have a good reason to go there, in 2003, and wars that involve nation building, like in Afghanistan. I don't think there should be wars like that. You should just the purpose of war should be to defeat the enemy, achieve victory, not to spread democracy to the Middle East, for example, or Afghanistan. So there are various things that, as an objectivist, you would disagree with regarding either police or military. Antitrust laws, that's another one. What if you have to arrest some CEO for violating antitrust laws, right? You would probably disagree with that because antitrust laws are invalid laws. And we can talk about that more if you want, but that was Ayn Rand's view. So, is it possible to be an objectivist and a police officer today without cognitive dissonance? Well, you might realize that there's also positive things that go along with being a police officer in the military. We're not a totalitarian state. We still have a significant measure of freedom, and if you're serving to protect that primarily, then maybe you can say, all right, well, maybe I'll just sign up for the police, but not the drug law enforcement part of it. Maybe you could tell your supervisor, the chief of police, that you have moral disagreements or some kind of disagreements with certain laws, and maybe you could ask to be the enforcer of in some area that you don't have a moral disagreement about. So I don't know if that would be a way to deal with that. I think I would want to try something like that if I were in the police. I would say, don't put me on the job of turning people in for drug crimes, although that might be unavoidable. Like if part of your job is to stop people from speeding on the highway, in part of the procedure you're supposed to go through is that whenever you stop someone, if you see that there's marijuana or you smell it or something, you are required to ask them about it and perhaps arrest them if it turns out they have marijuana. So even though the primary purpose was to stop them from speeding, if in stopping someone, part of the protocol is to look for other potential crimes like drug possession, then maybe it would be harder to avoid certain aspects of the law that you disagree with. But insofar as it's possible, I would see if there's a way to serve as a police officer, but not in ways that require you to enforce laws you disagree with. And maybe that could be a way to reduce, if not eliminate, cognitive dissonance. And I don't know if you could do something similar in the military, be selective about the wars you engage in, or maybe you don't necessarily have to be in a combat position in the military. There's non-combat positions like acquiring military intelligence. Maybe you could do something like that if that enables you to avoid having to follow certain rules of engagement that you object to. But you still might have an issue even if you're not part of the combat troops, just knowing you're supporting a military that does have these rules of engagement. But at least you're less directly impacted by them. Like your life is not going to be at risk if you're just sitting behind a computer in an office somewhere acquiring intelligence, as opposed to being the person in the battlefield who has to, say, wait for yourself to be fired at before you're able to fire back. So I think there are things you could do to at least limit the amount of cognitive dissonance you would experience if you were to join the military or the police. And I would try to find ways to do that. But I don't know that you could avoid it entirely. And I guess, I don't know that there's like there's a point at which I think you should just not join at all. Like if we become like Nazi Germany, something that bad, where the military is not defending even a substantial element of freedom, let alone complete freedom, then I just wouldn't join the military at all. But so long as the country is at least semi-free or significantly free, I think it could be legitimate to join the military or the police of that kind of state. And so long as you recognize this is a mixed economy, then I don't know that you would need to have cognitive dissonance. Like today, we live in a mixed economy in the United States, and we're supporting various things that we object to with our taxes. Do you experience cognitive dissonance every time you pay for something and you have to pay a few cents or dollars in sales tax, and that tax is going to support some welfare program or some government program you disagree with? No, I don't think I don't experience cognitive dissonance because you're forced to do this. I guess it's really important to recognize that it's bad and then fight against it in the ways that you can, advocating for better policies, and just realize that it's not your responsibility, right? You didn't choose these policies. It's not your fault. So I guess if you recognize that, then maybe there's no reason to feel cognitive dissonance. But I guess if it gets bad enough, like I think you could do that. You can live in a mixed economy without cognitive dissonance. Like there's things you're not going to like about it, but cognitive dissonance makes it sound like you're in some kind of conflict about whether you can do it at all, whether you can live at all, whether you can serve in the military or the police at all. And I don't think that you would need to have that, even though there are things about it you disagree with, because it's not your fault. I mean, it's not up to you. The moral is the volitional, right? And if you didn't choose it, you can't be held morally responsible for it. But I think it is good, where you can, at least, to try to minimize, like I was saying, by serving in the police in ways that don't involve enforcing bad laws, insofar as it's possible to do that, and serve in the military in ways that reduce or eliminate your exposure to bad policies, bad wars, bad rules of engagement. So that's what I would say to your super chat. On a first pass, at least. Thanks again for asking that. And glad I could answer it. All right. So then next we had Robert did another super chat and Jason did a super chat. So let me go to those now. By the way, thanks for any likes on this stream. And thanks for any new subscribers. Just got a new subscriber, I see. Thanks to whoever that was. Okay, so Robert's second super chat Where was that? Here it is. A lot of chats coming in. That's good to see. Appreciate the engagement. Okay, so Robert's second super chat says, it's too bad that grace has a long association with religion, because grace and graciousness are rational virtues which don't get enough emphasis. Okay. So, do I have any thoughts on that? Grace. Well, there's saying grace. That came to mind. Like before dinner or before a meal, people say grace. They thank God for their meal. There's a scene in Atlas Shrugged where that's an issue. At a Thanksgiving meal. Plot spoiler. They don't give thanks to the person who actually provided them the meal. I don't know what they give. I don't know if they actually thank God but they thank something or someone other than the person who actually enabled them to have it. So that's one association grace has with religion. You are given things by the grace of God. There but for the grace of God go I. That's a quote of somebody. I don't remember who. Let me actually look that up. So you can't do anything without God's grace, without his help, assistance. There but for the grace of God go I is a phrase of humility and empathy, meaning I would be in that same unfortunate situation if not for divine grace. Used upon seeing someone's misfortune, I'm trying to share this. My computer's a little slow when I try to share, but there it is. Used upon seeing someone's misfortune, it acknowledges our shared vulnerability and gratitude for being spared, often attributed to 16th century martyr John Bradford. Then we have some examples. Seeing a homeless person, one might think or say, there but for the grace of God go I, to express sympathy and recognize how easily circumstances could change. See, now, what I think that does is it downplays, or it fails to recognize free will. I think you can end up homeless because of your choices, how you use or misuse your free will. And it's there but for the grace of your free will choices go I, right? There is something you can do about it yourself. You don't need God. Well, I mean, depending on your metaphysical views, you might think God is necessary for everything, and that if you believe in God and he's an all-powerful being and everything happens according to his plan and everything is deterministic, there is no free will, then you might think, well, yeah, I can't do anything except what God ordained me to do. And then how do you reconcile that with good and evil? Religious people struggle with that. If everything is ordained by God's plan, then he's responsible for everything, right? Even innocent people getting killed, murders, rapes, Blame it on God, not me, right? So that's the problem of evil. People, religious people, try to reconcile God's goodness with evil in the world. But Robert says, it's too bad that grace has a long association with religion, because grace and graciousness are rational virtues. So what does grace mean in a rational sense? Let's look up the word grace. I think this shows up. Simple elegance or refinement of movement. Elegance, stylishness, poise. Courtesy, courteousness, good manners. So is that what you mean by grace? In graciousness, that's thankfulness, right? Let me look up gracious. Get a dictionary definition. Courteous, kind, and pleasant. Elegant and tasteful. Courteous, polite, civil. Well, there's definitely a place for that. I mean, I like to keep it courteous, polite, and civil here on my chat. So I appreciate graciousness, if that's what it means. And it has nothing to do with religion, that's for sure. I don't believe in the supernatural. And I think they are appropriate in certain contexts, at least. They're rational. I guess you could say they're rational virtues. Sometimes I think it might be appropriate to be blunt and not what you might call gracious. Like if someone is very rude to you, you might say "F you," right? It might be appropriate in some contexts. I don't rule that out, at least. I think sometimes if someone has really done something bad, I think it could be appropriate to be coarse back to them, rough. I remember Onkar Ghate, an objectivist philosopher. He said this in a talk. I forget which talk it was, though. But he said, if your response to this is not F you, then there's something wrong. And I wish I could remember if he was talking about abortion, like people telling women they have no right to an abortion, or maybe it was something entirely unrelated to abortion. Oh, somebody's calling. All right, let me see if I can screen that call. Oh, I have to allow mic access. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, I think you just hung up. I guess I didn't answer fast enough. He can try calling back. Oh, he left a voicemail? Transcription not available. It's only 3 seconds long, the voicemail, so I guess... Oh, now he's calling back. Let me see if I can get it this time. Hello? Yes. Who is this? Isidro? Okay. Were you in the YouTube chat, or did you just call? Would you mind telling me what your name was on the YouTube chat? Oh, yeah. Yeah, please do that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it there. Isidro Perez. Hold on a second. Name was on YouTube chat? All right. So, what are you interested in talking about today? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can talk about that. Let me just put your audio through so the people on YouTube can hear. Hold on a second. Because right now they only hear my side of the conversation. Let's see. Where's my... So, I said some things about Robert's super chat there, and maybe I'll say some more after the call. And I haven't forgotten, Jason, you also did a super chat, so I'll also get to that later. But I didn't want to miss this call, so let me just adjust my my settings here. Oh. Okay. Chrome audio. All right, now I think they should be able to hear you. Okay. All right, it looks like they can hear you. Audience, tell me if you cannot hear him or if his volume is too loud or any audio issues, but I think you should be audible now. Okay, so Isidro is here, and he said he's interested in talking about faith. So I'll let you go ahead and say your question again now that the audience can hear you.
Sure. I guess it's just a clarification on when you say faith is bad, is that more just sort of a general claim or more like absolute in the sense that like I feel like I have faith in essentially like what reality is and what my relation to it is, right? And so I guess just that sort of, and then I work on sort of exercising that in some ways. So I guess it just is that sort of process. Would you consider that bad?
I might need to hear again what you said, but I'll tell you what I mean by faith. What I mean by faith is belief without evidence. So, oh, good. Robert says I can hear him just fine. Great. Thanks for that feedback.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I take faith to mean belief without evidence. Like, take it on faith. That means even though you don't have evidence for it, you still believe it anyways. And that's what I think is bad. So on my backgrounds, where I say faith, I put faith in the bad column. That's the reason I put it there. Now, there are different senses of the term faith. Like if I say, let's have a good faith discussion, that just means let's not be dishonest. Let's be sincere. I think that's fine. But the sense of faith that's used in religion, where they say have faith in this, like even if you can't rationally prove it, there's no evidence for it.
Right.
That's the sense of faith that I say is bad.
Sure. And I guess like, well, most people who have, let's say they have faith, like they have sort of evidence, but like it's obviously just not that concrete, right? Like it doesn't really map to A to B to C like very well. Like it's too loose, right? Would you agree? So they're like, there is evidence, but it's not necessarily like holds enough concreteness.
Well, I don't know that I would agree to that. It might be pseudo evidence. Like I think people might rationalize and we could work through an example. Like they might say, I have evidence that God exists, and
Sure.
but they might have already decided on the grounds of emotion that they want to believe this, and then they after that fact they search for some argument, like argument from intelligent design or argument from design or some other argument, but it's really just a rationalization. I'm now maybe it's not. Maybe in some cases people are actually believing it on the basis of some argument, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think you would have to address each case on its own and just see how a person is thinking about it.
Yeah, definitely. I personally don't. I go to a Christian church, by the way, but I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a Christian because I don't believe in the resurrection. But like people who do would state the evidence that Jesus was a real person, which we can sort of agree on that. And then they'll say, empty tomb, right? But like, and then a claim from a person that he resurrected, right? But so these are like evidence, but it's not like, right? It's way too loose, right?
Okay, so the resurrection. Well, if someone says, I believe Jesus existed, set aside for the moment resurrection, just he existed, I don't think that is based on faith necessarily. I mean, there might very well have been a historical person named Jesus. I think that is disputed. Some people dispute that. Some scholars dispute that, but I haven't looked into that much myself. But I wouldn't assume that just because someone thinks Jesus existed, they're taking that on faith. But if they not only think he existed, but he died and then he was resurrected from the dead, then I think it's more plausible that they're not basing that on evidence. Now you might say, well, what would be their evidence if someone said, I believe in the resurrection of Jesus and I don't believe it on faith, I have evidence for it. What would they claim? If like,
I think you typically hear like empty tomb, and then you'd hear like the people's own personal claims of seeing it, right?
Say it again. I didn't catch what you said the evidence was.
Oh, sorry. Like that there's people that claim to have saw him after death, right? And
yeah.
Right?
So testimony of people who were around at the time and
right.
Okay.
Yeah, but like both of these could be true, right? And you could call it like evidence because it could have happened, right? But it still doesn't really like going back to what my claim saying, like it's just not concrete enough, right?
I see.
Like it wouldn't hold up in court.
Okay, I'm taking some notes here. If you're on YouTube, you can see the notes I'm writing. So the testimony of people who were around at the time, and that's you say it's like it has some degree of convincingness, but not full convincingness. It wouldn't hold up in court.
I guess I would call it evidence. You'd call it evidence, but it's not enough to sort of to have like enough to not have like an unreasonable doubt. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But like I guess stepping back though, like I personally, I guess like I have, like we always talk about this God of the gaps like argument about like because there are gaps in our understanding of what everything is, right? Is like just any sort of attempt to sort of fill the gaps with our own faith of what is that, would you consider that bad?
Well, I think it's bad to manufacture explanations just so you have an explanation. Like, for example, there's a rainbow, let's say, and you're a caveman living 50,000 years ago, and you don't understand why is this rainbow in the sky, and then you might invent some explanation. Oh, there's a rain god or a rainbow god, and he wills that there is a rainbow. And I think a better approach is to just say, I don't know. So if there's some gap in your knowledge, instead of trying to fill it in immediately with some manufactured explanation, like, oh, there's a rainbow god, and that's why, just say, I don't know. Now, I don't necessarily put a lot of blame on the caveman because he's a very primitive person living 50,000 years ago. But uh, I guess I would cut less slack to people living today in the modern scientific world. There are many things in the world which I think it's the best reaction is just to say I don't understand it yet, but not to just invent some explanation.
Okay, well then, would it then be more rationalistic came to, as you sort of grow your knowledge, you sort of can come to the conclusion that there will always be a sort of eternal God of the gaps, and that we can't have like a full description of reality that is completely like concrete and compact.
Well, I guess there's always going to be some things you don't know. Like as long as you're not omniscient, right? I don't think anybody is all-knowing,
Right.
omniscient. So there's always going to be things you don't know, but um, I don't know that that means there's how you put it. There's always going to be a God of the gaps, or I mean, the thing as I was saying, the thing to do in those cases is just to recognize that's the state you're in. You're just in a state of ignorance regarding many things, and you probably always will be in a state of ignorance on certain things.
Right.
But I don't
I
think
guess
that's a
that's just sort of
problem.
my like own. Yeah, I just think it's my own personal resolution to this eternal state of ignorance is to sort of resolve it with some sort of faith that I trust whatever is going on and that it's good, right? I guess
Well,
that's where I come from.
yeah, that seems like a bad method to me. To think it's something that
Okay.
needs to be resolved with faith. Why not just say I don't know? Instead of inventing something that you don't understand, you don't believe, you're just going to believe it so that you're not in a state of ignorance. You haven't really erased the state of ignorance. You're just pretending that it's not there.
No, it's just not necessarily pretending. It's more, I don't know. I guess maybe some people just sort of can maybe just like require more than others. It's probably depending on their, upbringing, whatever, you know what I mean, just to make sense of the world. Like they just sort of just need a little bit to close those gaps a little bit more, right? Um, so maybe I personally might be in that situation, right? Um, but I think there is utility though, in sort of like inducing something within this gap that can elevate yourself without causing harm to other people, obviously, right? But
Well, I think it causes harm to yourself to believe things for which you have no evidence. Like I think if I don't think you should be
right.
uncomfortable with just the fact that you don't know something. Like let's give an example. Let's say the issue of whether there's life in another galaxy. Now
Mm-hmm.
that's an issue on which I am ignorant. I don't know if there is life in another galaxy. Now, is there a reason for me to just assume one way or the other that there definitely is or there definitely is not? I don't think so. I think that would be destructive to my mind to just pretend that either there definitely is life in another galaxy or there definitely is not. I'm perfectly comfortable, and I think the appropriate thing is just say, I don't know. Maybe I never will know. But how is it harming? How I mean, how is it harming me just to be in that state of ignorance?
Yeah, well, I guess if you're experiencing some sort of anxiety about this, like I guess like if you're in like an existential crisis, right? I guess like that this is like some sort of, I don't know, I guess you would call it probably like a temporary antidote to it,
Well, why would you be in a
or
crisis over something you don't know? Like this case of, we can take this, or if you want to give
yeah,
a different example, but why should I be in a crisis over something I don't know?
I guess it's just part of the human condition of like some people can just be in a state of existential dread with the possibility that we live in an eternal reality and not really having like a foundation for what your place in that is, right?
Well, what grounds for eternal dread do I have if I don't know whether there's life in another galaxy? Are there any
Oh, say that again.
grounds for? if there's something I don't know, like I don't know whether there's life in another galaxy, is there any reason for me to experience eternal dread over that fact?
No, I mean, those are more like sort of like micro truths. Like I'm talking about like the like more like bigger picture, I guess, truth. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And just having like some sort of like at peaceness with that truth. You know what I mean? Rather than, yeah, like I agree. Like I don't feel anxiety about that necessarily, or anything else other than really just this one specific question, right?
So what is the one specific question that causes you to experience
I guess
dread?
just like what is, yeah, I guess just understanding like your own place. Like, what is your relationship to reality, essentially?
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I guess that could cause you to experience dread if you don't have an answer to it. But I guess I have some answers to that, or at least thoughts on that issue,
Sure.
and we
Love to
can
hear it.
talk about that. But let me just take a quick look at the chat and see if. Another super chat came in. It looks like, because I see it's at 5 out of 5 now. I'm just looking for the. Oh, it looks like there's somebody here I got to block. Uh, Hold on, just give me a minute. Maybe multiple people I need to block. Where's my 5th super chat, though? Oh, I guess it was another one from Robert, it looks like, on grace. Okay. Thanks, Robert. Okay, I'll look more at that later. But let me just block 1 or 2 people here. Okay, I'm not going to try to read all these, but I just blocked one person. Is there anybody else I need to block? You can let me know in the chat if you think there's any one I need to block. Okay. Last time we had a person who was putting a lot of religious comments, but I didn't block him because he wasn't being rude or uncivil. He was just chatting too much. Okay, I'm just reading through a few more chats.
Yep.
Okay, I just blocked one person for now. I'll check back. Wow, there's a lot of people who showed up in the chat. It's almost 30 people. I think that happens a lot when I get some trolls. Like people look for a live stream and they try to derail it, and then they go back to their troll lair or wherever they came from, and they tell other people about it, and then other people come over. So I think something like that might have happened today. All right, but if some of my regular chatters see that there's someone who definitely needs to be blocked, what would be helpful is you could just tag me and then put a timestamp on whoever's chat you think I need to block, and then I can quickly find it so I can evaluate it and then make a quick decision. Someone says, I think their troll lair is some GigaChad gaming stream.
Dang.
All right. So, yeah, if one of my regular chatters who I know wants to, you can let me know if you think I should block anyone. Just tag me and put a timestamp, and then I'll go right to that timestamp so I can see what it is that justifies the block, and then I'll block the person. But it's hard to focus on a call and the chat at the same time, and I don't have any mods right now, at least. But we'll at least do this. You can be like my semi-mods by doing what I just suggested, tagging me and giving me a timestamp to look at, and we'll try that out and see how that works. All right. But let me come back to the call now. So you were saying that you wouldn't feel dread over something like whether there's life in another galaxy, but you would feel dread, or at least might feel dread, over not knowing your place in the universe, something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, and this is more like, this happened to me probably more like 5 years ago. It's definitely settled down now, but I think it's because of that I've sort of exercised this sort of faith muscle to come to some sort of, trust in my place in the world and my relationship to everything, right? So, yeah, that's the path.
Okay. So I think the way to, I mean, ideally, I think you would not need to use faith, and I don't know that it's really a stable solution. Like you might have a crisis of faith in the future if you recognize that, okay, well, the way I got out of this tough spot was just by believing something without any evidence, i.e. by going on faith. But that doesn't really sit well with me. I want to have reasons, evidence for the things I believe, not just arbitrarily believe things. So I don't know how stable and lasting of a solution that would be.
Right.
But I think if you can, it's good to get a rational answer so that you don't have faith. So maybe we could explore, like, well, why do you need faith to come to some view on what your place in the universe is? What gave rise to this question in the first place? That's something I'd be interested to know about.
Sure. Faith is sort of just that like last mile part of like our models of the world, right? So like if we are like trying to, like, also just out of curiosity too, right? Like if we're interested in what is everything, what is the ontology of everything, like we can have like we can induce like a strong, I feel like, logical structure to what everything is. But the faith part is sort of just that last mile to really like close the loop.
Okay, so I want to get this concretized more. Like, if the issue is that's causing trouble is you don't have an answer to what your place in the universe is, and you're able to get an answer partly through reason, but then you need faith to take you the last mile. I just want to understand the mechanics of how that's working. And maybe first we could just start with the question itself. Like, what is this question about your place in the universe? What does that mean? Like, what exactly is the question? Like, you could say, my place in the universe is I'm in California, but or I'm in Nebraska, or I'm in Idaho, but maybe that's not what you mean by it. So what exactly does it mean if we're not going to be metaphorical, or if we're not going to be literal about like a location in that geographical sense? What is the issue exactly?
Well, I guess, I mean, the issue is that I would say where we exist, right? We're experiencing something, and and this is through some sort of physical mechanism, right? Like, the screen in front of me is on the same physical substrate as me, right? And I'm somehow like able to like reality somehow is able to evolve to the point where it can sort of observe itself, right? And so I guess so it just begs the question. It's just like, if I'm sort of this observer, that's me, I've identified myself, like, then like what is beyond this experience, right?
Wait a minute. I need to understand better what you're saying. You said there's you, and then there's this screen in front of you.
Or just this world, yeah, this world that you're drinking in, that you're experiencing, that you're touching, feeling.
Okay. So there's you, and then there's the world that you're experiencing.
The world, yeah.
And what is the issue, or what is the problem with that fact?
Well, I guess if you sort of take if you sort of take a step back, like, and drop like all sort of like cultural norms or sort of anything that like takes you away from the rat race, like you take a step back and like you can come to like a pretty obvious like what is actually going on here. You know what I mean? So I think that just that in itself like can cause a lot of dread if like you haven't really like ever taken a step back, right?
Okay, so taking a step back from the rat race, you said that can cause dread.
Yeah, taking a step back from yeah, just any sort of like cultural sort of norms that like typically can cause you to like just keep your head down and just focus on sort of the next, whatever the next goal is, you know what I mean? Whether that be, going to school, getting married, having kids, all those sorts of things, saving, partying.
Okay. So maybe wondering what's it all for? Like, why am I doing all this
what's
stuff?
it all for? And then and what is this? Like, what is this experience where like I am, and there is like, so like, yeah, I guess I'm just trying to make sense of that.
Okay. So I wrote, what's it all for? Why am I doing all the stuff I do? And I guess if you don't have a good answer to those questions, that could be unsettling. Now I have answers to those. So
Sure.
if I'm asked, what is it all for? Why do I do all the stuff I do? I would say it's to enjoy my life, or to be happy. That's another way I could put it. That's what it's all for. And I'm comfortable with that answer. I think happiness is a worthy goal. Enjoying life is a worthy goal. And there's nothing more worthy, in fact, than that. Nothing else worth pursuing, ultimately, than just enjoying your existence. So I'm comfortable with that answer.
Yeah, well, I'm with you there, but sort of to get from the point that starting point of just taking a step back and to there is that to be able to achieve that like in a genuine way, there is like a sort of, I think like a real let go and faith and belief that you are part of a bigger picture. I feel like that's, and I think that's just part of like the human experience, that we need some sort of like to really close the dots, like to have some like just ounce like mustard seed of faith.
Okay, so now here it sounds like you might be bringing in something where I would not agree. When you see being part of a bigger picture, we often hear a phrase like that. Sometimes it's put as live for something bigger than yourself, something beyond just yourself. But I reject that. I don't see that makes any sense. I think you are the most important thing in your existence, and there's no reason.
Well, I would say reality is more important than me in
Why?
my own existence. Like that, I would say that because I would say that comes first. If there's no process for which to have anything to observe, then there's nothing to observe.
Well, okay, the fact that reality comes first, and I agree it does. Uh, I don't think that means it's more important, or that it should be more important to you. So there was an Earth before I existed, and at a certain point in time, I started existing. But once I'm in existence, what I care about the most is me. And reality is a means to my ends. It's a means to my happiness, my enjoyments. And the fact that reality had to be there first for me to come into being is true, but I don't think that means reality apart from me should be the highest thing that I value. Why should it be? Why shouldn't I be the highest thing I value?
Yeah, I just feel like there just isn't really enough juice to squeeze out of just yourself. I feel like sometimes.
Not enough juice to squeeze.
In terms of it trying to induce sort of the goal that we were talking about, this like flourishing of life.
Okay. Can you elaborate? I'm not sure what you mean by, or why you would say there's not enough
Well, I guess
juice.
it's just if we're emphasizing ourselves as the most important thing in regards to reality, right? I feel like that sort of can, like, obviously we should believe in ourselves and we should emphasize ourselves, but I think sort of emphasizing beyond yourself is also important. Is probably more important.
Okay. Why? Why is it more important to emphasize something beyond yourself?
I guess it's just more of like having sort of an image, like that's where people leverage Christ as like this sort of image to gesture yourself towards, and doing that and sort of de-emphasizing yourself, like that sort of act can lead you to a more enjoyable, flourishing life.
Okay. By the way, your audio it sounds like it's maybe windy where you are. I don't know what situation you're in, but it's a little difficult to hear sometimes. But I heard at least part of what you were saying. You said if it's more enjoyable if you do something, or if you could you say that part again? What makes something makes your own life more enjoyable if you do what?
I guess if you emphasize outside of yourself, yeah.
If you emphasize something outside of yourself, okay. But I guess if
you place yourself in that outside of yourself, so like that's the bigger picture, right? So you're seeing beyond. Like even if your picture is just like your family, right? Like that's a picture. That's a greater picture than just yourself. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean it involves more people, but when you say greater, well, I wouldn't say it's necessarily greater if that means better or more moral. It just involves more people. But more people doesn't necessarily mean it's better.
Yeah. I mean, there's like some sort of magnitude, I guess, to it that is different than just the picture of yourself, right? And so you can expand that too. So, you can go beyond just your family. It's like you're part of the community. You're part of the state, the country, the planet. You know what I mean? And doing this and like feeling this is like I feel like is a therapeutic exercise and can lead to, like I said, that more flourishing of life.
I do think that being part of a group can increase your own well-being, but it depends on the type of group. Like if you're with a bunch of honest, rational, productive people, I think that can definitely help you. But if you're with dishonest, thieving murderers, that can make your existence much worse. So, as to whether being as part of a group is helpful, makes your own existence more enjoyable, I think it depends on the people. But maybe more important is just that the reason to be concerned about other people is how they impact you. So if you're saying, well, it's good to be part of a group, at least in some cases, because it makes your life better, well, then I would say, yeah. But then it seems like we're making ourselves the most important value. And if something serves that value, if being in a group serves that value of making your life better, then it's good to join that group. Otherwise, if it doesn't make your life better, or if it makes it worse, then I would say don't join that group. But your own life is the standard of value.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think there's just like this reciprocal thing going on. But I mean, at the end of the day, when you're part of a group, you're identifying with something that is beyond yourself. And so I guess that's what I'm saying is we strive to sort of identify with a bigger picture than ourselves. I think that's part of how we can flourish, right? And we do this with, I mean, that's what I guess the religious people do it. They take that, picture and go all the way to, to the end of the cosmos, right? And, but yeah, I guess all I'm trying to say. It's just like a different framing. I think we're like saying the same thing. It's just like just different sort of, different ways to say it.
Well, I think the religious way of relating to other people is very different, actually, than the way I relate to other people. Because on the religious view, at least on many religions' view, like Christianity, the idea is that you sacrifice yourself for the sake of others. Like Jesus is held up as a moral paragon that we should emulate, someone who sacrifices for the sake of others. He's not including others in his own life because he thinks they will somehow contribute to his own well-being. So it's not a self-interested reason he has for doing what he does. He's subordinating his own interest to the interest of other people. Whereas I think you shouldn't do that. Your own interest should come first. And if others contribute to your own interest, then and only then should you involve them in your lives. But you should never sacrifice yourself and put others ahead of yourself, as Christianity would have you do.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is sort of meaning to be had in some level of sacrifice that when you have like a surplus to give, it's certainly a fulfilling thing and can lead to that flourishing that we are striving for.
Okay, well, the term sacrifice is one we might need to unpack here. I think it can be in your interest to help others, donate to a charity, for instance, but I wouldn't call that a sacrifice. At least if I were to donate to a charity,
a micro sacrifice.
No. I wouldn't call it a sacrifice at all. I would call it an act of self-interest. Like if I'm donating money to a charity, maybe there's someone I want to help out. Maybe I have a family member or a friend who's going through a rough time, and I value the person and I want to see the person do well. So I loan the person some money, or just give the person some money, or maybe give them a place to stay for a while. But that's in my interest because it benefits me to see the other person doing well. I enjoy seeing them do well. I don't want to see them be miserable and in pain.
So you're equating sacrifice to like you are actually like there's like worsening in a measurable way.
So the way I understand sacrifice, and I get this from Ayn Rand, is the giving up a value for a lesser value or a non-value. So if I were to let's say there's an enemy of me, not like a friend or family member who I value, but say someone who I disvalue, a hostile person, maybe someone who wants to rob me, kill me. Now, if I were to help that person out, that would be a sacrifice, because I would be giving up something, my own money or time or well-being, for the sake of something that I don't value, namely the well-being of this evil, irrational person.
Gotcha. I see. This was super helpful. I have to drop in a little bit. I'd love to call back, take some time and digest what we talked about, and call back maybe sometime in the future. But
Okay.
I appreciate the time, and
Sure
it
thing.
was helpful. It probably didn't sound like we went anywhere, but it was helpful. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I feel like I got something out of the conversation. But yeah, you're welcome to call back. And you might also find reading some Ayn Rand's will clarify some things. There's a lot free you can find online. But yeah, feel free to call in the future.
Good.
I stream every 5 days.
Cool. All right. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Take care.
Okay. Yeah, you too. Bye. Okay. It looks like he didn't hang up yet, so I'll hang up. Okay, because I didn't hear the hang up tone until I just hung it up myself a second ago. And I think you heard that. So now I'm going to go back to mute my Chrome audio, so if another person calls in, you won't hear it ringing. I can screen it again. All right, good. And it looks like a lot of the trolls might have left, because I see it's down now to 14 people. And when I saw the troll one troll here, there was like around 30 people. So maybe just when I called them out and let them know that I probably was on to the fact that there's a lot of trolls here and that I would just block them, they gave up and left. And that's good. Mellow Mao is here. Hello. He says, I like this caller. He's giving honest, authentic answers to tough questions. John Search says, are you putting up a StreamYard link? No, I don't use StreamYard. I use Google Voice and Zoom. So the number I have on my backgrounds is a Google Voice number. But you can also call in by Zoom. There's a link in my description under the video, as well as a phone number for Zoom. All right, so there are a couple super chats I didn't get to yet, so I should go back to those. But I want to say thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes on the stream. And thanks for the new subscribers. I see I just got another one. Up to 8 likes now. Thanks for those. All right, so there was one. Oh, yeah, Robert he had a super chat about grace. He had 2 super chats about grace. And I was in the middle of talking about one of them when the caller called. And I don't know if I had anything more to say. Oh, yeah, I was saying how in some cases rudeness might be appropriate, like F you if someone is being really obnoxious or violating your rights even. And I mentioned that Ankar Gate, an objectivist philosopher, said that would be an appropriate response, although I can't remember exactly in relation to what he said that would be an appropriate response. Maybe some of you out there remember if you heard his talk. It was from a few years ago at an OCON, I think. Objectivist conference. But yeah, in a certain context, I agree that grace and graciousness can be rational Okay, let me go to Jason asked a super chat question. Thank you. For 200 Czech somethings. I don't know how much. I'm curious how much that is in US dollars. I want to look that up. The first time I got a super chat in Czech currency. Okay, that's $9.62 in US currency. So about $10. Thank you, Jason. Czech koruna. 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 That's what the K is. Okay, he asks, if objectivism requires capitalism, but its implementation depends on laws not yet written, and those laws aren't objectivism itself, how do you define the line between the philosophy and its application? Okay, I'm going to have to read that one again. Greg says, so calls trump super chats. I don't know if they always do. Maybe sometimes they do. So I was in... I think I had already said most of what I wanted to say about Robert's chat, so I wasn't exactly in the middle of it. Maybe I was like 90% of the way through. But calls give me a lot of content for the show. So I do give them some priority. And if I miss a call, the person might not call me back. Whereas the super chat is just, it's always there. I can see it whenever I want to. So I guess that's a reason to take calls when they come in. But I haven't worked out a rule about this. I don't know that I'm always going to handle it the same. But there are some considerations about calls that make me want to take them right when they happen. They give me a lot of content, which I think is good for the show. They help generate interest, and they are somewhat ephemeral, right? So it might be like sometimes I miss a call and the person doesn't call back, and it's just a lost opportunity. So in order not to lose those opportunities, I like to take them right when they happen, at least sometimes. But I will evolve over time the best method of dealing with calls. Oh, yeah, you say they give my voice a break too. Yeah, that's also important. I forgot that one. Yeah, my voice might be hurting now if I hadn't had that caller to do some of the talking. Thanks for reminding me. Okay. So, Jason's chat. If objectivism requires capitalism, but its implementation... Well, what does it mean to say objectivism requires capitalism? Like, you could be an objectivist as an individual, even if capitalism doesn't exist. Like, you can be an objectivist right now. Or if we're not talking about an objectivist, but the philosophy of objectivism, it could exist, right? Ayn Rand created this philosophy even though capitalism didn't exist. She lived in a mixed economy in the United States. So the philosophy can exist without capitalism. A follower of the philosophy, an objectivist, can exist without capitalism. But if you mean the implementation of the objectivist philosophy in reality requires capitalism, like in the long run, yes. If that's what you mean, okay. But I just wanted to mention, there is a sense in which you could... Objectivism doesn't require capitalism, but in a sense it does. It's full implementation in reality. Okay, so let me read on. if objectivism requires capitalism for its full implementation, but its implementation depends on laws not yet written, and also laws need to be removed, right? It's not just we need to add to the laws that do exist. We need to take away the laws, take away some of the laws, like antitrust laws that exist. But that's maybe just a picky point. You might say, okay, well, imagine we have a law that says there shall be no laws that involve initiating force against people, and that implication of that is that there should not be antitrust laws and a bunch of other laws that involve violating rights, like laws that would implement a military draft, or laws that allow taxation or regulation. Okay. And those laws aren't objectivism itself. The laws that need to be written. Well, what if, like the example I gave a second ago, that suppose there's a law that says there shall be no laws that involve initiating force against people. Let's say that's part of the Constitution. Maybe there's a constitutional amendment that says there shall be no laws that involve initiating force. So what's the law in Atlas Shrugged? Plot spoiler, Judge Narragansett at the end, he's revising the Constitution, and he writes some law that says there shall be no laws that abridge the freedom of production and trade, something like that. I forget the exact words. No laws abridging the production and trade. Now, is that not objectivism itself? Is that just an application of objectivism to the field of law? Maybe that's the right way to think of it. I'm just trying to process each element of Jason's super chat. So there's a lot here to unpack before I get to the end of it and provide some kind of answer. Got to understand the question before I can answer it, right? It's a rich question. If objectivism requires capitalism, but its implementation depends on laws not yet written, and those laws aren't objectivism itself, how do you define the line between the philosophy and its application? Okay. Well, maybe a way you could define it is, what did Ayn Rand herself say? Because I think what objectivism is what Ayn Rand's called objectivism. It's the name she gave to her philosophy. And it could also include anything she endorsed during her lifetime. She also said that. Well, I don't know if she said that as part of her definition of objectivism, but I think you could include as part of objectivism, A, what Ayn Rand says is part of objectivism, as well as B, anything not by her, but which she says is part of objectivism. Like if lectures were given by Nathaniel Branden or Leonard Peikoff, and she says this is objectivism, or this is consistent with objectivism, then, well, I guess that's not the same. To say it is objectivism or is part of objectivism isn't the same as saying it's consistent with objectivism. But if she says, like Leonard Peikoff's lectures in 1976, which she sat in on, at least some of his lectures, if she says this is a correct presentation of the philosophy of objectivism, then I think you can take that as being objectivism. even though she herself didn't deliver the lectures, but she endorsed it. So I think that's a way you could define the line. So if something is in application, like let's say Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction, he gave lectures after she died, and he was building on her ideas in epistemology, her theory of concepts, and he says his theory of induction is building on that, but it's not part of objectivism. So I would say Leonard Peikoff's theory of induction, you might say that's an application of objectivism. It's an application of Ayn Rand's theory of concepts to a certain issue in epistemology, but his application of her ideas about concepts to the question of induction, it's not something that she did, nor did she endorse it. This was done after she died, so she wasn't around to endorse it or consider it. So I don't think that could be part of objectivism. So I think that's how I draw the line between the philosophy and its application. Does that answer it? That's off the top of my head what I would say about this. So let's say some objectivist legal scholar goes through the Constitution. Actually, Brian Simpson did this. He's an economist. And he wrote a book, which I actually endorsed on the back. I wrote a little blurb on the back for it. A Declaration and Constitution for a Free Society. I think that's the title of it. Something like that. And he went through the entire Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, and he revised it in various ways to make it consistent with the objectivist principle of individual rights. So that's an example of I wouldn't say the new constitution or declaration he came up with is part of objectivism. You might say it's an application of objectivism. It's his application of objectivism, but it's not part of objectivism, because Ayn Rand didn't do it, and nor did she endorse it. But even some things that Ayn Rand did herself are not part of objectivism, like her views on psychology. Right? She had views about femininity and masculinity and homosexuality. So I don't think these are part of the philosophy of objectivism. They're certain views she held, but it's not like everything Ayn Rand uttered about anything ever is part of her philosophy of objectivism. Like, if she says, I like hot dogs and French fries, right? Hot dogs and French fries are good. Or salad is bad. She didn't like salad, I heard that. That's not part of objectivism, right? That's just some personal view she had, but not part of objectivism. Okay, well, that's what I would say now to Jason's question. Thanks, Jason, for that. Roman Viking is here. Hello. Some more comments from Jason. Looks like he's engaging with Roman Vikings some there. Okay. Oh, a Ghosty also was in the chat. Hello. Or maybe is in the chat. You were at the Porto conference that the Ayn Rand Institute put on last time I was doing a live stream. I remember that. Hope that went well. Okay, there was one other super chat I haven't addressed yet from Robert. He asked another one, or maybe it wasn't a question, but a comment about grace. Yeah, here it is. He says, grace, style, manners, generosity, goodwill, dignity, elegance, physical self-possession and self-mastery, fluidity of movement. All right, so he's giving a description, characterization of grace. I looked that up before, so to get a better sense of how the dictionary would define it, but he's giving some elaboration here on how he understands it. So thanks for that, Robert. I appreciate the additional support. Style, manners, generosity, goodwill, dignity, elegance. I do think those are good things to have, at least in some contexts. As mentioned, there might be some contexts where it's appropriate to be more rough and less refined. But certainly, sometimes I think it's good to exhibit these qualities. And you also add physical self-possession and self-mastery and fluidity of movements. That's something you might have as a dancer or an athlete, a gymnast, for example. But I guess you could also have it in just walking, for instance. But it might be more common to notice in something where the movement is out of the ordinary, like how an athlete moves or a dancer, or certain animals like cats, right? They have a lot of control over their movements. He has cat-like movements. I've heard that expression. Okay. I'm just going to sort these by... Oh, I can't look for... I can sort these by fan funding, but I want to do that in a different window. So I think there were one from Bobby, three from Robert, and one from Jason. Yeah. Okay. Thanks to all the super chatters again for your support. You also support me through Patreon and PayPal. Those are linked in my description. And I get a higher percentage from them. YouTube will take a 30% cut, but PayPal only takes a 2 or 3% cut, and Patreon is 10 to 15%. Goal achieved. See, when I click on that 5 out of 5, it says I achieved my super chat goal. We had 3 hours to get it. I started around 2 o'clock. It's almost 5 o'clock. Well, it's still 40 minutes to 5. So we still got some time to spare so we can exceed the goal. And maybe I'll start a new goal after 5 o'clock. But the first 3 hours, we hit that goal. So that's good. See, I can collect all the super chats together here if I sort by fan funding. But I didn't want to do that in the other chat window because then I might not be able to scroll back as far. All right, but I'm going to go back to the chat window. BrainG says, do you think that compatibilism is compatible with objectivism? No pun intended. Do you think that compatibilism is compatible, no pun intended, with objectivism? Nope. No, I think objectivism is incompatible with compatibilism. For anyone who doesn't know, compatibilism is the idea that free will and determinism are compatible. Another way it's sometimes put is moral responsibility and determinism are compatible. And I also reject that. So I think if you're determined, then you're not free. And also, if you're determined, you're not morally responsible. You're only morally responsible for things if you are free and not determined. I think Ayn Rand talks about this in, I don't know if she, well, I don't think she ever uses the term compatibilism explicitly. That's a philosophical term, an academic term, and I'm not aware that she ever used that, but I think she says things which imply that she would reject compatibilism, and I'm trying to remember where exactly she says them. I think it might have either been in the letters of Ayn Rand's, at least in the letters of Ayn Rand, maybe also in journals of Ayn Rand, but I think what I'm remembering now is there are some letters in the book Letters of Ayn Rand where she is discussing religion and its view of original sin. Like, even if you didn't, you're just born stained with sin, and she rejects this. And I think you can take this as an example of how she thinks in order for you to be morally responsible for something, it has to be open to your choice. You can't just be born in sin. So she thinks original sin is a monstrous doctrine. I think she uses that term, monstrous. It might have been in a letter to Rose Wilder Lane. I think that would be my guess of where, at least one place where she discusses this. To be morally blameworthy for something, to be said to be sinful, to have committed some sin, you must have been able to have a choice about what you do. If you didn't make any choices, you can't be regarded as sinful. The moral is the volitional. The moral is the chosen, on Rand's view. Bobby says, I like Atlas Shrugged, where Hugh Axton discusses what prayer ought to represent. I don't remember that. Live live forever in the chat. He says Adam made the choice. Well, then Adam can be sinful, right? If Adam did something wrong, then you could say he's sinful. And Eve, maybe she is sinful, but I'm not sinful. You're not sinful if you didn't make the choice. You can't inherit sin. Sin is not like DNA, which can be passed on. That's Rand's view. And whether what Adam and Eve did should have even been regarded as sinful, I think that's certainly something you can question. Like eating from the tree of knowledge, that should be a good thing, right? Acquiring knowledge is good. That's how we survive, through our reason, by understanding the world. But in Christianity, that's a sin. I think that reflects badly on Christianity. Is she Christian? Asks Live Forever. Who? Ayn Rand? Ayn Rand is not Christian. All right. All right. So where am I, what chat am I going to address next? Or who's going to call next? Evolutionary-Capitalist is here. Hello. John Search says he's new here, first time. Good to know. Welcome. Welcome to all the newcomers. I've seen many new people here. Live Forever, I guess, is the new person. I don't think I've seen you here before. Frazee6815. Another new person. All right, so if you want me to prioritize your chat, you can put some dollars on it. Do a super chat. Or you can become a channel member and get one of those stars next to your name. All right. I got to figure out which chat I'm going to address next. I got a lot of choices here. Because a lot of chats came in when I was on that call. So I'm not sure what I'm going to address next. But as I said, if you want me to prioritize your chat, you can do a super chat. Okay. And I also want to give some priority to the people who are members, who've got the star next to their names. And that star will change the longer you're a member. I think that the color, the background color of the star will change. Maybe every month. If we went strictly by the Bible, most everyone is sinful to some degree. Says Frazee. Let's be honest, he continues. Who here has waited up until after marriage for that? If you didn't, you already sinned according to the Bible. That's why I don't really care about the Bible, he says. Well, if the purely moral person, the most moral person, is the one who sacrifices himself like Jesus, then you can't even live and be Christian if you're fully moral. If you have to do what Jesus did, if you have to kill yourself, not for your own sins, but for other people's sins, how awful is that? Die for the sins of others? I think that's very irrational and immoral on a rational idea of what morality is. And then he says, I think the Bible has a point. I think the Bible has a point about sexuality. Look at what lust is doing to our generation. The problem isn't lust, it's the people. I can experience lust without gawking over women online and paying for their OnlyFans. Well, the Christianity is anti-sex, at least sex for pleasure. Like, you can be fruitful and multiply, but if you just want to have sex for pleasure, I think that's where Christianity is anti-sex. And it's against contraception, or at least the Catholic Church is, and abortion. I think the background color is assigned to support level. Yeah, that's right. I can also do custom emojis. I think I can upload, instead of the stars, I could upload photos and that's what it would appear. Maybe I'll do that at some point. A core point of Christianity is that everyone is a sinner. That's why Jesus exists. Do you have utilitarian morality? I don't. I'm an egoist. So the utilitarian slogan is the greatest good for the greatest number. So the standard of the good is whatever is good. You might think it's circular. What's good is whatever is good for the greatest number. Whatever increases the utils in the universe, the units of utils in the universe. It doesn't matter if you are getting more utils, more utility, more happiness, or somebody else is, or an animal is, or a fish. As long as whatever conduces to the greatest production of utility in the universe is what you should do. But I reject that. As an egoist, I say, no, the best thing to do is what increases my well-being, my utility, my utils, my happiness. And likewise for you, the best thing for you to do is whatever most conduces to your well-being, your happiness. That's the egoist approach. What is the basis of your morality? Well, that could be a big topic. Maybe we can get into that. The golden rule. That's what Frazee is articulating here. My moral code is simple. I don't do to others what I don't want to happen to myself. I don't want to be killed. I don't want to be robbed. You get the point. We talked a little about the golden rule last time. But what if you're alone on an island? Then what should you do? I don't think morality is primarily social. I think it's primarily concerned with what you should do to make your own life go the best. And it applies even if you're alone. Your life can certainly go better if you have others, at least certain others, around you. But morality is not essentially about how you relate to others. That's just part of morality. That's how I see it. Egoism isn't exactly specific. Everyone is an egoist from a certain point of view. How so? All right, Roman Viking just came in with a super chat. €5. Thank you. I'm going to give that a heart and a like. And a reply. Okay. So, since I give super chats priority, we've now exceeded the goal. That's great. So we're 6 out of 5. He asks, should all laws be checked by the Supreme Court before they become law, so they are constitutional? Is Parliament daily necessary in capitalism? I'm curious about your name, by the way, Roman Viking. I don't remember if I asked you about that before, but sometimes I like to know what inspired people's names. Yeah, you did it. You corrected your typo there. Should all laws be checked by the Supreme Court before they become law, so they are constitutional? I think that I haven't considered this before, but just thinking off the top of my head, I think that might be too difficult because there's so many laws that if you consider like state government and local government, county government, there's hundreds of courts or legislatures, and for every law to be checked by the Supreme Court, which is only 9 people right now, and they already have they're already rejecting many cases. They can't handle everything that people already want them to handle. I don't know what percentage of cases. I think it's a small percentage. I used to know. Actually, I can Google that and give you a quick answer. What percentage of cases does the Supreme Court hear? The Supreme Court hears less than 1% of the cases appealed to it, typically accepting only about 70 to 80 cases for full review out of 7,000 to 10,000 petitions filed annually. This means the court rejects over 99% of requests for review, often referred to as petitions for a writ of certiorari, That's according to the Pacific Legal Foundation. Okay, so they already have a very full schedule. They already have a lot on their plate, and I don't think it's realistic for them to review every law that is passed anywhere in the U.S. They just don't have time for it. Now, I don't know if there's some way that AI or something could help make it quicker, more doable, but my initial thought is I'm not sure that could be done given all their responsibilities that they already have. And I don't know that it would be necessary. Like if we had even the Supreme Court itself doesn't really understand individual rights. I think, I'm not a legal scholar and I don't follow the Supreme Court very closely, but based on what I've heard from people who are more legal scholars, it sounds like they objectivist, who follow the court in legal issues more closely than I do. They've said that the Supreme Court doesn't really understand, the Supreme Court justices don't really understand individual rights. And this is reflected in some of their rulings. So what we really need is to do what this show is doing and try to spread Ayn Rand's ideas, including her understanding of individual rights, so more people understand it, including people who eventually end up on the Supreme Court. And once the culture as a whole gets a much better understanding of individual rights as well as other aspects of the objectivist philosophy, then there's no need for the Supreme Court to check every law before it becomes law, because laws wouldn't be passed in the first place unless they were constitutional or unless they were respecting individual rights, assuming that's really what we're going for. Because something might be constitutional but not respect individual rights. Like there can be problems in the Constitution, and there are problems in the Constitution, like it allows for taxation. So just because something is constitutional doesn't mean it's okay, according to objectivist philosophy. There are certain things, the Constitution I think is a great document, but it's not a perfect document. And there are things about it that need to be revised. One example being that it allows for taxation. But what we really need is a culture that understands objectivism and including the idea of individual rights, and then there's no need for the Supreme Court in that society to review every law. The laws would overwhelmingly be right in the first place because people have a greater understanding. But one way you might think of this is like it's a way of bypassing the need for cultural change and getting people spreading a rational philosophy. There's not like some silver bullet, is that the term? Some easy, quick fix, like having the Supreme Court check everything. Because the Supreme Court itself, they don't really understand individual rights. So if that's really what you're asking about, like not whether, because we don't really want laws just because they're constitutional, like taxation, that's constitutional, but that's the law that violates individual rights. So if what you're really asking about is like, should we have the Supreme Court check laws to ensure that they don't violate individual rights, because that's what we really care about? Well, as I said, even the Supreme Court doesn't understand individual rights, I don't think, at least not perfectly. They're not objectivists. Not that an objectivist necessarily understands it perfectly either, but at least that would be maybe a necessary, if not sufficient, condition of understanding individual rights, is to grasp Ayn Rand's understanding of individual rights. And, the Supreme Court itself, they disagree amongst themselves. And it's not always a unanimous decision, and then there's dissenting voices. Okay, so that's what I'll say on the first question you asked there. No would be my answer in brief. Rather, we just need more understanding in the culture and on the Supreme Court of what individual rights are. Now, your second question is Parliament daily necessary in capitalism? Like, does the Congress need to meet every day? No, I don't see why that would be necessary. I see Audrey just came in. Is that Audrey? I think that's Audrey. Yeah, Audrey just came in with the super chat. Thank you. Let me give that a heart and a like. And reply. Thank you, Audrey. Roman says thanks. You're welcome. I didn't get to your second question. Oh, yeah, I guess I did, but I was much briefer about it. Is Parliament daily necessary in Cal? Yeah, I don't see why it would be. And they need breaks, right? Just like everybody. Like, you might not want to work 7 days a week. You might want a vacation sometimes. Now, there's certain times of the year when Congress is in session, or Parliament, if you're in a country that they call it a parliament instead of a Congress, but a legislative body. I don't think they need to meet every day. I don't see why they would. There's a few months ago, I was reading about the laws in the first Congress back in 1789, and I think the sessions were a few months. Maybe the first session started meeting in March of 1789 and went for a few months, and then I don't remember the dates, but and I don't really know how relevant that is, but I was just trying to think in terms of what has actually happened in the U.S. history, and I don't see any problem with that. I guess I would want to know if you do think they should meet every day. I would want to know why. Because I mean, if the role of one role of the legislature is to pass laws, there's not going to be. I mean, there will be a more and less busy times for them. Like when you're first starting up a country, like in 1789, you might think, well, we have to meet a lot because there's a lot we have to figure out here. We got to get a lot of laws in place. But once you got the thing going, then maybe there will be less need to meet because you've already got the basic laws in place, and you only need to meet when some issue arises that calls for a new law or laws. There's other things they do besides just pass laws, like they have hearings. There's various committees, and they have hearings. But still, I don't see why they would need to meet every day. Oh, this might be a good time to also mention there is more that I think a government should do than just the three basic functions that Ayn Rand mentions of police, military, and courts. That's often what I say when people ask me, what is the proper function of government? I mentioned those three, but there are other things that it is appropriate for a government to do, like have a legislature that passes laws. That's not police, military, or courts, but it is a proper function of government. But maybe this is one way that differs from police, military, and courts. You don't need it every day. That never occurred to me. Whereas police you always want there to be police active. I mean, not the same police, they can rotate, but there's always got to be some police to protect people, and there should always be military on guard against foreign threats. So that has to be in place 24/7, 365. In courts, likewise, I guess maybe less. They don't have to be going 24/7, 365 like police and military do, but they also, maybe it's appropriate for courts to operate year-rounds because there's so much to deal with. Well, maybe depending on the society, there will be more or less to deal with, but we can at least say with police and military, they should always be operative. Courts, maybe they don't have to be in session as much. Well, like the Supreme Court is not always in session, but if we were talking about the courts more generally, like the lower courts, courts of appeals, district courts, federal district courts, state courts, county courts, maybe they shouldn't be active 24/7 like the police, like around the clock. They can at least go home at night and take the weekends off, right? Take some holidays off. But maybe, at least in general, they should be active most of the year. But Congress, I would think they could be active even less than the courts. So maybe they only need to be in session 50% of the year, 2/3 of the year. I don't know. I haven't thought about that much, but it just occurred to me now that that's one way you might distinguish the various functions of government. You always want to have police and military active, and mostly the court be in session. But when it comes to other parts of government, like the legislative branch, maybe they don't have to meet as much. Okay. Thanks for that super chat, Roman. All right, next I'm going to go to Audrey's super chat. Thank you, Audrey, for the $5. She asks, under capitalism, how can suicide be a rational response to the loss of a loved one? Why not choose to enjoy life? Okay. Well, your life might be very sad without that loved one, so that you are miserable all the time. It's just such a huge hole in your life, and nothing else can fill it, that you might prefer not to go on. I certainly don't say that's necessarily the case, but it might be the case. It might be partly a function of how old you are. Like, let's say you lose a spouse when you're in your 30s. So you have a lot of life ahead of you, hopefully at least statistically. If you live a average lifespan, let's say into your 70s or 80s, maybe 90s, hey, with life extension, maybe our lives will be getting much longer. But let's say you still have a lot of years ahead of you, so you have a lot of time to find someone who you can love and maybe be your spouse. So there, you might think it makes more sense to continue living and look for another person eventually, after you've gone through a grieving period. But if let's say you're very old already, you're in your 90s, let's say you're 95 and you're married to someone who's 94. So your 94-year-old spouse dies and you're already on your deathbed, let's say. You don't have much time anyways, and you might say, all right, well, I don't want to go on. I don't think I'm going to find somebody else to replace this person that I just lost, so I don't want to spend the last few months or however long you estimate you have in just sad that you lost your partner. So there, it might be more rational to just say, in my life. So I think it depends partly on the context, how much time you have, how likely it is that you'll be able to find someone else. I thought of Will Durant, actually, as I was, or I guess just before I started giving this example of people in their 90s. Will Durant, he's a historian who I love, and he lived to be 96, I think. And he was married to Ariel Durant, and I think she died first. But it was very close. I'm trying to remember the story. And they co-wrote his Story of Civilization, by the way, which I wrote a review of. It's been published, my one publication in a. So I highly recommend it. And they were married. I think he was 28 and she was 15 or 14 or 15, I want to say. She was very young. Maybe they had different laws back then about legal age of becoming married, but I think he was 28. This would have been, he was born in 1885, right? I think it was 1885. So if he was 28 when they got married, then that would have been 1913, at least roughly. 1913. So maybe back then they had different laws in the U.S. about legal age of marriage. So I think she was either 14 or 15 when they were married. So they had a long marriage. So how long would that have been? So from age 28 to age 96, that's almost 70 years. 68 years for him. Well, for both of them. 68 years they were married. So he was 96. And I think they might have both been hospitalized. Or maybe only Will Durant was hospitalized. And he had some illness. And I think his wife had heard that he died. But he didn't actually die. She just heard. She got the news that he died and stopped eating. Once she got that news, she stopped eating. And I think this happens sometimes with pets. They lose their will to live and they get depressed and they just stop eating. And I don't know if that's exactly what happened in her case, if she was just depressed and didn't want to go on. But it's plausible to me that's what happened. But he actually hadn't died. I think she just thought he died. I don't know why. Maybe some relative or friend of the family visited and gave her the wrong news, or maybe she just interpreted the news the wrong way. I forget exactly what happened, but I'm trying to remember the story. I heard it or read about it many years ago. So she hears that her 96-year-old husband has died. She stops eating. I guess she would have been 80, 82 if she was 14 years younger, 82, 83. Yeah. And then she dies. She actually dies. So I think she died first. But then I think within a few days of her dying, I guess due to not eating, then Wildurant finds out, maybe on his hospital deathbed, he finds out that she died, and then he dies. Like within a few days of hearing that she died. Now, I don't know if he died because he stopped eating or exactly what. But anyways, I think in a case like that where you're very old and this has been the love of your life for, many decades, I think it makes sense to, just not want to go on anymore. So, why not choose to enjoy life? I think it might just be impossible, Audrey, in certain cases, like the one I was just giving. Now, maybe if he had another 100 years to live, maybe if life extension was really good, he would have thought, okay, I'm going to be really miserable for a while here, a few years maybe, but then I'll be able to, I'll be in the mood to start looking again for somebody else. But you might just think in that case he was in, it just wasn't possible. So that's what I would say. If you can choose to enjoy life, I think you should. But I think there are some cases where it's just not a realistic option. Like if you're caught in a concentration camp. But you say under capitalism, so I guess that wouldn't be a case. But you could still have a terminal illness like cancer under capitalism. I think you'd be less likely to have such a condition. But you could get that under capitalism. And that would be tragic. And why I think it might be rational to commit suicide. Okay, so that's what I'll say to that super chat. It looks like a new super chat just came in. Thanks again, Audrey, for that question. Romanviking did another one. Thank you. €5. I'm going to give that a heart and a like. Okay, I hope this... Okay. Oh, I didn't do it fast enough. I was trying to do it fast enough so that I could get that tag next to my reply. See up here with... if you reply fast enough, you can get this tag that's the same color. But you have to do it quick, like within a minute or two. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't let you. And I didn't do it fast enough. My computer's kind of slow when I have a lot going on here during the stream, so. But I can still say thank you. Thank you, Romanviking. All right. I see some ambi-socialist comes in here. He says, why do you dislike left-leaning ideologies? All right, well, if you ask that in a super chat, I will more likely get to it or get to it sooner. I'm trying to prioritize super chats here because I want this show to become financially remunerative and self-sustaining. So I'm encouraging super chats by giving them priority. So I'll address some even if they're not super chats, if there's time, but I'm just going to give priority to the ones with dollars or euros. We got euros here. Thank you, Roman. He says, if we achieve ASI, What is ASI? I'm going to have to look that up. Artificial something intelligence? Is morphing with AI through Neuralink humanity's best bet to achieve alignment and not be enslaved like we enslave other animals? All right, I need to look up what ASI is. Oh, artificial superintelligence, you say? I haven't heard of that. I've heard of artificial intelligence and artificial general intelligence, but not artificial superintelligence. What is artificial superintelligence? Like AGI, but superior. So my understanding of AGI, and I've only heard of this, I haven't researched it, but the idea is AI is where limited things can be done. Like maybe a computer can give you directions how to, like your Google Maps can give you directions and tell you turn left at the next light or whatever. But artificial general intelligence is more, it's like a human. It can do anything, not just one specific task, like give you directions on how to drive somewhere or instructions on how to cook something, but it's like a human, right? It can tell you anything that a human could tell you. How to tie your shoes, how to take care of a baby, or a million things, right? That was my understanding of artificial general intelligence. But then you say artificial superintelligence. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean going beyond what a human can do? Let me just do a quick Google on artificial superintelligence. Okay, so here's the AI overview from Google. Artificial superintelligence is a hypothetical AI that surpasses human intelligence across all fields, including creativity, wisdom, and social skills. It is a future self-improving system expected to emerge after artificial general intelligence, capable of solving complex problems beyond human comprehension. Maybe like answering questions like whether there's life in another galaxy, which I used as an example earlier in the stream as something I don't know, in which I don't think anyone knows, but maybe ASI would be able to figure that out. And then it says ASI presents immense potential benefits, but also existential risks. Okay. And there's more, but that's just the one paragraph overview. Okay, so if we achieve artificial superintelligence, is morphing with AI through Neuralink. Now that's Elon Musk's company, right? Neuralink. And his company is able to do things like move or type on a computer screen or move a cursor just by thinking about it. Now, I've seen this done with eye movement. Actually, when I was an undergrad student, I took a computer science course, just one. And in that course, there was some cutting edge technology where I sat in front of a computer, and I guess there was a camera that was kind of like a webcam or like in a laptop. It was focused on my eyes and it tracked the movement. So if I looked at a certain spot, and I guess the camera was hooked up to the computer screen. If I looked at a certain spot on the screen, the cursor would move to that spot. So I could control the mouse just with my eyes. And this was in 2001. Now, I don't know if exactly how Neuralink is different from that. Like, can I just close my eyes and just by thinking, not even looking with my eyes at a certain spot, but just like thinking of moving the mouse cursor to a certain spot on the screen, it will go there? Is that what it does, or an example of what it does? What all can Neuralink do? I don't know. I've only heard of this company and heard a tiny bit about it, so I'm not very informed about it. And I might need to Google that as well. But yeah, let me just Google it and get a quick, like, one paragraph summary of what's going on with that company. And maybe that will be helpful. Okay, I'm going to the Wikipedia. Neuralink is an American neurotechnology company. Is developing impulses, BC, engineers. It was launched in 2016 and first publicly reported in March 2017. Not going to read everything here. By 2019, Neuralink announced it was working on a sewing machine-like device capable of implanting very thin 4 to 6 nanometer, or is that micrometer? Micrometer in width. 4 to 6 micrometers in width threads. Oh, my AirPod just died. Hold on. That might have changed my mic also. I'm not sure. All right. Whenever I switch out my AirPods, I have to reset my mic, and I think it's back to what it should be. You can let me know in the chat if it doesn't sound like it was before. Okay, I see some more chats here from romanviking, which I'll look at in a second, but let me just read a little more of this Wikipedia. In 2019, Neuralink announced it was working on a sewing machine-like device capable of planting very thin threads into the brain, and demonstrated a system that reads information from a lab rat via 1,500 electrodes. It anticipated starting experiments with humans in 2020, but later moved that to 2023. As of May 2023, it has been approved for human trials in the US. On January 29th, 2024, Musk announced that Neuralink had successfully implanted a Neuralink device in a human and that the patient was recovering. He was later identified as Nolan's Arbaugh. One more paragraph. The company has faced criticism for their large number of primates. Maybe I should share this. The company has faced criticism from the large number of primates that were euthanized after medical trials. The monkey's veterinary records allegedly show complications with surgically implanted electrodes. In September 2024, Neuralink announced that its latest development efforts, blind sight, would enable blind people whose visual cortex is undamaged to regain some level of vision. The development received breakthrough status from the U.S. federal government, which will accelerate development. In August and September 2025, Toronto's University Health Network performed Canada's first Neuralink brain implant surgeries on 2 patients with cervical spine cord injuries, marking the first such procedures outside the U.S. Okay. And romanviking says Musk's idea is to connect. Let me go back here. Musk's idea is to connect the human brain directly with computers so both can influence each other. There will be electrodes in the brain, so you have a direct neuron-computer interface. Okay. I wonder if there will be a Wi-Fi network you can use to hook your brain up to the internet. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just download the entirety of Wikipedia into your brain? I think Yaron Brooks said that once. But not that Wikipedia is infallible, but I think there's a ton of knowledge there. As long as it's like stamped Wikipedia so you know the source. Okay, so going back to the super chat, now that I understand a little more about Neuralink, if we achieve artificial superintelligence, is morphing with AI through Neuralink humanity's best bet to achieve alignment and not be enslaved like we enslave other animals? I don't know that there's a danger of being enslaved. See how this number keeps flickering between 1 and 2 likes? I don't know why it does that, but it's a little distracting. I think maybe I should refresh this and see if that makes it stop. Oh, that's not what I needed to click. Here. All right, I just refreshed it, and so far it's not flickering. All right. So I don't know if there's a danger of being enslaved. Often there's a worry that that this happens with new technology. Not that it's going to enslave us necessarily, but it's going to take away our jobs. And then you have Luddites who want to destroy the machines, the factory machines. Oh, somebody's calling. All right. Let me just pick that call up, and maybe I'll put them on holds while I answer this super chat. If I can get to it fast enough. Last time it went to voicemail and I wasn't quick enough. Okay, I wasn't quick enough. So you can call back in, and I will more likely be able to pick up your call because I'm ready for it now. My computer acts really slow sometimes when I'm doing a live stream, because I guess it has to process a lot. So sometimes you have to call in twice for me to be able to pick it up. Let me double check my settings. Okay, he's calling again, but you don't hear it ringing. Oh, this is a different number. Oh, Evolutionary-Capitalists. Okay. Hello? Hi, this is Evolutionary. Yeah. Okay. What did you want to discuss? Yeah, can you hear me? I can hear you, but you can't hear me. Oh, can you hear me now? Okay. What did you want to discuss? Okay. From last time, right? Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that some, but I want to finish answering this super chat. So, I don't know if you want to just hold on or call back. I don't know if I have a way of putting you on hold. Let me see. Or I guess you can mute yourself. Do you have a mute button on your phone? Okay, how about just mute your phone, unless you want to call back. I mean, that's. Do you have a preference on whether you hold? Okay. No, no. I was just in the middle of addressing a super chat, so I'll probably spend a few more minutes on that, and then you can call in. All right. Okay. Bye. Okay. So he's going to call back in a few minutes, and he's called in before once. Actually, we did a video together. He has a channel also on YouTube, but it's been over a year, I think. So it's been a while since I actually had a discussion with him, but he wants to talk about property and island scenarios, or something like that. But let me just say a little more on this super chat. I was talking about oh, John says can't hear the caller. Yeah, you can't hear him because I was just screening the call. I didn't actually want to take it yet. That was intentional. Because sometimes I have trolls and I want to screen them out, which I can sometimes do. So you only hear my side of the conversation. But I just told them that I want to finish addressing the super chat, and then he can call back in a few minutes, and then you'll be able to hear him. I see he said in the chat what he's interested in discussing. Okay, so I think there often when there's a new technology, there's this Luddite kind of anti-technology response, and I wonder if something like that is going on with AI. People have a fear, like, and I was saying it's not necessarily that they're going to kill us or enslave us, but the fear is the machines that are going to take our jobs, they're going to put us out of work, right? And so they want to wreck the machines like the Luddites, and they destroyed the textile machines. I think that's what happened in the early industrial revolution. And I don't think there should be anything to fear about artificial intelligence. I mean, you can use and abuse anything, like a knife, right? A very simple hammer, a rock, very primitive kinds of tools. You can use it for good purposes or bad purposes. You could kill someone with it, or you could use a rock to kill someone, or you could use a rock to kill an animal and get some dinner, if you're a caveman, right? So, and I think AI, it's another tool, and it could be put to good use or put to bad use. And I think there's nothing inherent about AI, I think, that makes it different than any other tool, in that we have something to fear about it, such that we should want to stop development. And that's not what you're saying we should do here. You're not asking, should we not have ASI in order not to be enslaved? You're rather asking, should we morph with AI through Neuralink? Like, should we start getting chips or threads or whatever it is installed in our brains to best align ourselves with ASI and not be enslaved? Well, I don't know about the not be enslaved part, because I'm not concerned that's an issue. I think if we're the programmers of AI, then we can create it such that they don't enslave us. We can be egoists, right? We make them serve our interests, make AI serve our interests, or make ASI or AGI, any kind of AI, serve our interests if we're egoists. So, and if we see any danger of it getting out of control, then we just have to make some adjustments so that it doesn't become detrimental to our interests as human beings. I had another thought that just slipped out of my mind. Oh yeah, vaccines. So I was thinking, like, maybe maybe technology will evolve to a point where it makes most sense for us to have something implanted in our brains to interface with computers or cloud computing. And I was thinking, well, vaccines, that's another case where we do something physical to our bodies in order to better deal with reality. We inject some chemical into ourselves to deal with some virus or bacteria. I guess it's a virus. And we're not we're injecting or we're implanting chips or anything that we vaccines physically interfering or inserting something in the body. My chat just crashed here. Got to reload it. We're physically inserting something in the body in order to better deal with the world. And it's not necessarily that we need to do that to avoid being enslaved, but in order to better get on with our lives and live better lives, maybe we do need to insert, and maybe it should still always be a choice. Like maybe people shouldn't have to get vaccinated right now, even though it's in their interest to. And likewise, maybe people shouldn't have to get something implanted in their brains, even though it's in their interest to do so. Maybe. So maybe it should still be open to people's choice rather than mandatory. So I think maybe that's the best bet to achieve alignments, just as maybe vaccines is the best bet to achieve alignments with the fact that there are certain viruses. Maybe something like what Neuralink is going to be the best bet to achieve alignment with evolving technology. But whether it is or isn't, I don't think we would or should let technology get to a point where it can enslave us like we enslave other animals. So I guess maybe there would have to be some kind of law written to rule that out, the possibility of humans being enslaved. Okay, so that's what I would say on that super chat. Okay, so now maybe I should take a break before he calls back. Roman Viking says, you like to control a superior intelligent being? Good luck. Is that directed at me or somebody else? Maybe you're directing that at me and saying, well, we couldn't design ASI such that it doesn't, so that it's not able to control us. Evolutionary says, yeah, take a break. All right. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I've been going for about 3.5 hours. Greg says, that's intentional, John. He screens them for how it fits in with the flow of the show. Yes. Yeah, I screen my calls. That is not a great way to execute a call-in program. Why not? I give some priority to super chats. They're giving me money. How am I going to do a program at all if I'm not getting money coming in? I could subsidize it by doing other things, but I'd rather not. I'd rather have the show pay for itself. But if the show is going to pay for itself, I need to give some priority to super chats. Greg says super chat trumps call in. Well, this time it did, because I was in the middle of the super chat, and I figured yeah, it just seemed like the flow would work well this time, but I don't have yeah, I think it just depends on the case as to whether I give priority to the call or the chat. Also, I knew this person, so he's called in before, or we've had a conversation before, so I figured he would likely still be around if I didn't take his call immediately. And I did take his call, but I just said, let's have the full conversation later. So it was sort of a compromise between completely ignoring the call and completely taking the call. I took the call, but it was just to set up a longer call later. All right, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the chats. I see we're up to 12 likes now. That's great to see. And let me see, do I have any new subscribers? Yes, 3 new subscribers since I last checked. Excellent. 1,089. One more and we can get up to the next 10, 1,090, and then we can see it change on my page. Right now on the public, say you can only see it say 1.08K, but if one more person subscribes, and it'll go up to 1.09K. Great, thank you all. Okay, so I often take a break during my shows for about 10 minutes, and that's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to write that in the chat. John says, you can call? Yeah, you can call. You're asking for the number. The number is on my background. There's two numbers, actually. There's also a number, a Zoom number in my description, and there's also a Zoom link, but maybe best if you're a first-time caller to just do the Google number. But first in the queue for calls is Evolutionary-Capitalist here. It's now 5:36 p.m. Pacific, so I'm going to say back at about 5:47, because that's going to be about 10 minutes from when I stop talking. Back at about 5:47 p.m. Pacific. Okay. And after the break, I'm going to do a call with Evolutionary, and you can also call in, John, but I don't know how long this call is going to go. Sometimes my shows go for more than 7 hours. Usually they do, actually. So there might be time for another call, maybe multiple other calls. But I'm just going to turn off my mic and video and put on my break slide. Okay. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you after the break. I am back. It occurred to me that what John might have meant when he said that's not a good way to run a call-in show is not that he wasn't talking about interrupting a super chat to take a call. Maybe he meant that I was screening a call and only my side of the conversation could be heard. Maybe that's what he thought was not good. And that is unusual, I guess. Many shows that screen calls, there's a separate person who screen calls and you don't hear the screening. That you have like a producer and all the screening happens behind the scenes, whereas I'm doing it all myself because I don't have someone to screen my calls for me. So I'm not sure if that's what he meant, but yeah, maybe it would be better to have a separate call screener, but right now I don't have that. I like screening my own calls, for now at least. Okay, so Evolutionary-Capitalist is going to call in anytime. Now's a good time to plug my phone in. Maybe, and in the meantime, I'll look at some more chats. Ah, okay, he's calling now. Hello. Hey, hold on a second. Let me just turn your audio on so YouTube can hear you. Let's see. Yeah, it sounds fine. Maybe even a little better than before. Okay, so YouTube should be able to hear you now. All right, so this is Evolutionary-Capitalist from the chats, and
Hey, chat.
we've spoken before once. It's been a while though, and there's a video on his channel, his YouTube channel, from our first conversation, and he's been in my chat many times, but first time he's called in. So, welcome to the show.
Hey, Dan. Thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
I caught some segments on one of your past shows about. I saw you trying to do like a desert island thought experiment about how property disputes and even maybe property allocation would be negotiated between like two people, but there's already like a game theoretic solution to that, and it kind of, if you were to look at it honestly, it actually attacks the basis of Lockean natural property right theory, because Lockean natural right theory is inherently inefficient, and therefore it's going to be unstable with respect to like productive actors in an economy.
Okay.
It's inherently inefficient to assign property rights just based upon, Lockean principles like homesteading and voluntary transfer.
Inherently what?
Was that inherently inefficient?
Oh, okay. I'm just taking some notes here, which you can see on YouTube if you have that open. Okay, inherently
inefficient. So if you're without government, so this is the part I agree with Objectivist, that if you want a system that defends the Lockean property ethic, homesteading and voluntary transfer, you do need government. But I disagree with them on the fact that it's not desirable to defend Lockean property rights. This is inherently inefficient. It gives the current owner in that Lockean chain the monopolistic right to transfer that property to whoever and whenever he wants, which is inefficient. So I claim that property owners should not be given the right to transfer their property.
Okay. I'm writing that down. Property owners shouldn't be given the rights to transfer.
And this comes from game theory analysis. Like if you were to make certain assumptions, like rational actors, rational self-interested actors, perfect information, maybe perfect money, and what you can expect for rational actors to do is negotiate a transfer based upon who is more productive with whatever property you're referring to, even if the current owner doesn't want to. So it'll be kind of a coerced transfer because you have perfect information about what your opponent is willing to spend to take it from you. At that point, you're just maximizing your own utility through damage control by negotiating a coerced transfer.
Okay. So one thing I'll say here at the beginning is we have very different frameworks philosophically and politically. And I know one thing that's come up in many of our discussions before is egoism, which you oppose, as well as free will, which you also oppose, and even capitalism.
I just like to claim agnostic on the free will thing.
Okay. And even capitalism, which is in your username, or Evolutionary-Capitalist. So what you mean by capitalism is probably different than what I mean by it. Because I think you think there should be some coercion, or at least it's permissible for there to be some coercion, whereas I oppose that. So we have many and some very deep philosophical differences, and I know in the past I've tried to go to the most fundamental issues that we differ on, but I know that you're not always interested in going there, like down to some issue of free will. You're more interested in just setting that aside and talking about some issue in ethics or politics. And the issue you raised today is more in the realm of politics than like free will.
I'm talking about just basic. This is game theory is a science of decision making. So I'm just talking. It's kind of in the realm of economics, which is upstream from everything else. I think economics holds the key to morality when you introduce evolution into it and analyze it with game theory. So we can see like the optimal solution, what people should do if they want to maximize their utility. So I can even assume some of your ethics, right? And when you assume perfect rationally actors, they're perfectly self-interested. Give it enough information, and let's say a transparent monetary system, and you can even assume complexity, like we're in a market system where there are enforcers waiting to act based upon certain criteria, like who's going to pay them the most. You can see what would naturally occur and what should occur, right?
All right. So you mentioned rational actors and perfectly rational actors.
Yeah.
Now I'm.
It's kind of assuming everyone's an objectivist. in a way.
Okay. Well, if everyone is an objectivist, then, and that's Ayn Rand's philosophy for anyone who doesn't know Objectivism. So if everyone is an objectivist, then everyone is an egoist. And also people support rights, individual rights, and that's the way they would try to implement a social system or a political system should be founded on this principle of individual rights, which means people shouldn't coerce each other. They shouldn't initiate force.
Let me change that to everyone's an egoist.
Okay.
Because I think it's inherently contradictory to be an egoist and also to adopt the non-aggression principle. I mean, if you were a true egoist, you really don't take into account other people's welfare as insofar as that it's just a means to your happiness. So all you care about is putting all the weight on your happiness. You don't care how you achieve it. That's what a real egoist would be. And when you introduce something, when you call it objectivism and you say you want to maximize your own happiness, but you're willing to sacrifice that maximization by respecting other people's rights, because it's not always in your self-interest to respect other people's rights, as I can show in these property disputes or property allocation theory.
Okay.
Right. When everyone pursues their self-interest, property tends to be distributed and allocated in a much more efficient way. Right. It tends to be distributed based upon comparative advantage, or in other words, by them owning it, it tends to maximize total productivity. Right. Essentially you don't respect unproductive people owning things. There's no reason to. Just because they were the first user or they obtained it in some Lockean chain from the first user is irrelevant to maximizing total productivity for society. It's a sunk cost. This is something you shouldn't even pay attention to the historical ownership of a piece of property.
Okay. So some thoughts on all of this. You've said that you think egoism is inconsistent with the non-aggression principle, or what Rand might call the non-initiation of force principle, the idea that you shouldn't initiate force against others. If you're an egoist, you actually would initiate force against others. That's your view, which I don't...
When it maximizes your happiness.
Okay.
So it's conditional.
Okay.
It's conditional on the only principle of egoism, maximizing your own happiness. So you aggress and you don't aggress when it maximizes your own happiness. You don't care about, so other people's happiness are just a means to that end. So you're not trying to minimize aggression. So if you were in order to prove objectivism and egoism are the same, you would have to prove that minimization of aggression is the same thing as maximizing your happiness.
Okay. Well, the minimization of aggression or initiation of force, that's not the fundamental principle. Egoism is more fundamental. So there are contexts where I think it would be morally justified to initiate force, but these are emergency contexts. Ayn Rand has an essay called The Ethics of Emergency, and she talks about lifeboat cases. Like if you're in a lifeboat and it can only hold one person, but there's you and one other guy trying to get on the lifeboat. You could fight the other guy for it, and you could be morally justified in doing that. But that's an emergency kind of case. In a non-emergency case, she would say, or at least I would say that I think it's wrong to initiate force. So egoism is a more fundamental principle than not initiating force.
So I don't see where you make that arbitrary distinction between lifeboat scenario, a serious situation, and even an everyday scenario, right? I know every day we'll aggress against young kids because we don't think they're rational, or someone maybe that's drunk, whose decision making capabilities are inhibited, right? They're every and I'm taking it even a step further, right? As far as property allocation is concerned, we can't allow people's self-interest to get in the way of total productivity. And the profit incentive, the evolutionary profit incentive given to us by, I believe, evolution, allows, it makes it a natural right because it allows, through profit, it allows people to act on this and come out better for it. So there's a natural profit in some types of aggression where it maximizes total productivity. This is why it is a stable strategy in the end. Okay. So I claim that, so when the only system that will defend Lockean rights is an inefficient one. This is why I'm kind of with some anarchists in that we criticize democracy because it inherently perverts incentive, where it causes people to act inefficiently and vote for inefficient things. And the only way you can get a rational group of people to advocate for Lockean property is when they're not spending their own money.
All right. So one point I'll make is it sounds like your highest value, or at least what you think evolution has programmed to be our highest value, is productivity. I've heard you say something along those lines before, and that's not what I see as the highest value. And you might say, well, we don't have a choice about this, and this might get into the issue of free will. You know, do we actually have choices, or is this something we're determined to do? And if we're determined, then I don't think it really makes sense to discuss. You know, what should we do in this case? We're just going to do it whether we want to or not because we're determined to do it. So the entire field of normativity presupposes free will. So if you're going to make the case that, well, we can't choose some other highest value other than productivity, well, then we might have to talk about free will at that point. But if we do have a choice on highest values, then I think, well, I guess so let me approach it a somewhat different way. I'll say, for me, the highest value is my own life, my own well-being, my own happiness. You could put it different ways, but something along those lines. It's not being productive. So even if some action makes me more productive but less happy, I think that's a worse thing to do.
Yeah. The thing is, like, so so again, game theory, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to assume that you're playing a multiplayer game with the rest of society where everyone adopts that ethic. They don't really care about anything else other than maximizing their own happiness. What you still get is what I envision is the optimal property system, right? If you have enough information, you can negotiate so that you don't go to war in a property dispute. But the transfer of property at the end will go to the person who is most efficient with the property. Right? We can walk through a game theoretical scenario like you're doing on the island. Just assume like perfect information and a monetary system. And let's say there's a market of enforcers waiting to act based upon, again, they're egoists too. So they don't really care about the historical claims, right? They want more money and they want more productivity because more productivity will lower the price level for society. I mean, we can so we can go through like a scenario where you homestead a piece of property on a desert island. I'm also there, and I can be more productive with that piece of land than you. That gives me the incentive to outbid you for it. But if you have enough information, we can come to an agreement where I pay you off. But if you choose not to take that agreement for selfish reasons, the rest of society, acting on their own self-interest, will commit aggression and force the transfer. And in the end, because it's profitable, this type of strategy is sustainable. And that's something you can't overcome, right? you need enough production to fight off. You need enough production from that land to pay off the enforcers or enforce it yourself. And this is just a natural occurrence. This is why. And I make even a further claim. Any system that adopts a Lockean property right enforcement system will eventually go bankrupt or get outcompeted, or even get just conquered.
All right. So maybe we can do this. We can walk through this island case in slow steps. So you were saying that even if you grant me that my highest goal and maybe everyone's highest goal in life is their own happiness or their own well-being, we would still, you think, end up with the kind of social system you support, which somehow is anti-Lockean, I guess. I don't know exactly what if you had to give your system a name, does that mean like we would still get anarchy? Because you mentioned anarchism before. What kind of system would we get in your view if you had to give
It
it a
would be
label?
a pure market system.
Pure market system. Okay.
An evolutionary-capitalist system. So I put a modifier. The evolutionary part is a modifier. So I want to distinguish it between any pre-notions of what capitalism is, because it's so ill-defined already. I want to distinguish from anarcho-capitalism. I want to distinguish it from American capitalism, which I think Ayn Rand fetishized. I mean, it seemed like she adored it so much that she kind of didn't question like the inherent foundations of it.
Well, have you read Ayn Rand?
No. Well, I've read some. I read some excerpts and stuff, and I've watched enough videos and stuff. Like, it interests me to understand it a little. I don't read it because just time constraints. But AI can point me to certain things. If I have any misunderstandings, you can point them out to me instead of telling me to read an Ayn Rand book. Have you read game theory books?
I've read some. Well, not books, but I've read I don't know, articles or
okay.
chapters.
I did the same then with Ayn Rand.
So what have you read
if
by
you want me
Ayn
to
Rand?
point out where I understand objectivism, feel free to. But I think I understand it well enough.
I was trying to get a sense of what you read, because you said you made some claim about her. She's not concerned with the basis of her system or something. Which, if you had read Ayn Rand, I would not make that claim. That seems completely wrong.
I said she wasn't concerned with how the American system was the foundation of the American system, which is inherently kind of Lockean.
I think she's very concerned with that.
Inherently derived from religion, not from any like economic analysis or something more rational than that.
I think she's very concerned with the foundation of the American system. Maybe more so than any other philosopher.
Like, why? Okay, why does she support Lockean natural rights, especially when it comes to property ownership and homesteading and voluntary transfer? What's the reasoning behind that?
She thinks that the social system she supports rests on her ethical system. So she thinks ethics is upstream of politics. So because she advocates an ethics of egoism, and she thinks a certain kind of social system is most conducive to egoism, namely one that respects individual rights, that's why she supports the kind of social system she does.
Yeah, but I previously made an argument why it doesn't. Again, you're playing a multiplayer game where it's a combination of rivalry and cooperation. People's self-interest, the more productive actors in an economy won't allow you to be inefficient because it maximizes their own, and ultimately your self-interest too. It's in your self-interest. You may not realize it, but it's your self-interest to also participate in such a system. Number one, it's stable. Number two, it tends to lower prices the best because it maximizes productivity. And when you take into account all the costs and benefits from your perspective, I mean, you might only be thinking of yourself as maybe potentially the victim of a theft, but you you're not considering number two, you can also benefit from aggression, right? Taking something you're more efficient with than someone else when they're not willing to transfer it. And also, you're more importantly, you're gonna participate in a system that lowers that maximizes productivity, so more goods are out there to distribute amongst the people. And this is why the ego, the lock-in system collapses even when you assume your ethic. I mean, egoism, not the objectivism. Because again, I think there's an inherent contradiction between egoism and objectivism when you introduce the fact that they have to respect, natural rights of other people.
Okay. So one point I noted, and hello to Mellow Mal. I saw you're in the chat. You said that when I asked you what kind of system do we get, you said you would grant that happiness is the highest goal, and we would still get.
I don't believe. Yeah, I grant that, but I don't believe it myself.
Okay. So we would still get a system. I asked you what kind of system would we get, and you said a pure market system.
I have a name for the property system. It's called a comparative advantage bidding system. It's more complex. It's essentially the high bidder system, but it takes into account opportunity costs.
Comparative.
If you want to call it a high bidder system, right? Whoever's willing to pay the most for the property, you can. But I'll correct you along the way where it matters.
Comparative
because
advantage
unless
bidding
you know
system?
economic. Yeah, you can look up comparative advantage. It's an economic term.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Like the one who's most productive at a certain activity, it makes most sense for them to do that one, even if they're more productive, or even if someone else is. I guess even if I'm more productive at making widgets
absolute advantage
than you are.
Yeah.
Or no, how would it go? So like one person manufactures.
Sometimes people. It goes. There's a difference between absolute advantage and comparative advantage. Sometimes people have an absolute advantage in one thing, but don't have a comparative advantage in it.
Okay.
So just because you're the most efficient with a piece of property doesn't mean you should own it. Okay. Because by you owning it doesn't maximize total productivity.
All right.
But so if you take into account opportunity costs, like for instance, me and you on a desert island, let's say there's a monetary system. You currently homesteaded a piece of land that I want. If you know that if you know the monetary value I put on that, or the expected productivity I can generate from that piece of property, and it's greater than yours, right? There's an incentive for me to try to get it from you either through voluntary transfer or aggression. It depends upon what you play, right? Okay. I'd like, if I'm utilitarian, I don't want to waste resources on a war. And all you care, but the fact, so negotiation naturally comes about from expectations, right? So each party, they're gonna play a thought experiment on what will happen if they go to war. Now, the fact that I'm willing to spend more because I produce more with the land gives me a clear advantage in war if we go to war. So just knowing that the person who currently owns the land will have a rational incentive to enact a coerced transfer, right? Knowing that he'll be defeated in war, he's not going to back down. They'll come to a negotiation. But again, this is assuming zero opportunity cost between opponents.
All right.
This is where comparative advantage comes in, if there is opportunity costs.
I want to.
So let's put money on it, right? Let's put dollar signs so it makes it more concrete. Let's say you're on a piece of land that you can produce like $1 worth of goods on. I can produce $100 worth of goods with that piece of property, right? So I have a rational incentive to try to get it from you. If everyone has perfect information that I want it, I have I have no other opportunity cost. That means there's no other land I can own that I can produce something with. Right? It's either I own that land, I produce $100, or I own something else and I produce nothing. I produce zero. Same thing with you. This is an extreme example, but it doesn't matter with the analysis. The analysis can handle any dollar amount you can put with opportunity costs and the bids. So I'll come to you. I'll spend $100 to take that, up to $100 to take that land from you, and I will still generate a profit. This is maybe too extreme because you might die. So you might go to war, but you don't have much resources to spend, and you'll eventually lose the land.
Okay, I'm having trouble following this example. I'm having trouble following this. So I want to go back to some other point that you made. And I think part of there might be a challenge here in like getting some traction, because I think we're just coming from such different frameworks that a lot of the time we might be talking past each other, and to get on a page, like on the same page, so that we can have some kind of productive conversation, which hopefully the audience will also be able to follow. That might take some work. But
if you want, if you can share the screen and then ask an AI what the classical assumptions in game theory are, maybe I'm not explaining it so well, but those are just classical assumptions of game theory. Then there's a little more complex assumptions of evolutionary game theory, where you don't need to assume pure rationality and egoism. But if that would help, maybe you should look that up. What are the assumptions in the classical game theory in a game?
Maybe I might do that. But let me make one point first, which is that if you allow for coercion or aggression, even in non-emergency cases, then I would definitely not call that a pure market system. So I know you changed the term, or you offered a different term, comparative advantage bidding system, afterwards, but at first you used the phrase pure market system. However, I would definitely not use that term. If you're allowing coercion or aggression, then I think that's a violation of a pure market system. Because pure market, as I understand that, means you're not coercing people. You leave people
that's
up
wrong.
to their voluntary choices as to what they want to buy or sell. You can't just coerce someone. Otherwise, it's I don't know what I would call it, but certainly not a pure market system if there's coercion.
That's a common misunderstanding of a lot of libertarian schools, objectivists, anarcho-capitalists. They think that the market system just consists of just purely voluntary transactions. That's completely false. I can hire another agency to steal land from you. Right? This is a market system because people are just following the profit motive. That's all the requirement of a market system. People trying to maximize total monetary utility by following the profit incentive. That's what a market system is. When you remove that, when you distort that incentive, you get inefficient systems like democracy, or even a Lockean property system. So
Okay.
it's kind of like the same error you're making with egoism and objectivism. The fact that you're artificially trying to introduce some other principle like the non-aggression principle, and you're trying to combine the two with the profit motive, and these two aren't inherently fully compatible.
All right. Well, so we have different views on this. I mean, I think you're the one making the error. So, but maybe this is maybe this is a place we should explore and see if we can debate that some.
But if you can make an argument why I'm wrong instead of just saying I'm wrong, that would help.
Well, I could say the same thing to you. If you can make an argument why I'm wrong.
I just made an argument.
Well,
I made an argument about how I showed you. I gave a counterexample about how the profit motive is different from adhering to the non-aggression principle. When in that thought experiment where I hire an agency to take the take the land from you. I'm voluntarily giving them $199 to take the land from you, and I can still generate a $1 profit.
All right.
I have no other opportunities, right? I mean, reasonable. I can add assumptions where I have an opportunity where I can still live, right? In this extreme case, if I don't take the land, I might die, since I assume zero opportunity cost. But let's say I have a $50 opportunity cost. Good, I'll spend up to $50, and I'll still generate an economic profit, not just an accounting one.
All right, let me read some of these chats here. If there's sometimes I like to take a little break and look at the chat. So Jere here, hello to you. He says, I have no idea what he's saying. And I guess I felt like that at sometimes. So I don't want to get to a point where like the audience just can't follow either you or me or both of us. So because we have such different frameworks, it might be challenging to get to a point where people in the audience, as well as both of us, can follow each other. There's, let's see, another guy in the chat.
And if anyone in the chat who doubts like the game theory analysis, I can give you the assumption prompt for you to run through any AI, and they'll spit out the same thing: a Coasian negotiation where it's basically coerced. And if you assume one party acts irrationally, like the person who currently owns the property doesn't want to give it up for some irrational reason, right? They're gonna want to go to war. They're gonna lose the war. They're gonna waste resources. But the person who steals the land eventually, by spending more money, will still come out ahead, right? And this is why this. So you can ask AI. So I'm not just making this up. I can actually read one of the AI's.
No thanks. No thanks. I don't want to go to AI right now. Maybe I felt like we might have started to get a little traction at the point where you were saying it's a common error that libertarians or objectivists make, that coercion is inconsistent with a free market. And I felt like maybe we should...
A pure market, not a free one.
Okay.
You added a modifier, free market.
Okay. Usually well, I'm not sure what the difference is there between a pure market and a free market.
Yeah, free market is one where you envision the same profit incentive, only they adhere to the non-aggression principle, which doesn't maximize profit. So you add a restriction of...
That's a pure market, you said? I've never heard this distinction before.
Free market. So
okay,
a free market would introduce an adherence to the non-aggression principle.
A free market.
You're trying to,
adherence,
a free market.
Yeah, adherence to the non-aggression. Yeah, I agree with that.
And the profit motive. So it's essentially, you follow the profit motive where it's not aggressive, and you're excluded from doing anything aggressive. My system is just pure profit motive driven. Just maximize profit. There's no artificial restriction of excluding aggression from your strategies.
All right. So let me write that.
So you guys gotta first understand one thing. You guys are under like some religious illusion dogma that all theft is wrong.
If you're going to be condescending and use language like that, then I might not want to discuss this. I mean, you can just say you disagree.
Rational people can overlook some, just some criticism that uses some colorful words. I'm not trying to be derogatory. At the moment, I just can't find a better word. So, I mean, can you just put emotion aside?
All right. So that's another example. Now you're implicitly accusing me of going by emotion instead of reason. So this is an even more fundamental issue, just the basic civility of the conversation.
Like Dan, I thought you were about rationality. So if you truly...
All right, hold on, stop. You need to stop.
Dan, you could make a valid argument and call me a bad word.
I'm going to end the call if you don't stop.
All right, you're just emotional. Just end it.
I'm emotional. He says he sounded kind of emotional when he said that. Um, maybe he was the one getting emotional, but he ended. I was about to end the call, but he hung up right before I hit the mute button. So he decided to leave. So I think that's often the way conversations go, like with someone who disagrees, and they like when someone can't make a rational argument, they start using language which they might euphemistically call colorful, when it's more like condescending, derogatory, and they start slipping in these things. You guys just don't understand, blah blah, and he started calling me emotional. And no, we're not going down that road. So, well, there you have it. Audrey says, dude was emotional the whole time. Okay. I remember telling Evolutionary here that like I was hesitant to have a conversation because I didn't think it would be really productive. I've told him that in the past, but not because like he was becoming uncivil, but more just because we had really alien frameworks and it didn't feel like, maybe. Anyways, I don't know exactly what the issue was, but this time it seemed like it was starting to become uncivil and heated, and he was starting to use some language which was at least a bit condescending and calling me emotional. So like, no, we're not going to have that. And I see he's in the chat now. He often has a lot to say in chat. I just said you were in a religious delusion. Yes, that was part of it. So you might be deserving a block, actually. See, in the past, you've at least been civil. And I've allowed you to be in chats and say lots of stuff, which I usually haven't read much of because it's really hard for me to understand. And but if you're gonna be uncivil, then I don't think you're gonna be able to last in the chat. Your emotion doesn't disturb the debate. Actually, it does disturb the debate. And you said like an irrational person can deal with some. I forget what you said, but like, no, I don't think a rational person should put up with condescension. I think a rational person should confront that and not accept that. It's religion because it's not based on any reason. Well, I think that's completely wrong. I think my view is very based on reason. So if you want to disagree with me, you can ask for my reasons, and I can give them to you. Again, if I haven't already, for the I don't know how manyth time. But if you just want to say my views aren't based on reason, that's crazy. I'm not going to listen to that. You can disagree with someone without accusing them of just not basing their views on reason. Just assume with no reasoning. You're just smearing now. Rational person doesn't care about insults. Yes, he does, actually. I disagree with you. You say you weren't even insulting me. I think you were starting to be condescending. At least. And I think maybe you were insulting by saying my view is just religious dogma. All right, maybe I should just get his chats on the record here by displaying them on screen, because I think I'm going to block him. So where did the chat start? Around here? I'll just scroll through it. And then it'll be on the record, so anyone who wants to see what all his chats were can just look through them here, and then they can listen to the call, and people can decide for themselves what they think of all this. Because once I block someone, all their chats disappear and all their comments. So I'm just getting it all on the record here. I didn't read these ones on at the end yet. All right, time to block. Oh, that's the wrong one. All right, he's blocked. Dan, you should toggle from top chat to live chat. Oh, yeah. See, I can undelete or just show the chats that were deleted by clicking on View Deleted Message. All right. So, yeah, let me switch from top chat to live chat. That way, no messages are filtered out. Maybe some of his were filtered out when I did that review. That's all right. Yeah, I don't really want that kind of discussion here on my channel. I think it needs to be more respectful. He says a rational person doesn't care about insults. I disagree. Ayn Rand certainly cared about insults, and I think she was right. So if you want insults to be fair game, no, that's not going to be part of your arsenal. You have to rely on arguments exclusively, not insults to make your point. That's not going to help you. That will get you silenced. Here at least. I don't know. Maybe if someone had some, maybe if I thought someone was like a genius or had brilliant points, yet they were also insulting me or being condescending, I might think it's worth keeping that person around. But at least if I don't see any compensatory, any compensating value for keeping around someone who's being condescending or insulting, then no, I don't need that here. All right. So, what else do we have here? Florida Nick is here. Hello. He says, if a rational person doesn't care about insults, what's the point of the insults? You should actually read what Ayn Rand wrote, says Nick. I encouraged him to read Rand long ago, and I think he said he eventually said he read the Objectivist Ethics, if I recall correctly. But I guess he didn't agree with it, if he did read it. But some people they don't want to read it. They just want to come on here and debate and argue. And I guess that's fine. I mean, as long as you're at least civil. I would have entertained that. Like, if he said, like, you know, I don't have time, or I'm just not that interested in reading Rand's. I'd rather just talk to you about it. Okay. I would entertain that at least. I don't know if that's the most productive way to get at the truth here. I mean, if you're listening to me for like months or years, but you never want to read Ayn Rand's, I don't know if that's the most productive way to develop your understanding of the world or the best use of your time. But all right, I'll at least consider having a conversation with me. I'll consider having a conversation with you, even if you don't want to read Rand, but it's at least got to be civil and not insulting and condescending. So, Nick says the relevant passages is everything she wrote. Okay, he says. I guess that was his last chat. Mellow Mouse says, I recommend the Objectivist Ethics as a starting point for her work. That's great for understanding her ethics. I don't know if it's the best place to start, but definitely if you want to understand her ethics well, I think you need to read that. Why is faith bad? Why is belief without evidence bad? That's how I define faith in this context. Faith is belief without evidence, and it's never good to believe without evidence. It's like throwing out your mind. Why is it bad to throw out your eyes? Imagine you could blind yourself. That's similar to what you're doing when you throw out reason. Your eyes, that's how animals survive. Their senses, that's one of the ways they survive. They have their 5 senses. Imagine you got rid of the eyes and sense of smell or sense of hearing of a dog. It wouldn't be able to survive very well. Well, your mind or your reason is like another way of having contact with the world. It's so it's like throwing out your means of understanding the world. Why is that bad? Well, once you frame it like that, it might seem obvious why it's bad. Gives people a sense of comfort. What does? Faith? I think it would rather create a sense of terror to throw out your tool of survival. Your mind is your means of survival. Believe things without evidence, that's how you get yourself killed. Give me all your money right now, IDK. I got a link to PayPal in my description. Send me all your money. Why, you ask? Oh, don't ask why. Just do it. Take me on faith. Believe me without any evidence that it's good to do that. Does that sound like a good idea? Does that give you a sense of comfort? To think that all your life savings is at the mercy of some huckster who tells you it's good to take it on faith? Take what he says on faith? Audrey says, it's a false sense of comfort. Reality always catches up to you eventually. Yeah, says IDK. All right. So, what next? It's 6:45 p.m. Pacific. I can go for maybe 2.5 more hours. That's usually how long I go. What do you all want to talk about? Oh, I should start another super chat goal. I hit the first goal. Let me start a new one. Trying to make this show self-sustaining, self-supporting. And thank you all for helping me do that. All right. So what do you all want to talk about? Anyone want to raise a topic? If you do a super chat, I'll give it priority. So I do think if someone can't make their case with argumentation, that's when they might start resorting to insults. So maybe that's what was happening. Not that the insults really help anything. I mean, does that help you to make your argument? What does it do? What does it do for you? How does being condescending help? Is that supposed to make it easier for someone to grasp what you're saying? Or does that just make it harder? To be clear, says Audrey, I don't think there's anything wrong with feeling emotions. It's being guided by emotions that's wrong. Yeah, you don't want emotions to be in the driver's seat. But emotions is the means by which we enjoy life, or at least one means, like experiencing happiness. Why live if you can't have those positive emotions or feelings? Jere says, let me know if you'd like to chat about ANCAP versus Objectivism, as well as the Randian defense of property rights after this caller. I think I'd be up for discussing that. I don't know if you're still here, Jere. But let's see. Did anyone else mention they might want to call in? Or was it just that? Oh, Jere is there in the waiting room. Wow. Sorry, I hadn't checked Zoom in a long time, and I see he's there in the waiting room. I wonder how long he's been there. All right. Let me bring you on, Jere. Let me just quickly scan chat. Okay. Kudababa says my record is 11 hours. Actually, it's 10 hours, or close to 10 hours. Hi, Kudababa. I just saw you for the first time there. The longest I ever did was like 9 hours and 44 minutes. Okay, so let me go into OBS. John says, I missed the insults. What were they? You can go back and listen. It was some condescension, and you can go back and listen to what he said. It wasn't like anything foul language. I've certainly heard much worse. I've seen much worse. But the bar for participating here is not being better than the very worst. I have a higher bar than that. But you can go back and listen if you want to see. All right, let me go into OBS. Oh, actually, perfect information. That's something if we had a longer conversation, I might have gotten into that. Like, what is perfect information? Is that even a valid concept? Perfect competition, that's something economists sometimes think about, which I don't think is a valid concept. But it didn't sound like it was going to be a civil conversation, so we never got to that. All right, so I'm going to call this Call with Jere. I'm sharing my notes here on the screen. And he's called in before. And let me bring him in now. Through, let's see. Oh, okay. I think his audio is ready to go once I admit him. You can let me know if you don't hear him, but you should hear him in a 10-20 seconds. All right, I just admitted him. And you should be able to unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome
How you
back.
doing? That was an interesting last guest.
Yeah, yeah. You said you're interested in talking about ANCAP. Where was your chat here? Um, I'll just do. Well, you can just tell me again while I'm searching for it.
Sure, yeah. Well, I said it really broadly, ANCAP versus Objectivism,
Yeah.
but just a specific a specific point I remember you making once was that if we were to have an ANCAP system, because there's no Leviathan state, that then there would be like an inherent instability within that system. In contrast, if you have a Leviathan state there that adjudicates disputes and has, certain. Well, I'm not entirely sure how granular you'd get, but I assume like Bill of Rights and so on, like we have in the United States, I suppose.
Okay. Just a
There would
sec.
be like an inherent instability.
Just checking the audio. Okay. Yeah. I was as I'm concerned that they're like in an ANCAP state, it will be a war of, well, Hobbes uses this phrase, all war of all against all, but I think there can be like a cycle between anarchy and dictatorship. Like if everyone is out for themselves, they might not do as well as if they form some gang. They joined up with other people, and then maybe they could be more powerful, and then maybe some gang could get control for a while and um, become a
Sure.
dictator, get authority over others, but then they might get assassinated or overthrown by some other gang, and it could devolve back into a less centralized sort of power. So that there might just be a endless cycle between anarchy and dictatorship.
Right. Yeah, so I would say that what do you think would prevent that cycle from happening if we established an objectivist state?
Well, with objectivist states or a capitalist states, there would be a recognition that individual rights are good and should be protected, and individual rights meaning people are free from the initiation of physical force. That's how individual rights are protected. And to protect those rights, there's a government which has a monopoly on the use of physical force. Unless, like in emergency, you can engage in self-defense. But if it's not an emergency and there's time to call the police, then it's best to leave it to them. Uh, they are professionals in the use of physical force and in the retaliatory use of physical force. So I guess maybe that's where the ANCAP separates from the objectivist. I had a discussion with an ANCAP a few shows ago, and he was saying, well, there should be private courts, and there shouldn't be one agency with a monopoly on the use of physical force. And we went to the island example to discuss that some. But let me not go on too long for now. I'll just end by saying that in an objectivist society, you wouldn't have this cycle of anarchy and dictatorship because people would recognize the value of individual rights, and they would implement a government. There would be a government to prevent there from being this cycle. But let me just pause there.
Sure. Yeah, I would say, would you say that the recognition of rights, do you mean that to be when you say recognition, do you mean like a social or cultural recognition or a political recognition, like as legislated by the government? You probably mean both, I would assume,
Yeah, both.
ideally.
Yeah, and I think the political has to come down. It would be downstream of the social or cultural recognition. Like once people accept these ideas, then they will want to implement them in a constitution. Like once you have people with the ideas of the founding fathers, who got many of their ideas from John Locke, and they were persuaded these are good ideas, then they created a constitution and a Bill of Rights, which implemented this system of government. So they would write up such a constitution unless they first believed it themselves.
Right. Yeah. So what I would say is that it seems to me that at bottom, an objectivist type state um, would require social agreement. So it would be you're talking about the cultural beliefs within a society. And given that requisite, an objectivist state would be as let's say as what would be the word as amenable to change, let's say, as an anarcho-capitalist one, right? Because if so, let's say you had a an anarcho-capitalist society that culturally did respect the same things as the as an objectivist state, then there wouldn't be a problem of the cycle of like gang to anarchy because everybody would already agree um, that that's a bad idea, right? That their capitalist system is already the good one, right? But then on the other hand, you could have an objectivist state that, for whatever reason, the people start disagreeing with the tenets, right, of objectivism. So then they start changing it. So you don't have a guarantee on either side. It's like it's just a cultural. You're just betting on cultures like not changing, and that's kind of like up in the air. And I would say that a good example of this would be how our government is like what's happening in the United States right now, right? What you have, well, I guess maybe in your point of view, it was always like pretty cooked and pretty bad. But maybe I'm not sure your current opinions, but it seems like things are getting like a bit worse, a bit more statist, a bit more, certainly warmongering and stuff. Um, but that's kind of besides the point. The point is that it can the situation can get worse even though we have these Bill of Rights delineated and very clear and so on. So it still deals with the instability and the culture at the core.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's any guarantee that a certain society, including a capitalist society, will last forever. Freedom requires eternal vigilance, as someone said. I don't recall who the quote is from, but something like that. And I do think people have free will. So people can change over time just because they accept certain ideas at one time doesn't mean that 10, 20, 50 years later, they're still going to accept those ideas. Maybe they will change their character, become more irrational. So what we can do is devise the best system possible, and which has the best kind of incentive structure. But I don't think there's anything you can do to make it like necessarily the case, like for all time henceforth, the system will never change. But I guess so. To sustain a capitalist or objectivist kind of political system, I think people need to be persuaded that it's a good system, and that's one thing I try to do here on my channel. I'm trying to spread these ideas so that more and more people in the world will be persuaded that these are good ideas. And if I'm successful, if the Ayn Rand Institute is successful, they have the same mission, and other people, then eventually there will be enough people, a critical mass, such that we can implement in reality a laissez-faire capitalist system. But that doesn't guarantee it's going to last forever. And same with, I guess, ANCAP system. I don't think that's destined to go on forever. Like if you're caught in a cycle of anarchy and dictatorship, and then you discover some other ideas, then I think you could, like the ideas of laissez-faire capitalism and Ayn Rand, I think you could break out of that cycle and establish something different. But let me make one or two more points, and then I'm going to come back to you. You said in your society, or in an ANCAP society, and I wrote this on my notes here, people agree that a capitalist system is a good one, but I wouldn't call it a capitalist system if you don't have a government with a monopoly on physical force. So I don't think anarcho-capitalism is actually a thing. I think for there actually to be capitalism, there needs to be a government with a monopoly on force, and you don't have that in so-called ANCAP society. I'll just pause there.
Well, why, let's say you have, I don't think I would have that as a criteria. If there's like if there's a price system and there's a general agreement on property rights, broadly stated, why wouldn't you call that capitalist? If everybody, like in that sense, you wouldn't really need a state, because in this, because there would be private law firms and everything that would adjudicate it, and everybody seems to be in agreement. So I would be fine with calling that capitalist, but why would you not have that?
Well, I think even if people agree on fundamentals like individual rights and that they shouldn't initiate force, you still need a court system and a government with a monopoly on force. And we can get into that as to why, but I don't think that just sharing the same philosophy is sufficient to have a well-functioning system. Like, you could have objectivists who disagree with each other and maybe even sue each other in court, and they might agree on this basic non-initiation of force principle, but maybe there's some particular application of it, and like, how exactly does this apply? Let's say maybe two objectivists are living next door to each other, and I use this apple tree example multiple times in previous calls or live streams. So let's say one objectivist plants a tree in his yard, and then the branches of that tree grow over the fence into the other person's yard. So now there's some apples hanging over into the other person's yard on this apple tree. Now, who has the right to those apples? Is it the person who planted the tree, or is it the person into whose yard space they are hanging? Maybe they'll disagree about that. And, how do you settle that? They agree on the fundamentals, don't initiate force. Okay, but what does that imply about this particular case of property rights? Maybe this is something that is best settled in court. If they just can't agree to it, maybe they discuss it, and I actually did discuss it with this person who called in about ANCAP society a couple streams ago, and he said, well, we should talk about it and see if we can just work it out. And what he said, what he would do is, if he's the one on whose land the tree was growing, he said, or I guess I told him, I said, you have to cut down those branches. I won't take your apples, even though they're hanging into my airspace on my side of the fence. But you do have to cut down the branches on your side of the that are hanging over into my yard. And he said, okay, I'll agree to that. That sounds reasonable. But then we could still have a dispute. Let's say he says, I need 3 weeks to do this. I'm very busy with a bunch of other things. I say, no. You need to cut these down by like tomorrow morning, and we just don't see eye to eye on that. And so he thinks he needs like 3 weeks to do it. I say, you should be able to do this by tomorrow. And so then what do? We have this dispute, and do we fight it out then? Do we resort to force, or do we take it to court? And I think we both agreed it would be better to take it to court. But then he thought, well, I should have a choice of courts. There shouldn't just be one court. There should be multiple courts that I should choose from, that I can choose from. But then I said, well, how does that work? Like, what if we don't agree on the courts? You want this court, I want this other court. Then are we just back in the same position we started with, where we just have to settle it by force. So let me not go on for too long. I'll just say that even if we grant that everyone agrees on the basic principles, I still think you need to have a government and a court system to settle disputes between people.
Right. The way that I heard it explained is that with the apple tree example, if you have two people that just do not.
You cut out. I can't hear you. Let's see. Is he? You're still in the call.
Because they have the option to choose and so on.
Oh, I couldn't hear you
Oh,
for
sorry.
15 seconds.
Oh,
You
sorry.
said like
My
if people have a dispute, like with the apple tree, and then that's where it cut off.
Gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, apartment Wi-Fi is a bit weird, so sorry if that happens again. But yeah, right. If there, the way the ANCAPs theorize it is that if there is a dispute between two people and there's no agreement between them, and let's assume that they are in, they're paying subscriptions to different court systems, right? Because they have the choice and so on. The idea is that the two court systems, there are assumptions of rationality here, right? So the two court systems are not going to want to go to war with one another, right? Because war is costly. So it's in their self-interest, right? As corporations, as private law court systems, whatever, to come to an agreement, and the subscriber will listen to the agreement that happens with both of them, right? So they're essentially incentivized to come up with an agreement through like rationality, economic rationality, and so on. You might not see that as convincing, which I think that's probably totally fair. But the other thing though that I think I do like the apple tree example, and I think that one thing with anarcho-capitalists, that the extreme ones at least, the like Hoppian, Mises, Caucus guys, there are some that aren't like crazy, but what those guys would say, like, let's say you have a meteor, hurling towards Earth, right? You would and let's say that people disagree as to like how to stop the meteor, right? There's just disagreement. You have like some free riders and so on. Somebody who's like pro-state, they would say, oh, I mean, like it would be obvious, just have the state in there and have coerce people with attacks to like prevent the meteor from killing everybody, right? But I've heard some ANCAPs say, well, they usually dodge it. They say that, oh, well, no, people are rational, so they're going to get together. It's a non-issue, right? But if you push them to it, they'll say, is it still wrong to tax people to prevent the meteor? And they would say, yes, it is still wrong. So then we all die, So I think obviously there's a tension there, but.
Okay. There are a few things that came up in that last segment. I'm not sure what's the best place to start. Maybe let's go back to the two court systems. So, well, actually, before we get to that, are you yourself? Do you like ANCAP, or do you favor some other viewpoints? I'm curious if you want to say.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm agnostic. I don't know. I think probably unless we're all saints and like culturally and ideologically on the same page, a state is probably totally necessary to like prevent just everything going to hell. That's my personal opinion, probably, if you had to push me on it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm of the view that even if we are all saints, we still need governments with a monopoly on force, because I think reasonable people, rational people, saints even, can still just have irreconcilable disagreements. And maybe this takes me back to the two court system thing. So you said the ANCAP solution with the apple tree case is just to take it to court, but you have a choice of courts. You have more than one court, and you have an incentive not to go to war because war is costly. So you would rather settle in court. But I think sometimes war is the rational option. Like we went to war with Iran. I think that's a good thing. I mean, I think it should be done in the right way, like with congressional approval, which unfortunately we didn't get. But I do think Iran is an evil regime, and it is good to go to war with them, or like the Civil War in the U.S. I think it was appropriate to fight a war over that. And I mean, if it could have been resolved peacefully, if they could have voluntarily in the South done away with slavery, then that would be better. But they weren't willing to do that. So sometimes people are not rational, and at least in those cases, it can be best to go to war.
Sure. But what about with the apple tree example though? Like supposedly that's just it would never be rational for two independent judicial corporations to go to war with one another for an apple tree dispute, right?
I don't know. I mean, what if maybe we could? Well, I don't know if maybe war makes it sound a bigger deal than it needs to be, but just exercising some force, like so, if they don't come to an agreement on who the apples belong to, or whether the branches should have to be cut down within a day or within 3 weeks. They have some kind of dispute and they just can't come to an agreement on it. So then what happens? Is it better to just take the issue to a court, and which both parties to the dispute can agree on? Like, so I guess it would not be fair if I got to choose who's going to be the judge, let's say, and you didn't, if you're on the other side of the fence, and because my judge maybe is going to be biased towards me, and if you chose the judge, maybe that judge would be biased towards you. So we have to select some judge that we both agree is okay with us. It's not going to be biased on behalf of the other side. And then I think if we find a judge or a court like that, then I think it makes sense to just go with the verdict that court hands down, because the alternative is to settle our disputes by force. And I think that even if, like, we imagine we have a many disputes over the course of many years, and we go to the court many times, I think maybe we'll win some cases, lose some cases in the court. Some will go our way, some will not. But overall, I think we're better off if we agree to go by the court's judgments, even if we lose in a particular case, because the alternative is to not have a court at all and to just settle everything by force. And I think that's clearly much worse than having a court system where maybe we lose some cases, but at least we're settling our disputes in a peaceful way. But I don't know that we really have that if we have a system of multiple courts and neither one has the ultimate authority. Like, we don't have a Supreme Court with a government with a monopoly on force. If there's two ultimate agencies, then it seems like there still might be room for irresolvable disputes to settle in a non-peaceful way. I feel like I wasn't entirely clear on that last point, but I don't want to talk for too long before giving you a chance to jump back in.
No,
So
yeah.
let me just pause there.
Yeah, no, well, I do think that with the majority of what you said, I feel like you could still have that with a multi-court system. You would just have to assume that the court systems are rational and that conflict is like more costly than just like settling a dispute, like coming to like a quick understanding of it. I mean, it would kind of be like, how would we say this? Like you wouldn't expect a dead man's escalation, right? For any small conflict because it just wouldn't be worth it, right? Like I'm trying to think of an example with private corporations right now. Like not everybody sues for every like little thing, right? They just they just take it, they take the loss, and then because long term it behooves them to do that. However, I think the broader thing that you're bringing up is that with these two autonomous um, uh, competitors for force, let's say these court systems, that eventually they will have an issue where where it will be rational for them to, or maybe they're being irrational, they're just being stupid, right? And they just try to take anything that they can and so on. That that eventually you'll get some type of war or something. Um, yeah, that's probably totally possible, I would say. I'm not sure. Or you could maybe have if we have like three court systems, you could have like two against one, and then the one gets conquered and so on. So I could see some doomsday scenario. I'm not entirely sure actually what a anarcho-capitalist would say to something like that. I think that might be a blind spot for them. But
I want to work through that example. I think that's interesting and induce, to use that term, like build up from observations or just from an example. What would happen? So, like right now, like part of me is thinking it's having two courts kind of defeats the purpose of the court system. I mean, the point of having the court system is to bring people together into one system, to bring their dispute to one system, which is going to resolve things for both parties. But if you have why would there be two courts in the first place? Maybe because I think one favors me and you want another court that you think favors you, but then that kind of defeats the purpose of having a court system, because it's just like adding another layer to the initial dispute that we had. Like now it's just the two courts are going to be fighting with each other instead of us two individuals.
sure. Well,
So
let's say, well, you're an objectivist, right? So let's say you have one court system or one like I guess court, private military, like composite, like combo that enforces laws or whatever. Like,
yeah,
let's
so
say that
just
you,
having a court, I just want to sorry to jump in, but yeah, just
yeah,
having a court is not enough. We need some enforcement arm to enforce the court's
sure,
decisions. So we could just call this a government, right? And that government includes both the judicial branch, the court,
sure,
as well as the executive branch to enforce the court's rulings. Yeah, so
right.
um, two competing governments. I guess that's what ANCAPs sometimes talk about.
Right. So the reason to have two different ones would be like yeah, let's say one state A, right? Corporation A, whatever, is objectivist and corporation B is socialist, right? Um two things. Number one, if it's probably better to have that option than to just be forced to be in a capitalist or to be forced to be in a socialist state, right? If you have a preference for it, right, you uh, to uh, to remove that option from you when you could have it is like violence and so on. They would say that. But also, they would also make the longer term argument that if you have two states that are competing in this way, uh, it incentivizes them to be better states, right? So if you have just one government that controls everybody all the time, there's no competition between one state and another, assuming like closed borders and stuff. If you open the borders and things like that, then it gets kind of more complicated. Then they do have to respond to incentives and everything. But if it's just one state in complete control, then you can have a sort of like degeneracy and a rotting and intense bureaucracy, all the bad things, right?
Okay. Or you could have a revolution. People try to overthrow that one rotting
Sure,
government.
sure.
Oh,
Yeah, then you might have like cycles of violence, right? Where, one tyrant deposes the next one, and then, it's just, the Soviet Union forever and ever, genocides and everything. But that's a bit
okay.
hyperbolic, but
Just a second. I hear somebody calling. I, I guess you can hear that if you're on YouTube. Do you hear that? Because oh no, because you called in on Zoom. So
yeah, I can't hear that.
I think I have my Zoom audio turned on, but not the Chrome audio, which is what I would have to have turned on if you were to hear that ringing. Okay, so you can leave a voicemail if that was you who called in. I'm going to put it on Do Not Disturb. So you can also let me know in the chat if that was you. But I just put on Do Not Disturb. So if you try to call that number again, it's going to take you straight to voicemail. And you can just leave a message, let me know what you want to talk about. And then if I have time after this call, maybe I can take yours. Or you can also let me know in the chat. But I'm going to stick with this call for now. I do appreciate your interest. But let me come back to... Oh, yeah. Nick said he could hear the phone ringing. Okay. Let me take a quick look in OBS to see...
And I'm gonna get a drink of water. I'll be right back.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see the setting that I had not muted. Okay, I just muted it. So now if he calls back in, well, I guess you wouldn't have heard it anyways because I already set it to Do Not Disturb. But if I hadn't set it to Do Not Disturb and he called back in, then now you won't hear it. I see ictogon in the chat says, sorry for interrupting. I thought it would put me in a queue. No problem. Don't worry about it. Can you let me know what you want to talk about and how long you're available? Because if you have to leave soon, then I'm more likely to take your call soon, depending on how long Jere here is available. But or you could also leave me a voicemail at that same number. There's more something like a queue if you called in on Zoom, which I have linked in my description. It would just put you in a waiting room. Oh, I just see a message on OBS. It said something about the encoder was overloaded. But now that message disappeared, so maybe it's not overloaded now. I hope it doesn't start buffering for you. Okay, so Jere said he was going to get a drink of water, so I guess he'll be back soon.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
So, where were we? You were saying something about the Soviet Union, and I forget like how that connected to my last point. Go ahead.
Competing states, competing governments, let's say, competing courts. That gives people the option, as opposed to just one state that just rots and doesn't face any incentives. Then you have a revolution, and then you might have like a cycle of just becoming like, the Soviet Union, and then another tyrant like deposes another one, and then you just have a cycle of tyranny over and over again type deal.
Okay, so competing states incentivizes better states. Okay, so I'm not convinced of that. I think uh, it's a competition in force when we're talking about competing states, and the the winner is the most brutal, I guess, the most whoever has the mightiest military. Um, but competing, I don't think there needs to be a competition in states like there does in a free market to get better and better products. I think we already know that respecting individual rights is a good thing, or at least I think I know that. I guess we can debate that, but if you think it's good, if you think freedom is good, and it's bad to coerce people to initiate force, then you set up a state built around that principle, and you're done. Like nothing can be better than that. You've already got the kind of state that is maximally good. So I don't think competition is going to improve on that. Other states, I
Hmm.
mean, what is there for them to do? They could just emulate you, do the same thing, set up their own system of non-initiation of force, and that would be just as good as the first state. But I don't think it would be better or worse.
Hmm. Sure.
But on a free
Um,
market, like if we're talking like the computer industry, you have Apple computers and Dell computers, and I don't know what other computers. They can, over time, by having competition, they want to get their profits, and they're only going to be able to keep getting their profits if they put out better and better products, faster and faster computers, more and more memory space, etc. But once you've already got a state that observes the principle of individual rights, and you can't get any better than that.
sure. Right. So if I guess if you start with a already perfect state, it doesn't really, competition doesn't matter. You could maybe make the argument that having a competing state in the way that that in the way that I'm proposing would incentivize or it would de-incentivize change, right? So let's say you have state A is an objectivist state, but there is like some desire within the government to like increase taxes, right? Or I guess levy taxes for the first time, you know? Uh, Somebody has that idea, but then everybody is like, well, wait, why would we do that? If we do that, everybody is going to leave for state B, right? So we're incentivized to keep things as like moral and good as we can right now and not become like, despotic and just you know, slaveholders, let's say.
So there's an objectivist state, or sometimes I think the term capitalist state feels more natural, but
Okay, sure.
I'm not too picky about that. We can go with objectivist for now, at least. Yet there's somebody in the government or the populace who gets the idea that it would be good to have taxes, which would be anti-objectivist. And then I guess there's a there's another state which everyone in the objectivist state would now flock to. I guess if state B were an objectivist state as well,
Right.
and they want to avoid the person in state A who wants to start implementing taxes. I guess so. One reaction they might have, like if most people accept the objectivist state, then they could just stay there and try to put pressure of some sort, maybe social pressure or ideological pressure on the person or group of people who wants there to start being taxes. They could argue against that. Just because there's some disagreements doesn't necessarily mean everyone needs to pick up and leave. Maybe it'd be better to just put pressure on
Oh,
the person who wants taxes to leave.
Sure. I'm not saying that just because one person is there, that everybody will leave. I'm saying that, let's say that just through like, for whatever reason, there's a vibe shift, right? And then suddenly a person arrives in that objective state who is proposing a change. And let's say that there's like sufficient cultural movements occurring that it sort of makes it a possibility. the fact that that state is competing with another state, uh, and there's like free movement in between, state A and state B, people can move and so on. That adds an extra, let's say, check or balance, to this cultural change that is worse from occurring, right? Or this political change, I guess. So it's just
Okay.
another like check and balance, for worse laws and worse politics to be established because they're competing.
Okay. Well, I do think it's good for there to be multiple states, and other objectivists have made this point. In case one state goes bad, there's some other state you could flee to, which might
Sure,
be.
exactly.
But I don't think that's the same as competing states exactly, or competing governments. Like if one I don't think the states, like, okay, let's say we've got state A and state B, and they're both they start out with objectivist principles, but then one of them starts to, somehow people in state A, let's say, start to get the idea that we should have some taxes. Uh,
Yeah.
now, now state B just stays steadfast to its principles. So the people in state B do, and they don't want any taxes. I don't know that it's right to say they're competing with state A. They're just upholding what they've always upheld. But
Well,
they
they
would
they
be
would be
perfectly
competing
happy.
for.
They would be perfectly happy for state A to go back to its original principles of objectivism with no taxation at all. They're not trying to like outdo them and get all the people for themselves. So
Sure.
I don't really see them as in competition. Whereas, like, if we're talking about Apple's versus Dell computers, I think they are like trying to win people over to their side, and take people away from the other. Whereas I don't see states, if they're both objectivist, I don't think that's their goal.
Sure. Well, you could say that they're competing for people, right? People who can work and so on. And also, I guess, like fund their military. I'm not entirely sure what your ideal state has. Like, do they have any taxes at all? I guess like minimal tax for like police force and stuff, right? Anyway, regardless. But yeah, for people, workers, also for like investment and or like businesses, and they're competing for businesses and everything. So if like state A raises taxes and stuff, then businesses and corporations are going to be less attracted to that state and go for the other one. So they're competing for people, resources, capital in that way. Um, yeah.
Okay. So, couple things on that. Well, if there's any taxes at all, then I think it's not objectivist. In an objectivist world, there would be zero taxes, and you would fund things like police and military through voluntary means, like lotteries. That's one way to do it, and there are other ways. I've discussed this in some videos, but if taxation means coercing people to give some of their money to the state against their voluntary consent under threat of jail, no, there will be no taxes. So
Even for police and stuff. So if
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
if I don't pay for taxes for the police, I'm still going to be protected by the police.
yes, you will get some
Okay.
kind of baseline protection. Everyone in a geographical area so is gets has their individual rights protected. So I think the function of the
Interesting.
government in the objectivist view is to protect rights within any given geographical area, and it's not to protect people who have paid for your services specifically. That would be like private security. You could
Right.
you could pay for private security, and then maybe if you're a celebrity, maybe you want 24/7 protection, but that would be above the baseline, right? You have to hire someone on your own. But if you just want the baseline police protection, then everyone gets the same protection, whether you're a free rider and you haven't contributed, or whether you've donated or partaken in a lottery. Everyone gets the same basic police protection.
Do you just really quick because I think this is important and interesting. How would you solve the free rider problem with that?
I don't think there is a free rider problem. I
Okay.
think people, well, there's multiple things to say about this, but for one, I think it's in people's interests for there to be for their rights to be protected, and so they would selfishly or self-interestedly pay for it, but not necessarily at the same amounts. Like if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, you have a lot more assets that are at stake, right? And that could be seized from you. So it might be in your interest to contribute more to having your rights protected and paying more for the police to protect your property because you have so much to lose. Ayn
Hmm.
Rand also discusses having contracts protected by payments. So, like if you're a corporation, you might do business, maybe engage in a merger or an acquisition of some other company, and you drop a contract with the other company that you're merging with or acquiring. And if you want to have that contract in force, you could pay the government a fee to have it enforced, and that's a way the government could raise money. And since you have a lot at stake, maybe you run $100 million business. It's really in your interest to have this contract enforced. So it would be in your
Hmm.
interest to pay the government or the court system, part of the government, some money to enforce this contract. So, and
Hmm.
also, you could disincentivize free riding through various schemes. Like you could have a I don't know, maybe you could get a card in your wallet or something that's if you're a donor to the government, you can get this card, and then whenever you go shopping at a grocery store or a restaurant, some business you patronize, maybe you could get a discount. They have lower prices for people who are contributing to the governments, and they could incentivize donations that way, and maybe put on a blacklist of some sort people who are
Hmm.
free riding. So if I, as a business or as an individual, find out you're a free rider, then maybe I'll not take my business to you or not want to be your friend or something. Somehow penalize you. So I think, and there are probably many other things you could do to
Sure.
disincentivize free riding, but I don't. And if we would take the worst case scenario, let's say everyone wants to be a free rider, nobody wants to contribute. Well, I think, well, it's their problem. It's on them. If nobody wants to lift a finger in their own defense, then I don't really care about that society. Maybe that's not a society that deserves to survive if they're not willing to put forth any effort or
Sure.
resources to their own defense.
Well, the fear would be that you have that the fear would be that you would have let's say you would have the good people who are willing to give that money, the good objectivists, let's say, the people who care about their own self-interest, whatever. Uh, the issue is that you would have those people maybe be in the minority, or at least like be um, sufficiently a sufficiently small enough number to no longer have a state that's powerful enough to protect them, right? So you wouldn't need it to be like a completely lost, decadent society where nobody, you could just settle for like a minority. Like I don't even know if you wanted robust protection for everybody. I'm not sure how would you, like, how much investment would you actually need for a robust police system or something? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, I think the world is going to be so different if we have an objectivist society. It's like there's not going to be any drug laws. The amount you would need to raise to cover I mean, so many billions and billions of dollars are spent on
That's true.
fighting crimes that shouldn't even be crimes, like possessing or using drugs by adults. So the state is going to be massively easier to fund in the objectivist world because it's going to be so much smaller. The
Sure.
government
That's a
is
good
not
point.
going to be engaged in these trillion-dollar programs like Social Security that need to be funded. And today, even with the funding, it's not enough. We have trillions of dollars of unfunded liabilities, and the system is going to be insolvent unless, in like I don't know how many years, less than 10 years maybe from now, unless like the retirement age is increased or taxes are increased or there's inflation. um,
Yeah.
so if we have a very scaled down government, I think it would be easy to fund. And as for the issue of like some people are going to be good and contribute, others not, um, I had a thought on that, which is maybe it was you can't. So the kind of society I would want to migrate to is one where more people are contributing rather than where there are free riders. But even worse than a society where there are free riders is one where there's compulsion, where there's coercive taxation. I think that's because there's no principle then. Once you throw out the principle of freedom and you allow even a little bit of coercion,
Sure.
I don't think there's any way to stop it. So like we saw in the early days of the income tax, there was only like 1% maybe or a few percent for the richest people. And now, many decades later, over a century later, basically everybody is paying taxes. Um,
Sure. Let
so,
me. What if I?
okay, yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
push you on that
Sure.
for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me focus on this pressure point. Let's say I gave you, like John Rawls's Veil of Ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you're under the veil of ignorance, right? There is a state. There's an objectivist state that doesn't. That has no. Let's say coercion safety protocols, right? There are no guarantees given by the state to how do we put this? Uh, to adjudicate disputes and also defend property rights and so on. And then you have another state that does have a guarantee about for an objective state. However, it is backed by coercion. You see what I'm saying? Uh, and maybe if I were to even this might be like too far, but let's say there is like maybe what number should I put? There's a 20% chance higher of the state without coercion to renege the objectivist laws and society and so on, relative to the one that has the supposed guarantee. What would you say to that?
I need to hear this again. I didn't. So that in one state, one state is an objectivist state, and there's no coercion.
Correct. So you have the police and so on. It's all voluntary, right?
Right.
So
Okay.
you're riding on the expectation, the hope that this will what's it called? That this will like stay alive, right? They will keep on not free riding,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Well, no,
They're
no,
going
no,
to be good
no. Free
objectivists.
riding, you can have free riding in an objectivist state where there's no coercion and everything is voluntary. And it might actually be rational for some people. Like let's say you're a
I agree. Yeah.
young person, maybe you're just 18, you don't have a job yet, you're looking for one. Maybe you're very poor, and maybe people would be happy to support for you to free ride for a while. I mean, I think the need for funds is going to be so small that it's not going to. There might be many free riders, and it just wouldn't be a problem. Oh, this is another
Hmm.
point I want to make, which I went through my mind in my last segment, and I forgot it, but I think it's important. People today donate to charity, billions of dollars. I think the U.S. is maybe the most charitable country on earth, and that's on top of all the taxation. So I think that's evidence that you don't have to force people to contribute to some cause. And I'm just talking about
Sure.
the bare basics of government, which everyone needs, not just like promoting like cancer research for children or something. Just the most basic things like police, military, and courts. If people are willing to give millions or billions of dollars to charity today that they're not forced to, how much more willing would they be to donate millions or billions to police and military and courts if they weren't required to? Also, there's a voluntary army. George Washington's army in the American Revolution was a volunteer army. So if people are willing to volunteer their lives for the cause of freedom, why wouldn't they be voluntarily willing to do something much less costly than risk their lives, which is just to donate some money?
Yeah. Yeah, I would it would be interesting to see the potential numbers on that. Like how much would a very stripped down state be, but still with the ability to protect its people and so on. You'd also have to throw in a military, I guess, there for like geopolitical defense, I would assume.
Yes,
Um,
but the foreign policy would be radically different than what we have today. So we wouldn't,
sure.
for instance, we wouldn't get involved in decades-long nation-building programs like in Afghanistan. We would get in, defeat the enemy, and get out. And we wouldn't fight wars with one arm tied behind our back with certain rules of engagements, like you have to wait for the enemy to shoot at you before you can shoot back, and you have to consult a lawyer before you can fire at the enemy. It would be a radically different way of fighting wars, and there would be less likely to be wars in the first place. So if we didn't allow countries to nationalize our oil and then become rich off the back of that oil, and so that they can then fund terrorist networks around the world that attack us, like on 9/11. We would cut out the problem at the roots, nip it at the bud. That's what I was looking for. So these problems wouldn't grow into super expensive and costly not in terms of just dollars, but also in terms of lives, wars. If we had good foreign policy, no one would want to mess with us. We would be so strong. We wouldn't be a paper tiger. We would be a real tiger that no one would want to mess with if we had an actual objectivist foreign policy. So I think it would actually be very cheap to support the military. Peace through strength, and not just physical strength, which we have already. We have the strongest military in the world right now. What we're lacking is moral strength. And if we had a proper moral foundation, then no one would want to mess with us.
Hmm, right. I see. I would think that it would probably put a nation, if you had an objectivist nation or state with an objectivist military, right? I would say that they would probably that nation would probably be in a disadvantage compared to a state where there's coercion in terms of military.
Why?
Well, let's see. Well, if you have a nation that does use coercion for their troops and everything, uh, the people in power are like insulated from the bad effects of the war, right? Um, so it doesn't matter if the war is going badly; they can just keep on fighting, right? They can just fight, 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 fight. Um, but if you have a war where the people's opinion domestically really, really matters in terms of like funding for the arms and everything. Um, Not to mention the the information, right? The reactivity to the like the fog of war, and the information problems. It seems like a a state that doesn't have to deal with public opinion and public funding would just be like more robust. They would probably stick to fights longer, I would imagine. Um yeah.
Okay. I think there would actually be less. The advantage would go the other way. It would be on the side of the objectivist state that supports freedom, because then they really have something to fight for. Like if I want to
Hmm.
help support a state that protects my liberty rather than a state that pushes me around, coerces me to do things. I don't want to support that state. I want to overthrow that state, or at least overthrow the coercive parts of it. So, like Russia versus Ukraine. I mean, imagine
Sure, sure, sure.
which of those armies do you want to fight for? Do you want to fight for a dictator like Putin, or a relatively free society like in Ukraine? Now, not that it's perfectly free, and actually, it's the draft which they have is one infringement of freedom, unfortunately, but
Sure, sure.
it's much freer than than Russia is, and the soldiers are also more motivated to fight because they know they're fighting for freedom. Why would you want to fight for dictatorship? Risk your life for what? So you can
Sure.
be pushed around by some authoritarian dictator? No, I don't think so. So I think the advantage would actually go to the free society.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think of that. And in fact, it would be really interesting to see. I wonder if there's any literature on this, but like battle effectiveness and like commitment to a cause. That would be very interesting to see. But I do have to go. I have to go to sleep.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for calling in. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Good talk.
Yep. Okay. Bye bye. There might be some literature to his last points on how how well armies do compared to coerced armies. Another thing, you have to worry about being assassinated. So if you're a dictator and you're forcing people to fight, if you're drafting them, then it's going to be in the incentive of the people in your army to turn on you. And you might see this in Iran, right? You've got the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the more religiously oriented, supporting the theocracy. But then you have the regular Iranian army, and it might be that they, in the regular army, turn on the theocratic regime and want to overthrow them. Maybe we'll see that happen. But whether that happens in this particular case or not, the less free a people is, the more of an incentive they have to overthrow their rulers, who are sending them to their deaths potentially if they're conscripting them into fighting or forcing them to support this war. Whereas free people, they have an incentive to keep their system of freedom. It's in their interest to fight. They want their freedom. Give me liberty or give me death, as Patrick Henry said. So I think there's a lot of reason to think that free armies in free countries will fare much better in warfare than coercive countries. And, maybe Russia versus Ukraine is an example of this. You have this huge country, Russia, and I think a lot of people thought they could easily take over Ukraine within a matter of days or a few weeks. And look, it's been over 4 years now, and they still haven't conquered Ukraine. And maybe they've gained some territory and lost it back. And I don't know exactly what the status of it is, but you see what Ukraine can do against a much larger country like Russia. And I think a completely free country would even be way stronger than Ukraine. And look at what Israel does compared to its neighbors, right? It gets attacked by a bunch of Arab countries, like surrounding it, and it's completely outnumbered, and it's way smaller, but it's way more powerful because it's a free country. It innovates. It also has the U.S. as an ally, at least somewhat. I don't think it's a good ally necessarily, but the U.S. does something sometimes to help Israel. And look at what Israel can do against its neighbors, its more authoritarian neighbors. Okay. Let me take a look back at the chat. I see Audrey is in the chat. John, Greg, Mellow Mao. It can be heard, says Greg. What do you mean? What is it? Oh, ictogon. He says he would like to call in. All right, you can call in. Maybe it'll be my last call of the day. Let me turn off the do not disturb. And let's see, I need to turn on the Chrome. Well, not yet. I'll wait till I get your call. And then I'll turn on the Chrome audio. Where's my water? Perfect perception, perfect experience. I'm looking at some of the chats. By the way, thanks for liking the stream. If you liked it, we're up to 16 likes. Nice, thank you. All right, great. We're up to 1,090 subscribers. Thanks for whoever pushed me over the edge to 1,090. All right, I hear the call. Oh, it's... Hello, ictogon. Hi. All right. So right now, only the audience can only hear me, not you yet. So could you just tell me what you're interested in discussing? Okay. Yeah, we can talk about this. Let me just turn your audio on now so you can be heard on YouTube. All right. You should be audible now. All right. So you said your name is ictogon. That's what you're going by here?
Ictogon is on, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you were in the chat. And you want to talk about capitalism and selfish or self-interests. And I guess you prefer leftism. So, yeah, we can talk about all that. And
Sure.
you feel free you can just repeat what you told me, but now the YouTube audience can hear you.
Sure. So
Yeah.
kind of what the problem I see with having this objectivist society where sort of capital controls everything, sort of private control, competition between these corporations is what produces good in society. I do think there's a lot of good in that. It can produce a lot of like material wealth for people. The issue I see is sort of the moral side, where when capital is the only thing your leaders are thinking about, they are more self-interested. They're not as concerned for the future of their nation. They're not as concerned for the other people in the nation. And I think something there's a lot of things I don't like about leftism, but I think it provides more of a sort of a moral grounding. And the same can be said about any form of theism. Sort of, you just, instead of having just looking to make money, sort of egoism, sort of an altruism, something higher than yourself, looking out for the good of humanity, looking out for the future of your civilization.
Okay. So I'm making some notes here, and if you look on YouTube, you can see the notes I'm sharing. Capitalism is fundamentally a system of freedom. That's how I understand it. And I think the term capitalism might be a little misleading. I don't think capitalism is necessarily the best word for the system I support or that Ayn Rand supports. But for historical reasons, I think that's the one that might best be used. But if we were like designing a language from scratch, I might call it liberalism or libertarianism, because I think liberty or freedom is really the core of it, not making money. Now, I do think that people can make money the best, and they can become the wealthiest and most prosperous under capitalism, or what I might call freedomism in a different world. But I don't think that's the essence of it. But I think when you are free, when you're not being coerced, then your mind is able to function better, and you can. There's more of an incentive to innovate. Like if your ideas are protected by intellectual property rights, you'll have more of an incentive to create new inventions because you can profit from those. Whereas if your earnings or the product of your mind is taxed away and they go to support other people through redistribution schemes, then you have less incentive to be productive. So those are that's one opening comment I would make. And you also mentioned morality. Maybe we can get into that. But I think it's immoral to coerce people, and it's moral to respect their rights, which means ultimately respecting their judgment, not overriding their voluntary decisions by coercing them, but respecting their ability to live by the judgment of their own mind. I think that's what's moral. I'll pause there.
Yeah. So I think the issue I see with that is sort of combining the idea of freedom and also this extreme hierarchy that's going to exist in any capitalist system. You're going to have these billionaires who are, just by the virtue of having, they are by definition going to have way more power than anyone else in society. Of course, like, yes, with competition, the economy will be good. Like, you can make money, but the power is going to be concentrated at the top. And I think the decisions that those people make needs to be informed by something that gives them sort of an incentive to look long term into the future and not just for the duration of their own lifetime. So there's a lot of things that have done this throughout history. So I guess if you look at the upper classes, like in medieval times, you would have the divine right of kings, sort of where they saw their powers given to them by God. They were trying to, like, of course, some of them were not, the best with upholding Christian values and looking out for the prosperity of their society, but they sort of had an incentive that they would pass down their rule to their descendants. So it was about more than just their life. So they had to be looking out for what was going to happen in their son's life and his son's life. They also had to be upholding Christian morality, or like the basis of their power would be questioned by the people of society. Sort of going into more modern day, this role is sort of held by, I guess you could say, like, the belief in God is not as prevalent in like
elite upper class anymore, but it's more of this idea of egalitarianism, sort of equal rights of everyone. If you don't uphold that, you get sort of everyone just looking out for their own interest. I think this is kind of, so a lot of the criticism of like leftism is that it's virtue signaling, you know, like they don't actually care about these values, they're just saying it to look good. But I think virtue signaling can actually be a good thing, because when you have people in power who are trying to show that they are a good person, they will actually be a good person. So this can sort of be a sort of a form of like competition, but in terms of morality. So they're trying to show that they are upholding the moral values that they say that they ascribe to. Whereas if no one cares about these moral values at all, you get corruption, you get people like Trump who just lie every single day, just do whatever gives them power directly. They don't have any sort of higher principle that is holding them to look out for the future, look out for the people of their nation. So where do you think that sort of higher principle to like hold people to not abuse their power for their own short-term gain would come from in your, like, a more objectivist system?
Well, I think self-interest is ultimately what should ground the respect of other people's rights. And I think that's I know that's often objected to. Like, a lot of people think if you're self-interested or egoistic, then that means you're going to trample over other people's rights and not respect them. And Ayn Rand rejects that completely and thinks it is in your self-interest to respect others' rights. So, and I agree with that. Like, if I trample over other people's rights, how is that in my self-interest exactly? And actually, I like to ask people, or maybe I should say I want to start asking people themselves. Like, I could ask you, like, why do you think it's in your interest to trample over other people's rights? Or do you not? I mean, do you think it's in your interest to be a rude jerk to others, to be a liar, cheater, stealer, rapist, robber, murderer? Do you think that's good for you?
I mean, I guess a lot of it will depend on, like, yeah, if people think you're a bad person, they're not going to want to, you know, like, help you out. They're not going to want to associate with you. And I think most people do, for the most part, hold up to that. But there are pretty extreme examples where people will completely go against those values and get extremely rich, extremely famous, extreme success from sort of being like dishonesty. Like, a big one was like the insider trading in the 1980s. Huge thing where they weren't looking, their number one thing, they're just trying to make money. So, like, how do I make money? I do this insider trading, steal all this productivity from the market for my own personal gain. I guess that's like, it's not something where you're directly trampling over a single person, you know? It's more of an abstract thing where they're stealing this money from the market, and on average, it's hurting society. So it doesn't like directly affect your conscience as much to do that sort of thing, but it is still extremely terrible for the society, for these things that happen. And so this is even continuing into the present day. So I think Donald Trump is a big one who has used sort of unethical tactics in order to gain power in society. And like, if you look at the list of people that he's like pardoned, it includes tons of these, like, those people in the 1980s who were doing insider trading, like Michael Milken. he was one of those people who was pardoned just because he was friends with Donald Trump. There's no reason for him to be pardoned. It's just pure corruption, because he's friends with Donald Trump. It helps Donald Trump. He gets money from his donors, who are probably doing similar things. There's no like higher incentive for integrity, honesty. You need to have that in your leaders. And I think if you don't have some sort of moral system for society, you're going to get these outliers, sort of Machiavellian traits, who use unethical tactics to rise up the ranks, and those are going to be the concentrated in the most powerful people.
Okay. There's a lot there I could comment on. Let me just pick out some points. So one point is I don't think money is the most important thing. And I think a lot of people have, if they get their money, if their money is ill-gotten, if they get it through some kind of fraud like Bernie Madoff, or if Trump got his money through some eminent domain scheme where he seized people's lands and overrode their property rights, I don't think that makes for happiness. And I think Bernie Madoff was actually miserable. I've heard this, that he actually said that his he felt the best once he was no longer trying to maintain this facade of his scheme. Everything was collapsing around him, and then once his scheme was exposed and he was in jail, then he felt better than he ever felt before, at least while he was engaged in his fraud. So I don't think money is the most important thing. I think it depends on how you make it as to whether that money will bring you happiness or misery. Like I think if you get rich through some kind of fraud, you will be more prone to guilt, and you'll know that you didn't actually earn that money honestly, so you can't really enjoy it in the way that you would be able to if you did get it honestly. Now, I do want to mention about Michael Milken, since you brought him up. And I don't know about him much myself, but other objectivists who know more about him than I do actually think very well of Michael Milken. I've heard that in the 80s he was prosecuted by Rudy Giuliani in New York, or at least he was maybe thrown in jail while Rudy Giuliani was mayor, and this was a huge injustice. And I don't know the details as to why, or as to what he did, or why it's good or not good, but also insider trading, I'm not sure that should even be against the law. I think as long as it's disclosed in advance, and you know that in a certain market, at least, like maybe there could be certain stock markets where you're allowed to engage in insider trading, and this is known. So, buyer beware. If you want to participate in this market, this is the rules. And there could be other markets where certain kinds of, you can't trade on inside knowledge, and that's known in advance. So as long as it's all voluntary and you know what you're getting into, I don't think it's a problem, and it shouldn't be forbidden by government. I think it's a violation of the government to dictate what the trading laws should be. So that's a little I can say about
I think
that. Yeah, go ahead.
The issue I understand with insider trading is that if you want to have any sort of competition between different corporations, there needs to be like, say you're like a small corporation trying to go up against this like huge entrenched corporation. They're going to have way more resources than you, way more of everything, way more lawyers. So any sort of information that you have that could like help your business, if they get a hold of that, they'll just use that and crush you. So I think it's necessary to maintain these laws for competition between different corporations. And what you said about the two different markets, one with insider trading, one with no insider trading. If that information is present in one market, you can see the price swings. The people in the other market will respond to that information. So effectively, the information will spread between those two markets. I guess I could understand where you're coming from, like, but that's just my. I don't want to get too deep into that because that's not. I guess that's not like a huge, probably one of the most like ethically, sort of an ethically gray form of fraud. There's worse forms of fraud, but that's just kind of the example that came to my mind.
Okay. Well, I think a clear case of fraud would be, let's say, a grocery store or a food manufacturer. It labels its products. Not that I think they should be required to. I think that's actually a violation of rights for the government to force people to label how many calories are in a food or how many grams of carbohydrates or whatever. Now, there could be a market force that develops for such things. Like if people want that kind of information, they could start buying products like that and boycott not buying other products that don't have that. But let's say there's a company that has decided, even for free market reasons, maybe they weren't forced by the government to put on labels, nutrition labels, but they decide maybe there's a market. People want to know this, and they like to know all these details about what they're eating. Okay, so they start manufacturing these food labels, but they put on the wrong numbers. So they say that there's only 50 calories in this cup of yogurt, but there's actually 300 calories. That would be fraud. And that's a clear case of fraud. I mean, they're getting the money on false pretenses. People give the money on the understanding that it only has 50 calories, when in fact it has 300. So that would be a clear case of fraud, which should not be allowed. Whereas insider trading, I think, as long as it's disclosed in advance and people know what they're getting into, then they're not being swindled. It's not like they're putting their money in this market thinking that there's no insider trading when in fact there is. No, they know in advance that there is insider trading. So, well, then it's fine. Just like it's fine if they buy the yogurt thinking it's 50 and it actually is 50 because they know what they're getting and that's what they're getting.
Yeah. So another thing on the insider trading, I don't know what how do you think like meritocracy should relate to sort of capitalism? Should you be able to just work hard, the best workers, the smartest people, should they get the most money, or should it be as a result of your connections? Because effectively, if you're doing insider trading, you are getting that money as a result of your connections working for that like trading firm. That's how you're getting the money. It's not because you're smarter than the people at the other firms. It's because you have this information. They don't have that information. So you're going to get rich. Everyone else's stocks are going to go down. How do you think that's like an ethical thing to do? Or is it just the free market will work it out? Don't worry about it. I don't know. What's your take on that?
Let me see if I got it. You said it sounded like you said on the one hand it might be people the smartest people make the most money, and maybe you called that a meritocracy, and that was contrasted with making money via your connections, or you're not necessarily the smartest, but you happen to know certain people, and that's how you get wealthy. Now, I think that might be a false alternative. I think you can get both. You can get wealthy in either of those ways. And I don't think the government should try to equalize everyone's outcomes. Like I don't agree with egalitarianism. Like everyone should have the same amount of wealth or opportunity. Even I think as long as people are free, then the government, and they're not being coerced, the government should not step in to equalize things. So let's say you're born into a rich family, you have rich parents, you inherit a lot of money. You might say, well, you got rich because of your connections, because you have these rich parents, not because you were really smart. And yeah, that happens sometimes, but I don't have a problem with that. I don't think other people have a right to be equally rich as you are. I mean, you're actually violating the freedom of the parents who choose. Their voluntary choice of how to spend their money is to bestow it, or at least some of it, on their child. And you're taking away their freedom to do what they want with their money if you try to coercively, through the state, tax away that inheritance. Now, I think you can get rich also because you have a lot of skill. Like Andrew Carnegie, I think, is an example of this. I think he was a poor immigrant from Scotland or somewhere in the UK. He didn't come here rich. I don't think he inherited a lot of money. I think he came here poor. That's what I've heard. And yet he became super rich, one of the richest men in the country, or maybe the world, because he was extremely skilled as a businessman. So you can become rich in both ways, maybe a combination of the ways. And I think all of the above is fair game, as long as you're not using coercion against other people. Like getting subsidies. I oppose that, like businessmen who run to the government for so-called corporate welfare. Give me some special subsidies to run this solar company or this wind company, because I can't compete with the fossil fuel companies. I reject that. They need to compete on a free market. Everyone needs to compete on a free market. No special favors from the government.
Yeah. So what do you think about? Do you think people can be like coerced economically? It seems like you're talking more about government coercion. I feel like economic coercion is a thing as well. So sort of a thing I've heard, like big businesses will do, like Walmart's will do this. They'll come into some like small town which had all these small local businesses, set up the Walmart, and then all these other companies will not be able to compete. They'll just collapse. These people will have to work at Walmart probably. Another thing is these huge companies with tons of capital, they're able to basically bankrupt other companies. So small companies, Amazon will run things at a loss for a long time, wait until that small company goes bankrupt, then they'll raise the prices higher than they were originally. I feel like that's a form of economic coercion. And if you don't have a strong state, that's going to just keep happening and get worse and worse until you get these sort of conglomerations that basically control everything. And then that's probably, if you have one corporation controlling everything, that's like what's stopping it from becoming a new government, like, and then raising taxes, population. I don't think you can separate out economic coercion from government coercion.
Okay. So I do not believe there is such a thing as economic coercion. And one way I try to illustrate this sometimes is I ask you, I want you to coerce me. So what economic coercion really is it's the power of persuasion. You can persuade someone by making an offer. Like you can offer me money to do something, but
Sure.
Making me an offer is not to coerce me. So, for example, I want you to economically coerce me to start promoting socialism or communism. Can you do that? Is there some amount of money you can offer me that will coerce me, make me do that? I say there's not. And if there is, if you think there is, I'd like you to demonstrate that. Like I got a PayPal link in my description. You can send me however much money you want. I guarantee you, I'm not going to start promoting.
I can guarantee you I couldn't send you enough money too, but
well,
I get your point.
I maintain that no one, you could have George Soros or any billionaire you want send me all the money in the world. I'm still not going to start promoting socialism. And if you dispute that, if anyone out there wants to dispute that, go ahead, send me the money and prove me wrong. See what I say next time I start doing a live stream if I come out for Karl Marx.
Yeah.
So I think all you can do with money is
I think
you can
I
offer
believe
people
you on that.
Okay.
I believe you on that. I don't think the majority of the population would be that principled.
Okay. Well, whether a particular individual is open to bribery or not, I think it remains true that there is not such a thing as economic coercion. There is economic persuasion. So you can incentivize people. You can try to persuade them, in like, people persuade me to answer their questions more sooner than I otherwise would by putting dollars behind it in the super chat. And I tell people, if you want me to address your question, give me a super chat, and that'll persuade me. But that's not coercion. And I think it's very important to keep those distinguished. There's a fundamental difference there between persuasion and coercion. And I maintain all money can do is persuade. And the fact that some people might be bribed, open to bribery, it doesn't change that fact. Even if they take the bribe, that doesn't mean they were coerced. They voluntarily chose to depart from their principles, to not have integrity, and that's a choice they made. They weren't coerced. As opposed to what happens when someone tries to mug you on the street and says, "Give me your wallet or I'm going to shoot you," or as opposed to when the government says, "Pay your taxes or we're going to throw you in jail." That is actual coercion. There's no choice there. There's no choice about maintaining your integrity or not. It's not up to you. You're just forced if you don't do what they want you to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see where you're coming from. I'm trying to think of a counterexample. I can't come up with one, so maybe you're right. But so, yeah, so the reason you're saying that money does not equal to coercive powers because they don't have physical force. They don't have a military, they don't have police, so you can't physically force someone to do something. You can only incentivize them with money.
Yeah, they haven't overridden your voluntary choice.
Okay. So, as you move towards this system where it's all based on basically the power of the state is reduced to the absolute minimum. Do I understand that correctly?
Well, it's restricted to protecting people from force. So there's just the police, a military, and the courts. And the police, they protect you from domestic force like robbers or rapists or murderers. The military protects you from foreign force like Iran, who might want to shoot a nuclear weapon at us if they had one, or some country that wants to come and enslave us. And then you have the court system to peacefully settle disputes between people. So if you and I have a dispute, we don't have to resort to force to settle it. We can just take it to the courts and it'll be settled peacefully. But that's all the government should be doing in the system I uphold, essentially.
Okay. So how do you make sure that the government stays within those boundaries? So if only the government has the power of coercion, they basically have all the power in society because they can use the military. If there was you get sort of like a Caesar-like figure. Military is basically the most powerful force. They can basically revert all this progress in your objectivist system. How do you guard against something like that?
Well, there's revolution as a possibility. I mean, that's what happened with the American Revolution. The American colonists thought that Britain was becoming tyrannical, and they decided, it was time to no longer endure the taxes. No taxes, no taxation without representation. That was a slogan. That it was time to overthrow that government and start a new one. And so I think they're not going to start the same thing they were just trying to escape, right? So they're not going to set up their own Caesar. And actually, George Washington was offered to be the king, and I think he declined that. He said, "No, that's not what we want here. That's not the kind of system we're trying to set up." So if you have a people, and it does take a people to recognize the value of a certain kind of system. If they don't recognize it, you're not going to get it. But if enough people in a given population decides that freedom is good and that's the kind of government they want, that's the kind of government they're going to institute. And doesn't mean it's going to last for all eternity. Freedom requires eternal vigilance. Someone said something like that. Forget who the quote is from. But if a people values freedom, they're going to set up a government that protects their freedom, to and if that government starts to not protect the freedom, then they're going to eventually they might get to the point of revolution. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that, right? I hope we're not going to have to go through a revolution in America today. Like, we have tons of government intrusion in people's lives, which I object to. Taxation and regulation is a big part of it. And there's been talk in the last few years about a civil war between the right and the left. And I really hope it doesn't come to that. I hope we can resolve the issues peacefully. I'm trying to spread ideas here on my channel, ideas of a good kind of society, among other things, good kind of morality too. And if enough minds can be persuaded to my sorts of ideas, I think they will be able to peacefully vote in the kinds of politicians to implement these policies, and then we can just peacefully transition to a more rights-respecting kind of government, and a civil war or revolution won't be necessary. I hope it's not.
Right. What was I going to say? So, I guess, so like, how do you envision like moving towards this sort of system? Is it just via democracy, just people voting in the right people?
Well, it's through education, fundamentally. Maybe like, I'm trying to educate. That's what my channel is about. I'm trying to give people a new perspective on many issues. And Ayn Rand offers an entire philosophy, and part of it is political philosophy, but she also offers a new morality, many new ideas in epistemology, the theory of knowledge. And I think it's all one integrated system, and it's all needed. So I think education needs to happen. And then as that happens, I think people will start voting in other types of politicians that more align with Rand's views. And that's how I expect, or that's how I hope it will go.
Yeah.
And I hope,
So the
as I
way
said,
I
I hope
see
that we
it-
don't have to. I hope we don't have to resort to a revolution, which will involve people getting killed.
Yeah.
I hope we can get there peacefully.
See, I don't really see it, with the current trend in our society, I don't see it going that way. I think education is a good thing, like the university system, public schooling, that's all good things. I think in comparison to like the media ecosystem that we have, like all these social media companies, they have so much reach. They can basically reach everyone in the entire United States at one time. They can spread these messages. I think that's sort of what's driving the culture, is social media, things like that, not so much the university system or the public schooling system. I think that's sort of leading to this sort of populism we're seeing both on the left and the right. I don't see how we get out of that with just education. I think there needs to be sort of a realignment with the people who are in control of these systems. So this is billionaires who own these social media sites. It's people who are sort of elites in these media institutions. You need to have sort of a moral realignment. So to sort of institute standards on these systems and not just have it a complete free-for-all leading to chaos, populism, leading going to be just more people on the right, grievance politics, more people on the left, grievance politics, just hating people more and more. So there needs to be some sort of moral cohesion in the people who are in control of these things in order to prevent that sort of division that we're seeing. And that's sort of what I'm talking about with the people who, like the capitalists, they don't have incentives long term. They're making tons of money from making people on the left and the right mad at each other. There's no incentive for them to sort of reorient society towards some positive vision, like what you're saying. I haven't researched Ayn Rand all that much. Pretty much anything is better than just endless division. It needs to move in some sort of positive direction.
And what a positive direction means is controversial. Like I advocate no government's regulation, no taxation, only police, military, and courts, essentially. I think that's a positive direction, but many people would say, no, that would be terrible. Likewise, in the realm of ethics, I think altruism is bad and egoism is good. And many people have the reverse view. So I think there's a lot of disagreements on what would be a positive direction. And education is a way to spread what I think is right. It's also a way for other people to spread what they think is right. But I don't see that as opposed to something like social media. You mentioned public education and social media. Now, I do oppose public education because that's government-funded education, and that involves coercing people.
Okay.
Now, I think there should be private education, and I think there would be much better education if we had a private education system. I know of some private schools that have done phenomenally well. Now, social media, I think it could be used for good or for ill. I'm using a form of social media now on YouTube. I also use Facebook. I use X and other platforms. So, and I think there are capitalist incentives or to have like if you have and you see this happen like with X, people migrated over to Blue Sky, some other platform, because they didn't like the moderation policies on X, or people go in different directions. And so if you have a bad platform or you have policies that don't allow for good discussions, for the truth to come out, I think people will vote with their dollars or their mouse clicks. They will go to other platforms, and you see platforms die. Like I haven't heard much about Parler recently, but that used to be a thing. Maybe they're still going, but I don't hear as much about it. But I do think there are capitalist incentives, and I think that's much healthier actually than if you have the government forcing a certain line on people, like forcing people to listen to creation science in a biology class versus the theory of evolution. So that's what happens I think there's been a push in some areas where, some parents, they're religious and they want their kids to hear about the creation theory of how organisms came to exist. I think that's nonsense. But I think they should have the right to send their kids to a private school, a private religious school. And those schools will have to compete on a free market with other schools that offer a different kind of curriculum in biology. So I think that's a much healthier system than when you have one government trying to force some curriculum through Common Core or whatever they call it these days onto a population. And I think the results of public education have been disastrous. You have kids who are very poorly educated. I used to be a tutor. I worked with kids, for example, in middle school, and they still couldn't read or do basic arithmetic. That's how badly educated they were. Right. There's that saying, you get what you pay for. Sometimes just because you're not paying for it, it's free, doesn't mean it's good quality. It's very poor quality. Or you have kids who they might graduate from high school, they still can't find France on a map. So I think the public education, or maybe I should say government education system, has been disastrous. And if we had competition to a much greater extent with private education, then I think we would have much better results, much better educated population, probably much more people open to the sorts of ideas I support. And I think that would all be healthy for individuals and the world at large.
What I struggle with is I don't think you're going to get to a point where everyone is going to be educated enough to care about these issues on an intellectual level and actually think through things like this deeply, I think there's a large portion of the population that doesn't care about these things. They kind of go with whatever emotionally feels good with them. And that leaves them very susceptible to being controlled by the media, these social media algorithms. And the incentives right now are to create division. Like if you look at the most popular like streamers on like political streamers, it's going to be these super extremists. Like you have on the right, you have like Nick Fuentes, who's like praising Hitler. On the left, you have Hassan Piker, who's praising Stalin. It's not, you can have these good intellectual debates, but it's not trickling down to the population. They just want entertainment. They want to feel good. They want to go with whatever emotionally makes them feel good. So I think you need to have, like, for the people who are interested in the open debate and like good faith debate, that should be a thing within like the university system. But then in sort of mass media entertainment, those ideas from the university system through open debate should be like pushed onto the population, since otherwise it's just going to be chaos. There needs to be some sort of like, I don't think you can trust people to make good decisions on their own.
Well, if the alternative is coercing people, I think that's the worst thing you can do. So if people are emotional and they're open to demagogues like Fuentes or Piker, and they're not open to rational arguments, I don't think you help things by subjecting them to coercion and not letting them use their minds at all, which is what's happening when you're coercing people. I think if you're overriding the judgment of their minds. That's what you do when you coerce someone. You're saying, this person wants to do this, or they think they should do this, whether they're right or wrong about it. This is what they think, but they're not allowed to act on what they think. You're going to override their judgment and force them to do something other than what they decide to do. That's not healthy for promoting people to start thinking and using their minds. I mean, that's how you get someone to shut their mind down. Like, what's the point? What's the use of using my mind if I can't even use my own judgment? Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but at least it matters to try to use my mind and think. But if you're just going to coerce people, I think you turn people into zombies or drones. Now, I think if we don't coerce people, if we do respect their freedom, I think there will be pressures that incentivize rational behavior. So the more maybe the education system is a good example of this. Right now, it's very hard to fire teachers who are part of like a teachers union in the public school system. They have something like tenure, right? So you can't, if there's a bad teacher, unless they do something super bad, like harass a child, molest a child or something, they can't get fired. They can't lose their job. But if we had a free market education system, it would be very easy to hire and fire. And that would create better and better education, better and better students would result, and they would be much less susceptible to demagogues like Piker or Fuentes might be, because they would be much better educated. I think maybe you can blame the public education system for so ill preparing students, so under preparing them that they really aren't able to think clearly, and they can't evaluate reasoning or lack thereof of someone like Fuentes or a Piker. So I think if we had a private education system, people would be much better equipped to handle what they encounter in the world, and much better ideas would rise to the top than we're seeing today, where there's almost a government monopoly on education. There's like only 10% of the education market is in private schools. I like 90%, maybe more, is public schools. and even the private ones, I think a lot of those are religious, probably the majority, I would guess, and I think that's a problem as well. But
Yeah.
if we had private secular schools, I think the populace would be in a much healthier way with their education.
Yeah, so kind of where I'm coming from is sort of, you go back 100 years, you didn't have, basically this media, so like basically media and universities, this sort of forms like a intellectual society who sort of form the opinions of like the upper class, and this sort of trickles down to the rest of society through like publications, things like those. You didn't have these avenues like social media for just every single person on earth to spout out their nonsense opinion. You had to actually ascend into this hierarchy. Like, you had to be intelligent, you had to be able to present your ideas against other intellectuals. It's like a more of a competitive process, versus today it's more of just an attention economy where whoever says the most outlandish thing, they're the one who is given the most attention in society and in the intellectual debate. And the reason for this is because of the people who own these platforms. Obviously they're going to do what makes them the most money. Promoting division is what makes them money. So basically what I think is the power of the people in charge of this capitalist, their power needs to be counterbalanced by the people in the university system who are sort of competing in it. So there's two different domains of competition. There's capital competition, and then there's intellectual competition. Both of those are good for society. So one of them produces prosperity, one of them produces knowledge. And both of those are necessary for society. And you need both of those institutions to have power in society so that they can implement the prosperity from the economic system and then the knowledge from the university system. Both of those are necessary. I think in the current day, you have the capital system who's in charge of, they've basically taken over the whole media ecosystem. They're sort of drowning out this intellectual debate, and it's not what it once was. It's not having an effect on the politics like it used to. So then you're getting more of these demagogues, this partisan politics, and I think it's leading to a lot of bad things in the future and in the present day. So basically what I'm saying is, do you understand my argument, or am I not making sense?
I think I'm getting at least the basics of it. And one thought I had in reaction is that I do think today a lot of what is taught in the universities does filter out into the broader public. And that's not a good thing, because I think a lot of what's filtering out is bad. And I put a note here on my screen about campus protests, pro-Hamas protests. So I think universities have long been anti-American, anti-Israel, and I think you see that in some of these pro-Palestine or pro-Hamas protests in the wake of October 7th. And also, it filters out into platforms like TikTok. I've heard that on that platform, it's I don't know if overwhelmingly is too strong, but a majority of young people, such as TikTok users, are anti-Israel. So I think the university's message is getting out, and I think it's to the detriment, in many cases, of what is conducive to a healthy society. And I'm glad they don't have a complete stranglehold on the intellectual life of the country, and that you can encounter some alternative views on social media. It used to be there was, you know, three major networks: NBC, CBS, and ABC, and now it's so much easier. There's so many other alternatives on with the internet, right? There's millions of channels. There's my YouTube channel. People can listen to me. I've got people who listen to me for hours now, whereas maybe before their only choices were like three TV networks, and you know, maybe they all had a very similar ideological slants. Journalists who are on those networks, maybe they all went through these university systems which are anti-American, anti-Israel. So I think there's a larger diversity today maybe than ever before, and a chance for a lot of other ideas to rise to prominence. And I think that's a good thing. So I'll pause there, but those are some thoughts that I had on your last segment.
Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
And like, I use social media to get my view out. Like you talk about the negative effects of people like just producing, trying to get money, prosperity, as opposed to knowledge. But I'm using social media right now. My entire business model is based on social media, and it also is focused on knowledge. So I think it might be a false alternative to say either, you know, we've got universities focused on knowledge, or we've got these social media companies which focus on prosperity and capital. I think you can do both.
Yeah.
And I think maybe the education system, the higher education, might be in for a rude awakening in coming years. You know, the tuitions have skyrocketed over the last few decades. I think the government has been involved heavily in the student loan program. So now, you know, a school or a bank is not on the hook if you can't pay back your student loans. It's the government, and who is that? It's the taxpayers. So I think there's a lot of very bad incentives for how education works, how it's funded, and I think it would all be much healthier if we had a free market capitalist system. We'd have more knowledge and more prosperity, I think.
Yeah, I think there is some value to that. I've heard some people call it the free marketplace of ideas. I think there is value to that.
Mm-hmm.
I think kind of what I'm worried about is if everyone, I think it's better to have one thing that pretty much everyone in the country agrees on, even if it's not a perfect idea, versus everyone having their own idea going in different ways and never coming to any conclusion. If you don't go in any direction, you're going to go nowhere. So an analogy I've heard someone who's describing this is, say there's an airplane crashes in the ocean and there's 10 of you. If you all swim in separate directions and you all get on a separate island, you're probably not going to survive because you're going to have no one to help you. So the better idea is to all swim in the same direction, so then when you get to the island, you'll have people to help you. Even if you don't know which direction is the right way to go, but you just have to all go in the same direction. I think that's better than chaos. That's where we're heading towards.
Okay. Well, I think there are some ideas which I think it's good if everyone shares them, namely true ideas. And one in particular is the idea that coercing people is wrong. So if everyone is on board with that, I'm fine with. That's what I hope for, actually. I hope everyone, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get people on board with my philosophy, Objectivism, Ayn Rand's philosophy, including the idea that it's good to respect freedom and not coerce people. So I'm fine with everyone having a shared set of ideas, as long as they're the right ideas. And there could still be within that many differences of viewpoints on other issues, like, what is the best diet to have? Should we do a high carb, low fat diet, or a paleo diet, or whatever? People can have different viewpoints on that, but and maybe over time there's a lot of disagreement now about what's the best kind of diets, and maybe it's just too early in history for anyone to prove this is objectively the best kind of diet. But I think if something has been objectively proved, like Newton's laws, to take maybe a less controversial example than Ayn Rand's Objectivism, I think pretty much all physicists would say Newton's laws, they describe the worlds. I mean, there are, you could say, okay, well, Einstein, he came along later and he made some modifications. Okay, but if we're just talking on a basic macroscopic level, and not like dealing with the super big, like general relativity, or the super small, like quantum mechanics, just on a ordinary everyday sort of level, Newton's laws do a great job at explaining how the world works. And we can all agree on that now, today, in the 21st century. Now that's something, I think it's great if everyone agrees on that, as opposed to like following astrology or some pseudoscience, creation science, I would say. But there are certain areas of knowledge where it's, there's not, I don't think it's been objectively proved, like maybe with diet, what is objectively the best kind of way to eat. There might be an optional range of ways to eat that are all fine, but certain, my concern is not so much with how many different views there are, as opposed to whether the views are correct. And I think if you can prove that some view is correct, then I hope everyone believes that. And I don't want there to be a diversity of opinion. But not that doesn't mean I'm going to force people to share my views, but it does mean I think it would be good if they held it. And I'm going to try to persuade people. Yeah. Go ahead.
That works for scientific disciplines where there is, there's a method of establishing truth, right? The scientific method, you test it against reality, and then initially everyone goes in different directions. Someone finds the correct direction. They prove that's the right way to go, and then everyone will follow them. I think when you go into the realm of morality, I don't think there's no universal morality that everyone can agree on. And if no one in a society agrees on that, you're going to have chaos. Like, it's better to have everyone agreeing on a common set of morality than everyone disagreeing, and basically you can't function as society then. I think it's better to have some coercion to establish a common set of morality than to just let people do whatever they want and have chaos. Like, I think it's a trade-off between chaos on one side, dogmatism on one side. You don't want to have too dogmatism, because then too much of that, your society is going to be stagnant. If you have too much chaos, your society is not going to function. You need to have basically common moral beliefs, but also freedom at the same time. And I think there needs to be a balance. I don't think you can go, like you're saying, just freedom. I don't think that works as a society. I think that causes chaos. I don't see that working long term.
Okay. Well, I don't think freedom properly understood leads to chaos. Like, maybe if you're a libertarian and you think freedom means I can do whatever I want, and my freedom is violated if I'm not free to kill other people, I would say, no, that's pseudo freedom. You don't really understand what freedom is. But if you understand freedom correctly, which to my mind means you can act as you choose within the sphere of your rights, that is, so long as you're not initiating force against others, I don't think that will lead to chaos. I don't see why it would lead to chaos. I also want to say on sciences versus morality, you were saying there is an objective truth or a common truth that everyone can agree on in the case of sciences, but we don't really have that with morality. Well, I think that's what Ayn Rand provides, or I think she at least provided a significant step towards having a provable morality. And you said you haven't read much Ayn Rand. You might be very interested to see what she has to say about morality. She has an article called The Objectivist Ethics, where she proves her system, or what you might call a proof. What even a proof is, that can be a controversial thing. Like, is it something you need deduction for, or is it established inductively? That gets to epistemology. She fundamentally has an inductive approach, starting with concrete observations of the world, and then derives principles from those. But I read her works, and I was persuaded that she had a right approach to morality and many other things. And now I grant,
Okay.
I think it's right that a lot of people don't recognize that, but I think that could just be
How
that.
do you propose to get everyone to accept that? If you think that is the objectively correct form of morality, how are you going to get everyone to accept that?
By
Without
doing
using
what I'm
coercion?
doing right now, by having conversations with people and pointing them to resources like Rand herself. Like I would highly recommend, if you're interested in this topic, that you read Rand. So by pointing people to Rand, getting them to read her works, and having discussions myself with people, that's how I go about trying to persuade people that there actually is
Yeah.
a correct morality.
I have been interested in reading it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Like, if you had a book to recommend, which one would you recommend?
Well, she wrote both fiction and nonfiction, and I think if you can start with the fiction, I would definitely recommend that. Some people they don't like reading fiction. Actually, I started with the nonfiction myself. I was just much more interested in that. But if you're open to reading fiction, and she has very philosophical fiction, I would say, where sometimes there are speeches given by characters. It's not your typical kind of fiction, but I would recommend starting with the fiction. Anthem, I think, is a good one to start with because it's very short. You can read it in a few hours, but it covers a lot of the essential parts of her philosophy, at least implicitly, if not explicitly. And you can get I think, a really good taste of her view of the world, what she advocates, and then you go on to her longer novels after that. The Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged are her most famous novels, and that might be a good order to read them in. But then there's lots of nonfiction as well. I mentioned The Objectivist Ethics. That's the lead article in her book, The Virtue of Selfishness, which is the article is available online for free. I don't think all of the articles are, but some of her articles are, including that one. So that's a great nonfiction presentation of her ethics. And there's a lot more I can mention, but yeah, I'll just give you those for right now.
Yeah.
One other source I'll mention is the Ayn Rand lexicon. So if you just search for Ayn Rand lexicon, you'll find it's a mini encyclopedia of her views on a range of topics. So if what did she say about abortion? What did she say about capitalism? What did she say about Aristotle? It's all alphabetically organized, and it collects together passages from all her works, fiction and nonfiction. I think it's a great resource for getting a taste of her view of the world on a wide array of topics.
Yeah. I guess my main contention is I think this sort of like education, sharing, like marketplace of ideas, I think that could work. Like, let's say the current like dominant ideology in like the university system is like some form of like leftism, like derived from, like Marx. Not exactly, like somewhere along those lines, like Marx, egalitarianism. That's sort of the dominant ideology in academia. need is, so if you could convince people in academia to sort of accept this objectivist morality, that would do a lot more for like your cause. And then if they could sort of disseminate these ideas to the rest of society, that would do a lot more for your cause than sort of just these indirect network effects trying to convince everyone from the bottom up. I think if you're trying to institute something like this, you have to go from top down and not from the bottom up. And yes, you're going to have some, like, academia, if they hold this ideology, you could say it's a form of coercion if they're disseminating these ideas throughout the rest of society. But I don't think there's any other way to create like a common moral system except through this like top-down approach. So this is sort of have you ever heard of like Curtis Yarvin, Manicius Moldbug?
I've heard of Curtis Yarvin, but not the
okay, yeah.
Goldbug.
That's just an old name he used to go by for his writing. So he called this like the cathedral. So this used to be like the priest class would be the ones who sort of create the moral center of society and then disseminate this to the rest of society. In modern society, for a long time, it was this like academia university class who would sort of adapt these ideas and then spread them to the rest of society. And that's kind of how like the moral framework of our nation was for a long time, until it sort of started breaking up with the rise of like social media and stuff like that. I think you would do better for spreading this objectivism if it was through academia versus trying to compete with, Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker. That's not going to work. So there needs to be more like standards, more influence of academia on society, and more free flow of information in academia so that there can actually be competition between ideas instead of just this like dominant leftist paradigm that's going on right now. That's kind of why Curtis Yarvin is against academia, because it's all leftists, But if there was more freedom of information in academia, you could sort of convert that ideology into something that would be more conducive for society. It's sort of like the Yarvin thinks is, I think academia is good. We just need to reform it. We need to come up with better ideas than leftism.
Okay. I have several thoughts on all that. So one is, I'm not against having an impact in the university system. And actually, Ayn Rand talked about this. She has an essay called For the New Intellectual, where she talked about how ideas of philosophers are how they disseminate into the broader culture. And she saw the universities as one of the key mechanisms by which ideas are disseminated into the culture at large. And for many years, the Ayn Rand Institute has made it their goal to get more objectivist philosophers into academia. And they haven't really gotten a lot in there, I would say. I mean, I don't know how many there are, maybe a dozen or a few dozen, depending on how you count it exactly, over the years. More recently, I've heard that it sounds like the strategy might be shifting, where instead of trying to convert the universities, the Ayn Rand Institute now has their own university. They call it Ayn Rand University. And you can enroll there as a student. And I used to be part of it. Not actually, when I was part of it, it wasn't called Ayn Rand University. It was called the Objectivist Academic Center. And I was involved with that for many years. But I think there are multiple ways you can go about changing the culture, and the university is one, but not the only one, and maybe not even the best one. As I mentioned, I think the higher education might be changing a lot in the coming years and decades. I'm not sure that it's going to be as influential as it always has been to this point.
Right. Which is kind of what I've been saying, is that the capital class has been destroying the power of this university class and replacing it with their own like media ecosystem. And I think there needs to be a balance between the two. There needs to be, and if you don't have that balance, then it's just going to be sort of this amoral capitalist system with that doesn't really have any higher ideals. They're just, so like, do you think there's more to a government than material prosperity? Because I think the moral dimension is very important. I think you can't just have material prosperity. You need to provide meaning for people in the nation. You need to provide like community, provide like, I think looking at it from just the material prosperity, I don't think that captures everything that you need to have a successful society.
Absolutely. I agree with that completely. So I wrote down this quote, or at least close to a quote here in my notes. You said something like an amoral capitalist system that doesn't have any higher ideals. Well, I think capitalism is premised on a moral foundation. It's the only moral system, in fact, if we mean completely moral. It's the only system in which individuals can pursue their self-interest, which is what I think it means to be moral, to pursue your own happiness. I think that's the highest good. Ayn Rand says happiness is the highest moral purpose. And that's definitely not that's not something material, right? That's like a state of mind or a state of being, an emotion in a way. It's a successful state of being. And material, like money or food, clothes, shelter, medicine, technology, that's a means to happiness. But happiness is the ultimate goal, or she also sometimes put it as life, or life qua man, life qua rational being is the highest goal. And capitalism is what enables that kind of moral life, a life of reason, a life of productivity. It's very concerned with enabling a spiritual well-being, not only material well-being. I think those two actually go together. You don't have material well-being without spiritual well-being, and spiritual well-being leads to material well-being. Like, I think if you're living in poverty and you're miserable in Soviet Russia or Iran, theocratic Iran, you're spiritually poor and materially poor. And in the United States, you've got Disneyland, which is the happiest place on earth. And it's also the wealthiest place on earth, or at least one of the wealthiest places on earth. And in general, I think spiritual and material well-being go together, and also the reverse. Spiritual and material lack of well-being go together. And that's a kind of dichotomy I think many people have. It's sometimes called the mind-body dichotomy. And that's one of the major themes in Ayn Rand's works. She argues against that. There's actually no dichotomy. The two go together. Let's see. Maybe I'll just pause there.
Okay. I guess, like, is happiness is the only thing that you value? How do you prevent that from becoming just...
I mean, there are things that are a means to happiness. Like I value money, but that's a means to happiness. I don't value money as an end in itself. But happiness, I do. I mean, I don't need happiness for something else beyond it. I mean, that's worth having just for its own sake.
I guess what I'm saying is, if you value happiness, like, how does that not lead to just hedonism? Did you see any issue with that? Was just people, I guess probably not. I'd like to hear your ideas about that.
Well, if what you mean by hedonism is just doing whatever you feel like in the moment without regard to long-term consequences, which is how I think it's often understood. You engage in a life of indiscriminate sex, or just doing drugs, getting high on drugs, getting drunk. I don't think that leads to happiness. I don't think that makes for a fulfilling life. You consider the long run effects. It's more like you can dull your pain for a while or escape a momentary pain or suffering, but then you have withdrawal syndromes, and the time you spent in another reality, drunk or high, is time you didn't spend with your mind engaged with this reality, where you could have been being productive, making money, doing something that's going to serve your long run well-being, not just your immediate desires. So I think hedonism, if what that means is just whim worshipping in the range of the moment, doing whatever you feel without consideration for the future, well, I think you're gonna pay a price for that, and you're gonna suffer in the future because you haven't considered the consequences of your actions. So I think that's a hedonistic life is actually not conducive to happiness. I think it undermines your ability to be happy. A momentary thrill is not the same as happiness. I think that's happiness is like a long-range state of well-being. Your life is going well, and Ayn Rand uses the phrase non-contradictory joy in one place to describe it. It's a joy that's not undercut. Like you might get some momentary joy, or you might call it a sick, twisted kind of pleasure from telling a rude joke at somebody's expense, for example. But but your long-run happiness is undercut by doing something like that. Now, maybe that person's not going to want to be your friend. They're going to ostracize you from your life. You're going to get a bad reputation. It's going to have various long-term consequences on your life that's bad. So just because you get some kind of momentary rush, dopamine hit from doing something, doesn't mean it's in your self-interest in the long run to do that. And if it's not in your interest in your long-run self-interest to do something, then that means it's not conducive to your happiness. If it is in your long-run interest, I take that to be equivalent to saying like it is conducive to your happiness. So hedonism, I don't think, conduces to your long-run well-being, and therefore it doesn't conduce to your happiness. If you take it to mean just being a whim worshiper.
Yeah. Do you think there would ever be a situation where, like, if you only value happiness, why would you ever give your life for something? Like, we talked about this earlier, the American Revolution. Mm-hmm. Tons of Americans died for this. They died for the ideals that they had those ideals were higher than their own happiness. Like, it's not fun fighting a war. It's not, and they died in the war, so it's not like it gave them more future happiness, but the ideals that they were fighting for were what made their life worth living, and it's not just happiness. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think the ideals were higher than their own happiness. At least they shouldn't have been, but I don't think they were either. I mean, we see in the Declaration of Independence, which was written during the war, 1776, right? The American Revolutionary War is going on, started in 1775, and didn't get the Treaty of Paris until 1783. So during the war, they wrote the Declaration of Independence, which said all men are created equal with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness and liberty were in the very same sentence. Those were the rights they were fighting for. And as I mentioned earlier, either in this call or a previous call, Patrick Henry, he said, give me liberty or give me death. They couldn't live a happy life as slaves, right? They saw a better they had a better vision for themselves. I don't think they would have been happy as slaves. So I don't think there's a dichotomy between the ideals of the revolution, if that means the ideals of liberty and happiness. And I think they saw those as very intimately related, which we can see in that famous line from the Declaration of Independence. They include the right to the pursuit of happiness, right next to the right to liberty. I think liberty is a means to happiness, and I think the founders saw it that way.
So yeah, it's just I don't think they were fighting from a, like, I don't think they were, even if it was like these higher ideals of future happiness, like, it's not, if it's, you're making a rational decision, I don't think the decision would be to fight this war against this massively higher power that you probably have no chance against. You're probably just going to die. Like, if you're making a rational decision based on expected happiness, fighting in that war would be, like, if you're just acting from selfishness, I don't think you would want to fight in that war. Go follow George Washington across that river. I don't think they were thinking of happiness when they went across the river. They were thinking of who they're, like, they're fighting for freedom. They're fighting for justice. These were, I think these are higher ideals than just pure happiness. You know what I'm saying?
I don't understand why you say those are higher ideals. Why would those be more important if that's what you mean by a higher ideal? Why is that? Why is anything more important than your own happiness?
Why does any, like, martyr die for their cause? Because they believe in the cause more than their own happiness. Or why would you die for your family, die for your kids? Like, it's not about your happiness, it's about something more important than you.
Don't your kids make you happy?
Yeah, but you're going to be dead. You're not going to be happy when you're dead.
Would you be happy if you lived with, like, let's say, I've given the drowning kid example many times. Let's say your kid is drowning. Would you risk your life to save your kid? Would you be happy without that kid? I think many people might be miserable, and they would rather risk their own lives to save their kid rather than live the whole life without the kid and be miserable without the kid. So I don't think doing something that risks your own life to save someone else, it means you're doing it at the expense of your happiness. I think it's a way of expressing your how happy they make you, whatever that value is that you're taking a risk to save.
Okay. So I can see the argument for that. I mean, I don't think I completely agree with that. I don't think, maybe even if it is, I don't think it's an act out of selfishness. That's kind of where my disagreement is. And you seem to be, like, pro-selfishness. Like, do you think that is an act of selfishness to die for your kid so that you won't be sad in the future for not saving them?
Yes, it certainly could be. I mean, if you value your kids, then I think it's in your self-interest to try to save them. You would be miserable without them. At least you might be. I mean, depending on the kind of parents you are. I guess if you don't care about your kids, if you don't love them that much, then maybe it wouldn't be self-interested for you to risk your own life to save your kids. They don't mean that much to you. But if you really love them a lot, if they're big values to you, I guess the bigger the value your kids are to you, the more self-interested it would be for you to take a risk to try to save them. The more likely it would be self-interested to try to save them, the more you value your kids.
Okay. So this is like it's probably sort of cheating. It's like a thought experiment. So what if you had the option to save your kid from this river, right? Or you can either try to save your kid and die, or like 90% chance of dying, or you can let them die and take like a pill that will make you forget that your kid was ever gone, and you won't have any remembrance of that. You won't even know that you had a kid. Would you take the pill because you're going to have more happiness in the future? Or do you value, I think you value something higher than the happiness, even if that happiness is guaranteed to you in the future if you take the pill. But you're still going to try to save your kid because you value your kid more than that future happiness.
Okay. This is reminding me of the experience machine. That's a thought experiment from Robert Nozick.
Oh yeah, it's similar to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like.
And I think I think I would go, or at least I don't see a reason not to go in the experience machines. For anyone who doesn't know this, this is like imagine a phone
Okay, so
booth.
there we just have a fundamental moral disagreement, because I would never go in that. It's just
Okay.
Yeah, it's not something you can really debate, I suppose. But if you would go in that machine, I can see why you would argue for valuing happiness as the only ideal. That's just not something that I agree with.
Okay.
Do you think there's any like? Do you think there is a way to like argue that, or is it just a fundamental disagreement we have?
I'm not sure, but let me just say what it is for anyone in the audience who doesn't know what it is. The experience machine. Think of like a phone booth, and you can go into it. Well, it's kind of like the Matrix. You know, if you've seen that movie, you get hooked up by your brain to this computer or whatever, and they feed in these experiences to you. And it's not true reality; it's like a virtual reality. But as far as you know, it's true reality. And that's essentially, I think, like what the experience machine is. Like, and if you had the choice, you could go into this machine and plug into it for life, and have any kind of. You could program it to make you feel like you were an amazing composer, like Mozart, or whatever kind of experience you want. You can program the machine so that you have those experiences, and you could ask someone like, "Would you go into the machine and plug in for life?" And now, if we stipulate, like, let's say you could plug into this machine and feel extremely happy, maybe happier than you could in real life, would you do it? And I don't see a reason not to. Now, I will say that even some objectivists I've discussed this with, they disagree with me, and they think no, they would not go into this machine. But I don't see a reason not to. Now, does this change how I would act in the real world? In terms of like whether I would save a drowning kid if it was my kid? I don't think so. But now, if you tell me, like, suppose you could take this pill so that you forget about it and you end up living a happier life, and you completely lose all your memory of the kid, would I take it? Maybe. Like, it would be hard to choose that in the moment because I still know about the kid until I've swallowed the pill. But
Yeah.
if I would be better off in the long run, happier in the long run, yeah, maybe I would take it. I don't feel 100% comfortable saying that. I'll say that, but
Right.
at least I don't think I have a good argument against taking that.
Yeah,
But let me just add one thing. We don't live in that kind of sci-fi world. I mean, if you can do these kind of thought experiments that might make any moral advocate uncomfortable with a certain hypothetical. Like, let's say we're not egoists and not trying to live the best life for ourselves, but let's say we're utilitarians or we're Kantians, and so let's just stipulate for the sake of argument. Here's a hypothetical. Suppose you could foster the greatest good of the greatest number. That's the utilitarian standard for what to do. You can foster the greatest good of the greatest number by killing everyone, including your child and the people you love the most. Would you do it? Well, a utilitarian has to say, yeah, I'd do that. Now, is that biting a bullet? okay, maybe it is biting a bullet, but I mean, if you're I guess free to invent whatever hypothetical you want, then that might actually take some of the sting out of the bullet. If we're talking about the way reality actually is, the concern is there's going to be all these unsavory consequences if you accept egoism. But I think if the only way to get to the unsavory consequences is to stipulate some unrealistic hypothetical, well, then maybe it's not too troubling to the viewpoint.
Yeah. You could also just be a psychopath and have no concern for the well-being of others, and you know that if you let this kid die, you're going to still be happy. I know that's probably not you, so.
Yeah, the
but
psychopath often comes up in
those
my
are
discussions.
people. Those are people who exist in society. Those are people who are overrepresented in positions of power in the real world, and I think that's a sort of an issue with having these people having that level of control, you know.
Well, for one point I'll make about the psychopath is, I think they are a minority of people, and if you, I don't. It seems like a lot of the times I have discussions with people about egoism, they'll say, well, if you're an egoist, then you'll do things like rob and rape and murder people. And I say, really? I don't think so. And what I tried to ask you about earlier in this call was like, well, is that what you think is in your self-interest? And then they'll often say, okay, well, I wouldn't do that, but there are some people in the world, like psychopaths, who might do that. So now it's not like egoism entails acting as this murderous brute. It's only
I think someone with normal moral intuitions in like normal society, I can't think of any like obvious issues, you know.
Okay.
But yeah.
Well, that's at least
I think if you apply it to its logical, there's nothing stopping a psychopath from doing whatever they want.
Sure, but I don't. So I'm not concerned with psychopaths. I'm concerned with myself and how I should act. And I want to find other people who are also not psychopaths. And I think that's like 99.99. I don't know how many decimals to go % people. Now, if there are some psychopaths in the world who we suppose, at least for the sake of argument, they get their pleasure or their happiness. I don't even think they are happy. I doubt you can be a happy psychopath. But if we just imagine for the sake of argument that you can get happiness as a psychopath, and the way they do it is by being like a Hannibal Lecter who eats people or something like that, then I'm not going to say Hannibal Lecter shouldn't eat people or try to eat people. I'm going to try to put him in jail as a non-psychopath. I'm going to try to lock up that very small percentage of people. Just like I would shoot a bear, right? I often go to the, oh yeah. Well, but it would be retaliatory force, not initiating force, because he's threatening me with force if he's going to try to eat me, right? So it's protecting my rights. And I also go to the example of like other species, like a bear. If a bear, the way it survives, its well-being is served by attacking human beings. If it's hungry and it's got nothing else to eat, well, I'm going to shoot the bear, right? But I don't blame the bear and say he's got some problem he needs to deal with because he attacked me. No, it's just, I understand that's the bear's nature. That's what they do in the wild, right? Survival of the fittest. In a different species is maybe, a step further than a psychopath who is like a defective human. But if you stipulate that something's got some abnormal nature, in the only way for it to survive or flourish, given its abnormal nature, is to do certain things that involve violating other people's rights, then I'm happy to say, well, in those cases, we can use force, retaliatory force, to preemptively stop them from initiating force against us. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. So applying this back to, like capitalist system, I think if you look at the statistics, in billionaires, psychopathy is an extremely overrepresented in those people. So there has to be some sort of way that
I got to
is
stop.
adapted.
Hold on. I got to stop
Okay.
you there because this is a smear, which maybe you don't intend it as such, but I think this is often used. Even Ayn Rand, right? Some people say Ayn Rand is a psychopath. So if you now broaden the definition of psychopath to include billionaires and people like Ayn Rand, then I think you're abusing the term and it's being used as a smear term. And I'm concerned that's what's
Okay.
going on here.
So, we talked about earlier, fraud, lying, things like that sort of nature. That's not physically harming anyone, but it is something that could help you get ahead.
Well, it is
in
physically
business,
harming someone. Like if you like the example I gave of you say this yogurt has 50 calories when in fact it has 300. Well, maybe someone buys that yogurt now and they get a heart attack if they keep eating this yogurt because they're on a low fat diet or a low calorie diet or something. But it is, and you're taking their money under false pretenses, and your money is a sort of physical object which you use to acquire things. So there is some physical damage that you undergo when you engage in fraud, or
Okay.
when you're a victim of fraud.
Earlier you said there's no financial coercion. Do you believe
Yeah.
there's social coercion? Is that something that could be punished with physical coercion?
No, there can be social pressure, just like there can be
So
economic
lying
pressure.
is what I'm talking about.
No, I wouldn't
like
call
if-
that coercion. I mean, I guess lying or dishonesty, that's involved in fraud. Like you're pretending the yogurt has so many calories when it actually has this other number of calories. So that's lying. But what it's to avoid, because you couldn't get the person to voluntarily agree to buy it on the understanding it had 300 calories. So you have to lie and say it's only 5. So you're getting them to do something they wouldn't voluntarily have done by lying. And maybe you could say that's a form of coercion. I think that might be said in the objectivist literature, like fraud is a form of coercion because you're overriding someone's voluntary consents. You're getting them to do something they haven't voluntarily consented to do. And it might be called an indirect form of force. You're not like yanking money out of their wallet. They're handing it over voluntarily, but not on the conditions they think they're handing it over on. So maybe you could say it's an indirect form of force. And if lying can be that, like if it's fraud. But if I lie to you right now and I say, I have 6 sisters, and I know that's not true, I just made that up. That would be a lie, but it wouldn't be fraud. I haven't taken some physical value from you by means of telling you this lie. But in fraud, I think you are getting some physical value from someone by means of the lie. Now, I guess you could have a broader concept of fraud. Like you could call someone, you could say like Alex Jones, he's a fraud, right? And that doesn't mean he's taking money from me, but it means he's putting forth these bogus conspiracy theories. So there's a broader sense of fraud where it might not, at least not immediately, involve physical harm or taking of physical property, but in the more maybe paradigmatic sense of fraud, I think it does involve some kind of physical harm done to a person. The basic sense of fraud, you might call it, rather than the more extended sense of fraud where someone could be an intellectual fraud.
Mm-hmm. And so the thing, I feel like that is something you would have to, that's something you would have to, stop people from doing. Otherwise, that's going to give them, the people who do lie are going to have an advantage in business over the people who don't lie. You need some sort of enforcement mechanism, some sort of standard of morality, or within the government to apply these laws. Otherwise, there's like, you can't just let people say whatever they want. I think there needs to be enforcement.
Well,
Is
I
that something
agree.
that's-
Yeah, I do think there should
Yeah.
be laws against fraud, and not necessarily intellectual fraud. Although even there, I mean, there are things like defamation, which I think there can be there and there should be laws against, but that I think that involves there being some kind of physical harm to a person. Like if you destroy somebody's reputation, then now they can't make a living because no one's going to hire them. You've lied about their character, but if you can show there's some kind of physical damage, I think there should be laws. And likewise with the yogurt case, mislabeling the number of calories, I do think there should be laws against fraud. I agree with that, but I see that as an indirect form of force. So that I guess that would fall under my general view that it's inappropriate to initiate force against people, whether it's indirect force like fraud or direct force.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to throw someone in jail if they keep doing it.
Oh yeah, sure. I think that's appropriate, or at least fine them.
Force eventually.
Yeah, but I would consider it to be retaliatory force, because I think if you're the one engaged in the fraud, you're initiating force. Maybe it's indirect force, but it's still force nonetheless of some sort. And so throwing that person in jail or fining the person, that would be retaliatory force, which is fine on my view, on Rand's view.
Mm-hmm.
Just like self-defense, it's the distinction between killing in self-defense and murder, right? It's fine to use, if you kill someone in self-defense, that's fine. But you just shouldn't initiate force. Kill an innocent person.
So, okay. I'm trying to understand where your difference between objectivism and the current, liberal capitalism. What is the difference? Like, other than no taxes?
Liberal capitalism, so-called liberals, I don't think are actually pro-liberty. This is one of those terms that I think needs to be thought about, used carefully.
Yeah.
But taxes is one example. Regulations, that's another big one. So there's all kinds of regulatory agencies, FDA, SEC.
See, we were just talking about regulation, which was the mislabeling.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I think there can be free market mechanisms. I mean, if you get found out for doing this, for one thing, that can tank your reputation. You could go out of business, go bankrupt. People spread the word. I mean, I don't think it does well for your business if you kill your customers or seriously injure your customers. So I don't think it's in your interest to be doing your customers a disservice like that. And there are free market mechanisms: Amazon reviews, Google reviews, Yelp. There are rating agencies which people can look to see what's a reliable business to deal with. And that's one replacement you would have for, and I think they would actually do a better job than agencies like the FDA or SEC, because they have an incentive. Speaking of selfishness and self-interest, it's very much in your interest to have a good reputation. That helps you gain profit on a free market. But if you're just some faceless, nameless bureaucrat, which nobody knows about, and you don't have much on the line, then is there really much incentive for them to ensure that people are putting out a good product?
Mm-hmm.
What happens if they let someone bribe them, cut some corners? And it's no magic solution, right? Just because you have a regulatory agency, who's to say they're going to behave well? I mean, are they some elite species which is immune to the kinds of incentives that govern other people? Like, who's going to regulate the regulators? Who's going to regulate the regulators of the regulators? Do we need like an infinite chain of regulators? I don't think that
Right.
that makes sense. So I think the right approach is you treat people as innocent until proven guilty. And if they engage in some rights violating behavior like fraud, mislabeling their products, then you can take them to court and sue them. And sometimes people will say, "Oh, well, it's too late. Then the damage is already already done. Better to have these regulations up front before the crime has been committed." Okay, but just having the regulation in place, that's no magic solution, right? Just like I said, you can bribe the regulators. Who's to guarantee that's not going to happen? So there's no magic solution that regulation prevents people from being bad actors. But I think you get the best incentive structure if you have a free market system than if you have, government and people relying on the government stamp of approval to say, "Oh, this business is okay." I don't think you need that. And
So let's talk about like environmental regulations, because it's like a sort of tragedy of the commons thing where you're dumping this wastewater into the stream. That doesn't hurt you necessarily. It hurts people downstream. What is stopping you from doing that without regulations?
Same thing. Profit motive, reputation, and also rights. I think rights need to be clearly defined. Like if we had privatized rivers, like we have privatized land, and then you could say, "Well, this is my section of the river. You can't pollute it." So, and then someone does pollute it, then you could take them to court and say, "You violated my rights." So,
Okay.
That's one piece of the puzzle here. Also, I should mention it's getting kind of late. It's actually later than it usually is.
That's fine. We can end soon.
I think we should wrap up soon. But I'm happy you called. I thought we had a good conversation. You're welcome to call back another day. I usually stream every 5 days, so we can do another call sometime. But yeah, how about you can make last comments you want to, and then I'll wrap things up.
I don't know. I feel like I've discussed everything. Like, kind of just my starting point is different. I value having higher ideals than just this pursuit of happiness. I think we have a sort of disagreement there, and that's sort of where a lot of this is coming from, I think. And then a lot of it is downstream from that. But I think you make some good arguments. Maybe I'll read some of this rand, but yeah, it's nice to talk to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks for calling in. And yeah, hope you check out Rand.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Bye-bye. All right. So yeah, I don't think anything is higher than happiness, but what it takes to achieve your happiness, I think that can color your view. Like if you think, well, the way to happiness is to act like a psychopath and go out and kill people, lie, cheat, and steal, put on the ring of Gyges, to take Plato's example, and that's what real happiness would, or like a life of hedonism. Like if you confuse that with happiness and you think that means being a whim worshiper, then you might think, well, I think there should be something more important than happiness. But I think if you understand happiness correctly, which I think Ayn Rand does, and maybe you have to read Ayn Rand to get a better sense of how she understands happiness, then I don't think it makes sense to put anything above that. All right. But I do want to wrap up now. Thanks everyone for being here. I see some chat has been going on for a while. I haven't looked at it to read it. I've just been seeing it going on. But thanks everyone for participating there. I'll try to read some of it later. And maybe we can talk about it in the next stream. Or if I don't get to it, you can raise it. Maybe you can do a super chat to incentivize me, put some free market pressure on me. A win-win kind of pressure, because I appreciate that. You can have me address some issue and I'll earn money from it. All right. We're up to 17 likes. Nice. Thank you. And we got several subscribers today, so thanks for that. And thanks for all the engagement. Had some good calls, and thanks for anyone who watches or listens to this later. My next stream, as usual, will probably be 5 days from now. That would be Monday, April 27th. So unless something comes up for me, maybe I'll see you then. And until then, have a good evening or morning, depending on where you are. All right. Bye, everyone. See you next time.